The Adventures of Mayana. The Quest to Save Humanity. By David Perry. If you have not yet listened to Book 1, The Adventures of Mayana, Falling Off the Edge of the Earth, be sure to listen to it first and don't forget to like and subscribe. Description. This is the continuing story of 17-year-old Mayana, who spends months attempting to return from her homeland of Belize to the alternate reality that she visited on her first adventure so that she can reconnect with her friends Shifu, Tata, and Calypso. After almost giving up on ever seeing her friends again, she finally discovers how to find her way back. Upon her arrival in the ancient Maya city of Xunantunich, she again meets Shifu and many new friends, all of whom have discovered the powers of magic and how to use them for the good of humanity. The biggest surprise to Mayana is that she has been chosen to save the entire human race that is doomed to extinction. She struggles to understand why humanity needs saving and why she is the one chosen to save it. She undergoes rigorous training and perilous quests that test her courage, resolve, and understanding of what it means to be human. Along the way, she encounters wonders from dinosaurs to Galileo, travels across continents and through time, and she wrestles with questions of science, religion, politics, and morality. She continues to learn about what it means to be human through recollections of conversations with her skeptical father. But not everything is as it seems. Betrayal lurks among those she trusts the most, and Mayana must balance the burden of her mission with the danger of hidden motives. When her father unexpectedly joins her on this extraordinary journey, they together face a future threatened not only by cyborgs, but by humanity's greatest enemy, which is human nature itself. In addition to providing an exciting story, this book takes a critical look at science, religion, politics, and most of all, at our own humanity, with the book concluding that our own human nature is our own worst enemy and is the root of the world's problems. Both thrilling and thought-provoking, and blending science fiction with history, philosophy, and adventure, this unique story challenges readers to reflect on the human condition while delivering an imaginative, fast-paced tale full of magic, danger, and discovery. These elements bring a sense of realism and sophistication to the story that make it a unique brand of science fiction that cannot be found in any other stories of the same genre. Chapter 1. The Hawkesworth Bridge. For many months, Mayana had been going out to the saber tree to try to enter the portal, as she called it, in hopes of finding Tata, Calypso, and Shifu again. But every time she went, she found the rear wall of the hole in the tree intact, and she was not able to penetrate it as Yasmin and she had done before. In the beginning she went several times a day. But with time it became less and less as she started to lose hope of ever visiting her friends again. Sometimes she would enter the hole in the tree and just stay in there and read or do her homework in hopes that spending more time there may coincide with the portal opening. Sometimes Yasmin would accompany her and sometimes she would go alone. Yasmin had less interest in going back to this strange land than Mayana. Perhaps she had less exhilaration since she hadn't been given the special powers that Mayana had been granted. In any case, Mayana had clipped a lantern in her new hideout that hung from the ceiling and that gave her enough light to read and to do her homework. Sometimes she would listen to music on her cell phone. She kept her magic rug, the belt of invisibility, and her magic wand inside the tree so that she would have them if she ever did manage to cross over. But as the months went by and the portal was never open, she began to think that she would never again visit her friends. Her father had done his research and he came up with nothing. There is some discussion among some scientists that involves alternate realities and the multiverse that is fascinating. Quantum mechanics suggests that all reality is merely a perception and that nothing around us is real. But there's nothing close to being able to create a portal that allows you to cross over to any kind of alternate reality. And there are no known cases of two or more people sharing a vision, a hallucination, or a dream. That left them with nothing. No explanation, no hope of ever returning to the alternate reality, no chance to ever see her friends again. Mayana had just about run out of hope, but not completely. While she had stopped actively pursuing an explanation and a way to return to the land of Tata Duende, it was always on her mind and she only needed something to trigger a thought, to push her thinking in a different direction, and maybe that would be the key to finding the answer. Physics is required in fourth form in the high schools of Belize, and that was the perfect class for her considering the experience that she had crossing over to an alternate reality. Physics would likely bring her the explanation that she needed. And while high school science was not exactly advanced enough to start studying alternate realities, the multiverse, or quantum mechanics, it did put her in the right frame of mind for considering such propositions. Mayana absolutely loved science class. The teacher brought his classes to life and he had the students doing hands-on science daily. Mayana understood that there's no better way to learn science than by doing science. A 10-minute introduction, a 45-minute lab and a 5-minute whole group conclusion was the norm in this class, with plenty of lab equipment to do experiments and lab activities daily. During one of her classes, Mayana was doing an experiment involving air resistance and mass. She had to calculate the travel time of objects rolling down a ramp at different angles and determine how much air resistance played a role in each object's travel time. She knew that in a vacuum, the travel time would be the same for objects of different mass as long as the angle is the same, but due to air resistance, the travel of each object is disrupted, meaning that it is slowed down. Her teacher explained that we should consider air resistance in the same way that we consider water resistance. If we drop an object into the water, it is slowed down because there is actual matter that gets in the way. The same is true with air, just that the disruption is less due to there being less matter in the path of the object. But it is matter nevertheless that slows down the object even though it is invisible. This is called air resistance. When Mayana got to the end of her experiment, the teacher informed her that she had the wrong answers. The problem was that the activity had so many steps that it was going to be very difficult to find the correct answer without starting all over. She would have to let each object fall again and measure the travel time once more. "Can you give me a clue of where I went wrong?" asked Mayana. "Well, not really," said the teacher sympathetically. "There are so many steps involved that the only way to find your mistake is to go back to the beginning and start over." "Oh great," said Mayana to herself. She grudgingly started the experiment over. She hoped that it would at least be easier doing it the second time. As she proceeded to redo her lab activity, she started to remember her 7 incredible days in the alternate reality. As her mind traced the steps from the very beginning of her adventure, she suddenly made a connection to what she was doing at that moment. In order to correct her mistake that day, she had to go back and redo or retrace her steps to get the result that she wanted. What if she had to do the same thing to be able to cross over to the alternate reality? What if it wasn't a simple matter of just going to the saber tree? What if she had to recreate the events of that day to make the portal open? What if her encounter with Silvio had something to do with her crossing over to the alternate reality? What if the portal opened in order to help her with her dilemma that day? What if she had to be in really big trouble to be able to cross over? Her mind raced while she was considering the events of that day in her head, and at the same time she was trying to do her lab experiment. But she found it really difficult to retrace the steps of her current science activity since she was now preoccupied. As she came to believe that she may have discovered the solution to her mystery, she could hardly contain her excitement. She decided that she really needed to focus on her lab experiment and to get it done, and to leave her thoughts of crossing back over to the land of Tata Duende for later. In any case, she didn't think she could recreate the events of that day since it would involve throwing a rock at Silvio's head. Walking home from school, Mayana shared her ideas with Yasmin, who said, "You're not going to throw a rock at Silvio's head just to test this idea, are you?" Mayana corrected her in a sophisticated-sounding voice, saying, "It's not an idea, it's a hypothesis." Yasmin quipped, "Hypothesis my ass. If you throw a rock at Silvio's head again, you'll really get in trouble, portal or no portal." Mayana replied in a disappointed voice, "Yeah, I suppose you're right. But what can we do to replicate the events of that day without throwing a rock at Silvio's head?" Yasmin replied, "There are lots of ways you can get into trouble. Why don't you just think of a different way to do it that doesn't involve sending someone to the hospital?" Mayana was being a bit too literal, which was normal for her, and it was both a positive trait and a negative one depending on what the task at hand was. She was trying to replicate the day exactly as it happened, not considering what Yasmin had suggested, that there are lots of ways to get into trouble and maybe she could choose a different way to do it. "Now you're the genius," said Mayana to Yasmin. "I wasn't thinking of a different way to get into trouble." Yasmin gave a big smile and she polished her medal the way they always did when getting a compliment. So now they had to think of a way to get into trouble without throwing a rock at someone's head. They considered stealing from the store, cheating on a test, destroying property, throwing rocks without hitting anyone, using fireworks and a fake gun to make people think they were shooting, stealing a car, robbing tourists at gunpoint, with a fake gun, having Mayana push Yasmin off a cliff in front of a crowd and pretend that it's an attempted murder. They would have something soft at the bottom for Yasmin to fall on, blocking the street with garbage cans and other debris, so that cars couldn't pass, spray painting the front of all the stores on Burns Avenue, and throwing rocks at all of the streetlights to make the city streets dark at night. Mayana was so excited about this new idea and with the possibility of crossing back to see her friends that she was ready to try any of them. Now it was Yasmin who was the one to be steadier and more rational in her thinking. She said, "Mayana, what if it doesn't work and we're stuck here with no help from Shifu? Then we're really going to be in trouble. Why don't we try one that doesn't hurt anybody and that doesn't destroy property?" Mayana thought about that for a moment and she said, "Well, the last time I really was in big trouble for throwing a rock at Silvio's head. I'm not sure that it will work if we're not really in serious trouble. The portal may not open if we fake it. I'm willing to take the risk. If I get in trouble, I get in trouble." Mayana and Yasmin arrived home and they stopped talking about crossing over through the portal since Aunt Zelda was home. Mayana decided to put some thought to it before making a decision on how to proceed. She had to really think hard about how she could get herself into really big trouble without hurting anyone and without destroying property. But there was always a problem with every idea that she had. Either it couldn't work without hurting people or property, or it seemed too fake or too trivial to get into any real trouble. Her mind raced as she tried to think of all the past events throughout her life that might give her an idea of what to do. Then she remembered Christmas time in Belize. What people love to do to celebrate the holidays is to light fireworks. And in Belize, there's no limit to the size of the firecrackers. Belize has huge firecrackers that have a very menacing appearance, being the same size as dynamite. Maybe she could get her hands on such fireworks and scare the crap out of everyone with a huge explosion. She could make people believe that she really was attempting to blow something up. Now the problem was where to get these fireworks. They were usually only available at Christmas time and at other special times of the year. Real dynamite was available, but it was for mining and it was only sold at a village called Spanish Lookout. She was sure that they wouldn't sell it to her since it was quite dangerous. It required a permit and she certainly couldn't pass as a miner. Anyway, she really didn't want actual dynamite since she only wanted to scare people and not do any real harm. She went to the stores on Burns Avenue where the fireworks are sold at Christmas time and she discovered that they all come from Melchor, Guatemala, which was just across the border from Belize. She got the name of a vendor in Melchor from a store owner in San Ignacio. The next challenge would be in getting there. She was in school all day and she was expected to be home at night. Their weekends were accounted for, when her parents were home. The only way that she could get there would be to skip school for the day. She had enough money saved up to pay for the transportation and the fireworks, but the problem was going to be in getting there without her parents finding out. She could tell her teachers that she wouldn't be in school due to a medical appointment, and that would work because she was considered to be a highly responsible student. But Belize was so small that it was common for one person to mention to another that they saw so-and-so or they heard about so-and-so. One of her teachers could innocently mention to her mother or father that she wasn't in school that day. Well, if her plan worked, it wouldn't matter since she would pass through the portal. If her plan didn't work, skipping class would be the least of her concerns. After all, she had decided that she was going to pretend to blow up the Hawkesworth bridge that connects San Ignacio with Santa Elena. She chose to keep her plan from Yasmin, who seemed less inclined to get herself into trouble to cross over to the alternate reality. Mayana chose to keep her safe from such danger in case her scheme didn't work. But she did want to include her in the crossover. Mayana chose to pick her up from school on the family scooter after the trouble was created. She decided that the following day would be the day. She would go to school in the morning like usual so that no one suspected anything was different, but she would tell her teachers that she would be leaving early for a medical appointment. The following day, she did just that. She went to her first hour class and she told her teacher that she needed to leave at 8:30, which she did. She stopped by the classroom of all of her teachers and she told them the same thing. No one questioned her excuse. She then went out to Joseph Andrews Drive and she waited for the bus to pass. She hid off the main road to prevent anyone from seeing her. The buses pass about every hour in Belize, and they travel all the way to the Guatemalan border where you can walk over to Melchor. Dozens of Belizeans make the journey daily to go shopping. Being such a small country, Belize does not produce many of its own products, but rather they import them from Guatemala, Mexico, China, and the United States. But it's cheaper to cut out the middleman by going directly to Melchor. Mayana's father always commented that the buses in Belize looked very much like the school buses in the United States, just that they were painted differently on the outside. Inside, they were identical to American school buses, and her father sometimes wondered if he hadn't traveled in one of them in the United States as a student. After about a 20-minute wait, she saw a bus coming. Mayana waved at the bus driver to let him know that she wanted to get picked up. The bus stopped and she boarded. As soon as she got on, she began to look around quickly to see if there was anyone who she knew. The last thing that she wanted was to be spotted by someone who knew her and who would start to ask questions. She had on a visor which she kept low to cover her face. She looked at the floor as she walked down the aisle of the bus, and she peeked up a little as she went along to find an empty seat. She decided to go all the way to the back of the bus to avoid being seen as people got on and off. There are usually fewer people in the rear unless the bus is really full, and during the week is when there are the fewest people of all. It would be full to capacity in the evenings and on weekends. She sat in the very last seat, and having not heard her name called out by anyone, she was sure that no one she knew had seen her. She just kept her head down the entire bus ride. As she traveled along, she peeked out the window to see where she was. It was a trip that she had taken dozens of times, and she knew the route well. But in spite of her familiarity with the scenery, she never got tired of seeing the beauty of Belize. Sun and rain all year meant that the plant life was always in bloom. And the rolling hills of the Cario district meant you could see for miles from the tops of those hills. The bus passed through the sleepy village of Sioux Cuts, where the famous Xunantunich Maya temples could be found. A quick trip on the manually operated ferry brought you across the Sioux Cuts River and onto the temples. The western highway that the bus followed took Mayana right past the ferry, which she could see from the road, and it reminded her of the many times that she had not only crossed on the ferry but she had gotten to turn the crankwheel to operate it. The ferry operators were all too happy to give other people a chance, as it gave them a well-deserved break. As she passed through Sioux Cuts, she recalled family trips to Xunantunich. She was a bit saddened by the memories, as it reminded her of a simpler day, and life had now become so complicated. When she was quite a bit younger and she would get frustrated with simple things like tying her shoe, her father would often say, "Get used to it, champ, 'cause things are only gonna get tougher as you get older." He was sure right about that. After passing through Sioux Cuts, the bus then reached the village of Benkei Viejo, the last town on the western side of Belize before reaching Melchor. Benkei, as they called it for short, is a town that is known for being mostly Spanish-speaking, with a Spanish that is quite pure. That's to say, with English being the official language of Belize, there's a lot of mixing that goes on between English and Spanish in most parts of the country, and what's more commonly spoken is what's called Spanish Creole or Spanglish, as it's called in the United States. Being right on the border with Guatemala, where no English is spoken at all, and being that there is a lot of crossover between the two countries, the Spanish in Benkei is less impacted by the English of Belize. Just beyond Benkei is the Belize-Guatemala border and customs. That meant getting off the bus, presenting your passport to customs on both sides, and getting a visa, which for most people was just for the day. As Mayana pulled out her passport, she recalled sneaking into her parents' bedroom to get it while Aunt Zelda was distracted watching TV. After getting off the bus at the border, the first thing that happens is you are accosted by the money changers. These are people who will exchange your Belize dollars for Guatemalan quetzales. Of course, their exchange rate is usually a little high, and that's how they make their profit. But it's the easiest way to exchange your money. Mayana figured that she would need about $50 Belize exchanged into quetzales. Among the 8 or 10 money changers, she recognized one of them, who was a young man just a little older than she was. He was a former Sacred Heart College student named Juan. He had already spotted her, so she chose to go to him to exchange her money. It usually helped to know the person you're doing business with to avoid being given a higher than normal exchange rate, and she didn't think that someone her own age would be mentioning to anyone that he saw her. Mayana, said Juan on seeing her. Long time no see. Long time indeed, said Mayana. What have you been up to? They spent a few moments with the normal pleasantries and exchange of words, with Mayana not letting on why she was going to Melchor that day. She exchanged her Belize dollars for quetzales, and she then marched over to customs and she got her visa. From customs, she walked over to the market and she began to look for the product that she needed. Although she had the vendor's name and she could ask around until she found him, what often happens is that many vendors will sell the same products, so she kept her eyes open as she walked along, hoping that she would find what she needed. The problem was that the fireworks that she wanted were out of season. They were really popular at Christmas time and few vendors sold them in the month of March. So she started to ask for the person whose name she had been told. She stopped by a booth and in Spanish she said, "Excuse me, ma'am, can you tell me where I can find Mr. Diego Sanchez?" This was one of those times when she was grateful that her parents insisted that she learn Spanish. The woman responded, "Of course, jovencita. He's right there." She pointed to where he was and Mayana could see him clearly about 3 booths down from the one she was at. She quickly went to where he was and she looked for fireworks. She did not see any on the display table, so she thought she would have to ask. "Excuse me, sir," said Mayana. "I'm looking for fireworks. They told me that you have them." Mr. Sanchez looked at her with a confused look and he said, "What? Who told you that?" Mayana responded, "The owner of a store in Belize. He told me that he buys them from you at Christmas time." "Ah yes," he responded. "It's Mr. Garcia. I know him well. But I don't have a lot of fireworks left, only the big ones. The small ones are the most popular." "Yes," said Mayana to herself. That was exactly what she wanted. The big ones are more expensive and they're used up fast. The little ones are cheaper and they last a lot longer, making them more popular. Mr. Sanchez had exactly 25 sticks of dynamite in bunches of 5 and Mayana bought all of them along with a lighter and a long wick. She paid and said goodbye. "See you later and thank you." Mr. Sanchez said, "Say hello to Mr. Garcia." She stuffed the fireworks into her backpack before leaving the table and she marched back to customs. On a normal visit to Melchor, she and her family would spend a few hours shopping at the market and having a nice cool drink. But today, she just wanted to head back towards home. She returned to the border, she quickly crossed through customs and she got on a bus that was there waiting for passengers. She departed in another 15 minutes or so and she repeated the same tour that she had while coming. As she got closer and closer to San Ignacio, she began to get more and more nervous. She even had moments of regret and she thought that she shouldn't go through with her plan. What if someone is injured by her fireworks? What if she is charged with the real crime of trying to destroy a bridge? What if they consider her a terrorist? What if someone sees her lighting the dynamite and stops her? A flurry of such thoughts raced through her mind and she considered getting off the bus at school and just going back to class and not following through with her plan. But then she thought, either way she was going to be in trouble. She could go back to school, probably face her parents and have to explain why she had 25 sticks of dynamite in her backpack, or she could just go ahead with her plan and get back to the alternate reality. When she thought of it like that, she decided to go through with her plan. She needed to go home to get her scooter. The bus passed right in front of her house, but she got off a little before just in case Aunt Zelda was in the front yard. She was able to sneak around to the back where it was kept. She had gotten the key for it along with her passport the day before without anyone noticing. She pushed it toward the back of the yard where she could start it without being heard by her aunt. There, she turned on the engine and she was able to ride it down a path that led to the street. Then, she headed toward the bridge. She stopped briefly along the way to send Yasmin a text message. It read, "Yasmin, there's a serious emergency. Be waiting in front of the school at 2:45 to get picked up. Don't say anything to Mom and Dad." Mayana didn't want to tell her anything yet and she wanted the excuse to be believable. She would explain it all later. With that, she headed down to her destination. She drove her scooter out onto the bridge and she stopped at the halfway point. She parked along the edge and she climbed through the open wall to put herself on the walkway. By now, it was almost 2:30 and there were quite a few people crossing the bridge by foot. She got ready to ignite the dynamite, All 25 sticks were connected and she only had to light one fuse. She looked both ways across the walkway and she decided that she wanted to wait until at least 5 to 10 people were coming from opposite directions and were at least 50 feet or more away from her to prevent an injury. She wanted there to be witnesses, not victims. She waited a few moments for that to happen. As there was usually a lot of foot traffic during the day, she didn't have to wait long and the moment arrived. She saw 3 or 4 people coming from one direction and another 3 or 4 coming from the other direction with no one too close to her. She pulled the dynamite out of her backpack and she yelled in her loudest, most threatening voice, "Stand back everyone. I'm going to ignite this dynamite and destroy the bridge." All of the people who had been approaching froze in place as they saw Mayana holding the dynamite and a lighter. Some of the people started to back up. The ones who were closest didn't want to make any sudden moves, so they just backed away slowly. They watched Mayana as she prepared to light the fuse, and a few of them took out their cell phones and they started filming. That was exactly what she wanted, and she then quickly lit the fuse. It was a good 1 foot long, and that gave her plenty of time to get back on her scooter and to take off. She yelled, "Run if you want to live." She headed back across the bridge toward San Ignacio with everybody screaming and saying, "Keep away. There's a bomb." In about 30 seconds, there was a really loud explosion. Traffic immediately stopped, people screamed, and everyone either ran toward the explosion to help, or the other direction to get away safely. The thick smoke didn't allow anyone to see if there was any damage to the bridge or injured people. With the explosion and the commotion, there were lots of people who saw Mayana running off on her scooter. Some of them shouted, "It was Mayana. She's the one who did it." And with that, the chase for her was on. Mayana had her scooter on high and she sped up to the school in only about 5 minutes. It was just after 2:45 and sure enough she saw Yasmin waiting in front. Mayana told her to get on and she said that she would explain what was happening later. Yasmin got on and they rushed toward their home. Mayana's intention was to go all the way to the saber tree. Right after Yasmin got on their scooter, Mayana noticed a car speeding toward them. She didn't need to be told that it was someone coming for her. She kept the gasoline on high and she sped down Joseph Andrews Drive. As fast as her scooter was, it was no match for the speed of a car. But the scooter was a lot more maneuverable and that gave Mayana the advantage. The car was just behind them and it was close to running them down. But before that could happen, Mayana drove between 2 parked cars and she got on the sidewalk. Both the streets and the sidewalks are bumpy in Belize and that made it a rough ride for both the car and Mayana's scooter. She kept her finger on the horn to alert people ahead to get out of the way. Sometimes they heard her coming but sometimes they didn't. But she was not going to stop or even slow down for anyone or anything. She ran over the toes of a few unfortunate people who were sitting along the sidewalk in a chair, she ran over a chicken, and she knocked down a table that had clothes for sale on it. Since the traffic along Joseph Andrews Drive is so heavy, the car that was chasing her got stopped and it couldn't proceed. But one of the people in the car chose to get out and to chase them on foot. Yasmin turned around to see this happening and she told Mayana, who was then even more determined to proceed forward no matter what was in her way. Fortunately, the scooter was quite a bit faster than the man who was running after her, but she did have to keep going at full speed to stay ahead. With the traffic stalled, she got off the sidewalk and she returned to the street where she was able to proceed forward just to the right of the cars. That allowed them to move ahead quickly and they left the man who was chasing them far behind. Mayana turned at the next corner and she chose to zigzag through the town a little in order to lose anyone who may be following. After doing that for a while, she headed home and they entered their property through a rear entrance. She went to the saber tree where the girls both got off the scooter. Mayana said to Yasmin, "Quick, follow me." But Yasmin refused to follow at that point, saying, "Mayana, what is the serious emergency? What's going on? We nearly got killed back there. I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what's happening." Mayana was desperate to get inside the tree and she said only, "There's no emergency. It was a lie to get you out of school. We have to hurry. The portal is going to open." "What?" said Yasmin. "The portal." "Yes," said Mayana. "Now follow me." She hurriedly climbed into the tree, she picked up her rug, belt and wand, and she leaned against the wall of the tree where they had entered before. Finally, Yasmin entered the hole. "I'll explain later," said Mayana. "For now, just do what I tell you. Push back against the wall of the tree and call to Shifu." Chapter 2. Jaffa. The girls both leaned backwards against the wall of the tree. They pushed as hard as they could and they yelled out to Shifu. Nothing happened. They continued to push and to call to Shifu, but still nothing. Suddenly they heard voices in the yard. Everyone knew where Mayana lived, and it was just a matter of time before they came there looking for her. By now, everyone knew about her secret hideout since she spent so much time there, not to mention the scooter was right there next to the tree. They could tell by the voices that they were coming that way. Mayana and Yasmin began to get desperate and they screamed out, "Shifu, Shifu." The voices were then right outside the tree. All of a sudden the wall of the tree that they were pushing on gave way. But it didn't quite give way like a normal wall would after pushing on it for a while, rather it just disappeared. It just wasn't there anymore. And just as Mayana had learned on her first trip, the laws of momentum were working just fine over there. Without having the chance to let up the pressure they were putting on the tree wall, they both fell backwards and they landed flat on their backs. The wind got knocked out of both of them pretty good and they gasped for air. They were fortunate that they kept their heads up as they fell and they didn't bang them on the ground. After a moment or two they both recovered from the fall and from the fright of being chased down by the townspeople. The first thing Mayana thought of was to check to be sure that they couldn't be followed by anyone. But the wall was still open. From where they then stood, they could see the hole in the tree, the jungle outside, and they could hear voices. One man said, "I saw them go into the tree. They're in there." Another one said, "I'll climb in and get them." Mayana and Yasmin were about to run to the door that they had entered the last time they were there to escape being caught. But before they did that, they saw the wall of the tree become solid. They listened carefully and they could no longer hear voices. They touched the wall to make sure that it was secure, and it was. It seemed that they were safe. Mayana suddenly began to scream with joy. "It worked, Yasmin. It worked. I can't believe it. My plan actually worked." She was jumping up and down with both happiness that they had crossed over to the alternate reality and that she was no longer in danger of being put in jail and being accused of terrorism. Yasmin then started jumping up and down, screaming along with her. "I'm so happy. I'm so happy." Then her demeanor changed abruptly and she said, "Wait, what? What are we happy about?" Mayana proceeded to explain everything that she had done that day. Yasmin exclaimed, "Oh my God, I can't believe that you did that. You tried to blow up the Hawkesworth bridge with dynamite. It actually exploded. Do you know what would have happened if your plan hadn't worked?" Mayana responded, "Yes, I know. I'd be on trial for terrorism. And that's why I couldn't tell you anything. There was no reason for us both to go to jail. I needed to keep you safe and that's what I did. I always have your back, little sis." Yasmin smiled. They then began to look around. It looked like the same hallway as before. In fact, it looked exactly identical, as if absolutely nothing had changed, and yet it had been months since they had been there. Now Mayana started to wonder if the timeline could even be different in this alternate reality. Maybe time doesn't pass at all, or maybe it passes more slowly. Maybe only a few days had passed over here, or maybe time was the same and no one ever came around to change things. But Mayana knew from going on vacation that even if no one touches anything in your house, you come back to lots of dust everywhere. Belize is a rather dusty country and you just can't escape it. But Mayana saw no dust anywhere. Even if it wasn't Belize, there should be dust after so many months. But then again, maybe someone came around to clean every once in a while. Mayana's mind always raced like that, with every possibility being considered, no matter how crazy or trivial the idea. This was one of Mayana's greatest strengths. But at the same time she often considered it to be a curse. A mind that races all the time can cause you to be extremely creative and resourceful, but it can also haunt you when you just want to relax and find enjoyment in life. Just like during her first visit, she would have many questions that would have no answers, at least not right away. She then thought out loud, "I wonder if we should go through a different door this time. Maybe we can try for a different experience than the Tata Duendes." Yasmin quipped, "Mayana, You've been mourning the loss of your friends ever since we returned to Belize after our first trip. Now you want to go somewhere else where you won't see them. She responded, well, now that we're here, I'm starting to think it was the whole experience itself that I was mourning more than my friends, although I do hope to meet Shifu again. But with his magic powers, it may be that we can meet him no matter which door we go through. And don't forget, he was probably the one who was responsible for us passing through the portal the first time and this time. If he is the one who brought us, he will find us. Yasmin responded, well, that's true. And I wouldn't mind not meeting up with those crabby Tartar duendes again, that's for sure. They certainly like to make fun of us and laugh at us, don't they? They all think we're both stupid. Mayana replied, yeah, well, maybe they were the ones who weren't so smart. In any case, why don't we try these other doors again? Sure, said Yasmin. They started with the door that they entered the last time, and to their surprise, it was locked. Mayana said, well, looks like somebody doesn't want us to go to the land of Tartar Duende. Let's try the other doors. She tried 2 of them and Yasmin tried the other 2. Mayana said, I found one door unlocked, the first one on the right. Yasmin said, neither of mine was unlocked. Mayana said, well, we had luck by going through the unlocked door last time. I suppose we should follow the same strategy. It may be that Shifu left open the door that he wants us to go through. Yasmin suggested, why don't we just open the door a crack and peek through to make sure that we want to enter? Remember the last time when the tree disappeared? Then we were trapped. Good idea, replied Mayana. She went to the door, she turned the handle and she began to open it as slowly as she could, not knowing what to expect on the other side. But before she got the chance to open it enough to peek through, it was suddenly thrust open with great force, and with Mayana standing directly behind it, it threw her all the way around to the wall. The door was burst open so hard that it popped off its hinges, and after slamming Mayana against the wall, it fell down to the floor with her along with it. A large man stood in the doorway. On seeing that, the girls both screamed in fear and they moved back as far as they could go. The man stood a good 6 feet tall and he was large in girth. He had a full beard that appeared to never be trimmed. He ducked his head and he entered the hallway where the girls sat on the floor petrified from what they were seeing. The man then spoke. What are you girls doing sittin' there on the floor? That's no place to be. He then noticed the door. Oops. Sorry about that. He lifted it up and he put it back in place, although not back on its hinges. Stand up and say hello, he said with a big smile on his face. My name's Jaffa. He held out his hand to shake. The girls remained on the floor too frightened to stand up after such an abrupt entry by this ginormous man. Mayana was now wishing that they had gone back to the land of Tartar Duende where everyone was too small to do them any harm. Jafar said, oh come on girls, I'm a big teddy bear. I'm not here to hurt you. In fact, I was sent here by someone you know. On hearing that, Mayana's ears perked up. Sent by someone we know, she asked. Jafar said, yes indeed. And can you guess who it is? I'll give you a hint. He then tried to put a kind of sophisticated look on his face and he began to talk in an equally sophisticated voice. The true nature of the man is decided in the battle between his conscious mind and the desires of his subconscious. The evil of the subconscious is too strong to resist and the only way to win is to deny it battle. Mayana said, you were sent by Shifu. Jafar responded, the one and only. He's been waiting for you for months. Mayana said, he's been waiting for us. Hearing that really perked up her ears. She was now standing up and she even took a step forward. We've been trying for months to come back to this alternate reality or whatever you call it. And you say that he's been waiting for us? That's right, responded Jafar. It took you months to finally figure out how to come back. Shifu was almost ready to give up on you thinking that you'd never figure it out. But oh man, did you ever figure it out? Blowing up the Hawkesworth bridge. Ha. I really gotta hand it to you. Talk about resolve and ingenuity. Mayana protested, I didn't blow up the bridge. I only pretended to. Neither the bridge nor any people were hurt. Jafar said, maybe not. But you sure did create a mess. If only you could see yourself on the Belize news. They're still out looking for you. You're now a wanted terrorist and there's a $1 million reward being offered for your capture. Seeing that Jaffa was quite impressed with what she had done, Mayana started to relax a bit and to even feel good about it, especially since she wasn't in any danger, at least not at the moment. She said, "So you're telling me that Shifu wanted me to blow up the bridge and that's what I needed to do for him to bring me back?" Jaffa said, "Well, it didn't exactly have to be blowing up a bridge. It could have been blowing up a bank or a police department or an assassination attempt or sinking a ship or any number of things that would have shown the two things that Shifu admires the most, resolve and ingenuity. Remember his words. Walking the great path requires great responsibility. You cannot fear it or hesitate in your resolve. Do you remember Shifu at the Buddhist monastery the day he got accepted? He showed resolve to the monk and that's how he got in. Shifu waited for like 6 months for you to figure out a devious, calculating, insidious, duplicitous, conniving, contriving plan that would show him that you had the resolve and the ingenuity to come back." "Oh my God," exclaimed Mayana. "It was so easy and yet I couldn't see it. I could have crossed over months ago if only I had thought of it earlier. How stupid I am." On hearing that, Jafar bent over at the waist and he pretended to be walking like an old man with a cane and he said in an old man voice, "Oh woe is me. I'm 17.5 years old and I'm so old I can't afford to make mistakes or to miss a few months out of my life. Oh woe is me." Then in his normal voice he added, "Wait until you really are old before you start talking about having wasted some of your life. In any case you're here and now we move ahead." The girls both laughed at his antics. Mayana then said, "Well, now that we're here, what's next?" "What's next?" repeated Jafar. "Well, you really do like to move along, don't you? Well, let's get a move on then." Jafar went to the door, he lifted it up and he removed it from the doorway. He then motioned his hands for the girls to go ahead and he said, "After you, my dears." The girls cautiously passed through the doorway. They were absolutely amazed to see what they saw on the other side. They entered what seemed to be a town from hundreds of years ago. It looked very much like ancient Mesoamerica. There were hundreds of people crowded into what looked like a market with vendors with merchandise on tables and others who looked to be making purchases from those vendors. Mayana and Yasmin were absolutely dumbfounded as they were not expecting such a strange place that neither resembled the Belize that they knew, nor the land of Tata Duende. Mayana had some knowledge of ancient Mesoamerica as history is required throughout all the years of school in Belize. She recognized the architecture and the clothing. But then again, she had to remember that she was in an alternate reality and she couldn't be sure that everything would be the same. She thought to ask, "Jafar, this looks like ancient Mesoamerica. Is that where we are?" Jafar responded, "Ah, here come the questions. Shifu warned me about that. All in good time, my dear. All in good time. For now just follow me. We're going to visit Marsiphony." Mayana asked, "Who's Marsiphony?" "All in good time, my dear. All in good time," repeated Jafar and he held out his arm to the side and he whistled. They then saw a bird swoop down from the top of a tall building and it landed on Jafar's arm. It was a barn owl. After landing on his arm, the owl worked its way up to his shoulder where it remained perched. "This is Gleefy," said Jafar. Mayana wondered if it was a talking owl since she had already been introduced to a talking dog. But she was afraid of being presumptuous, so she chose to just wait and see. Jafar said, "Follow me." Jafar towered over most of the people in the crowd and he looked a bit odd with an owl on his shoulder. And yet nobody seemed to notice him or to think that he was unusual. Mayana wondered if he was invisible. But then she also considered that maybe everybody knew him well and perhaps they were used to seeing him often. She figured that she was back to considering absolutely any possibility in this strange land. She also knew better than to arrive to any conclusions, rather she would have to wait to find things out. As they walked through the crowd, Jafar asked, "How did you carry on with Shifu? Were you able to understand his parables?" She responded, I found it extremely confusing at first. But I started to catch on with time." Jafar said in a mocking tone, "Put no barriers between you and where you are. Good grief. I was ready to twist his head off the first time I met him. But I too started to catch on with time. He's got good things to say, if you can just figure out what the hell he's saying." Mayana was happy that she was not the only one who found Shifu's way of talking frustrating and confusing. The girls followed Jafar through the crowd. They had to walk in a single file line because there were so many people, and Jaffa certainly made a nice path for them since he was so big. They walked for several blocks beyond the market area, and the crowd was quite a bit smaller there. They eventually reached a building where Jaffa entered. It looked like one of the Maya temples that were common in Belize, but that were only tourist attractions or archaeological sites. It looked like these Maya temples were actually being used. There was a large metal gate in the doorway of this temple, and Jaffa easily pushed it open. Chapter 3. Marsiphony. Jaffa looked quite at home as he entered the building without knocking or announcing himself. Mayana thought that this could be his home, or at least he visited often enough to be welcome there. They walked down a stone stairway that led to the basement. Jaffa walked down the hallway and he entered the second door on the left, where they all saw a woman sitting behind a table. There were torches and candles around the room for light, and one small window on the wall near the ceiling that allowed the outside light to enter. There were numerous books on the table, with one of them open. The woman had a rather ominous look on her face, and Mayana didn't know if it was a look that portended good or evil. She gathered that this was Marsiphony. "I see you brought the girls," said the woman. "Shifu will be quite pleased, as am I." "Just as promised," said Jaffa with emotion. "Girls, dis is Marsiphony. She de boss. She'll take over from here. You're in good hands. She's a colleague of Shifu, so you got nothing to worry about." Mayana was happy to hear that Marsiphony knew Shifu. She trusted him implicitly, and that gave her confidence in her. "Have a seat, girls," said Marsiphony. "We've got a lot to discuss." Jaffa then began to leave, but he looked at Marsiphony and he held up his hand and rubbed his fingers back and forth across his thumb, indicating that he wanted to be paid. Marsiphony nodded her head, indicating that she would take care of it. Marsiphony then asked the girls, "Do you have any idea why I summoned you?" Mayana and Yasmin looked at each other in confusion. Mayana then turned to Marsiphony and she said, "Summoned us? I wasn't even aware that we had been summoned. I thought that we just chose to come here on our own." Marsiphony responded, "Oh no. Everything happens for a reason. Everything is planned and determined. If you are here for a reason." On hearing the word determined, Mayana started to remember that if free will doesn't exist, she only believed that she was making choices all along. That prompted her to say, "Are you saying that we were destined to come here from the very beginning?" Marsiphony replied, "Yes indeed, my dear. Your first visit to the alternate reality and your presence here today were all part of a test. We had to make sure that you were indeed the one who we believed you to be, the one who can save humanity." Mayana replied, "Are you saying that our first visit was planned? It was no accident. Are you saying that it was just a test and that we were never really in any danger? And save all humanity?" Mayana didn't know what to make of all this. Marsiphony responded, "The answer to your first question is yes, it was planned. The answer to your second question is also yes, you were in real danger. You could have been killed by any of the evil creatures that you encountered during that trip. Call it trial by fire if you like, but we had to know that you were capable of fulfilling our quest. The only way to do that was to put you before a true challenge. It may sound a bit extreme to put you in such danger, but then the trade-off is saving all humanity. It was a risk that we had to take. So far you have proven worthy of our quest." "Worthy of your quest?" asked Mayana. "But why was I selected? And what do you mean, save humanity?" Marsiphony said, "You see, we've had our eyes on you for some time now. We suspected that you were the one, but we couldn't be absolutely sure without putting you to the test. It's 1 in 500 million people who is born with the gene, and anyone in your lineage could have it. We've been watching your family for quite some time and we narrowed it down to you. Now that you've passed the test, we know that you have the gene and that you will be able to fulfill the quest of saving humanity." Mayana asked, "The gene? What do you mean by that, and how do you know it isn't Yasmin or one of my parents?" "None of the magic worked for Yasmin," responded Marsiphony. "She was no longer under consideration after the first visit. We allowed her to come along this time knowing that she would provide you with moral support." Mayana asked, "And what about my father or mother? Couldn't one of them have it?" "Yes, one of them could have it," responded Marsiphony. "But their services were not required when they were young, and we only work with children. There may be a time when we need them, but adults are typically too difficult to train. They have far too many preconceived notions about how things should be, and they too often want to use their powers to do what they consider to be the right thing, as opposed to sticking to the quest put upon them. Mayana balked at being called a child, and she said, "You know I'm really close to being 18 years old, don't you?" "My apologies," responded Marsiphony. "I should have said, pre-adult. You are still within the age range that we consider to be trainable. And in fact, you are the perfect age. You are young enough to be unbiased and flexible in your thinking and not set in your ways, and yet old enough to be able to do a lot more than younger children, pre-adults." Mayana asked, "You said something about my lineage. Does that mean that there were others in my family line who had the gene, and what is this gene exactly?" Marsiphony said, "Yes, and I will address that shortly." Mayana asked, "What is this quest that you are sending me on?" Marsiphony replied, "That will be revealed in good time. Let's just say for the moment that evil and ignorance abound in this world, and fighting them requires those with the gene." Mayana complained, "And what about my family in San Ignacio? My parents are going to be worried sick, and I'll be arrested and charged with terrorism when I get back." Marsiphony ensured, "You needn't worry about that. We will send you back to San Ignacio in the morning before you go to Melchor to buy the dynamite. No one will be aware of your absence." Mayana asked, "So you could have done that the last time, sent me back the same day I left, and not have caused all the grief for my parents and the searches?" Marsiphony responded, "Yes, we could have. But we did it the way we did as part of the test. It could not have been done any other way." Mayana didn't quite understand that completely, but she chose to let it go and to move on to the next inquiry. She asked, "And if you knew I had the gene, why make me go through blowing up a bridge to bring me back? I tried for months to get through the portal and it was never open. Why didn't you let me through?" Marsiphony asked, "Have you ever heard of an idiot genius?" Mayana replied, "Yes, my father says that they're running the government." "Exactly," responded Marsiphony. "The human brain is highly compartmentalized, and genius typically affects only one area of the brain, while all other areas can be normal or even below average. Being a genius is no guarantee of wisdom or success. Some geniuses are incredibly lazy because everything comes so easily to them that they have no idea what it means to work hard. Many of them have never had to struggle to find achievement, or academic achievement at least. That leaves them poorly equipped to deal with the challenges and the realities of life. We have learned through experience that merely having the gene is no guarantee of success on our quests. Let's say that we have learned the hard way to go beyond just finding people with the gene before bringing them to Xunantunich to begin their training. The effort that you made to return to this reality was the final indication that we needed to know, that you are a survivor." That made total sense to Mayana, as she had had such conversations many times with her father. She then asked, "What's Xunantunich?" "This entire encampment is Xunantunich," responded Marsiphony. "It is the base of our operation. It's where all planning and training take place. Nothing happens between the different realities without it being planned right here. As far as we know, there is no one else who has discovered the means to travel between the alternate realities." Mayana wondered if it was a coincidence that one of the largest Maya sites in Belize is also named Xunantunich. She decided that it couldn't be, but she chose to leave it and to inquire about other things. "What about this quest and saving humanity?" asked Mayana. "I wasn't even aware that it needed saving." "And do you mean my humanity or humanity in this reality?" Marsiphony said, "I mean your humanity. And nonsense that you didn't know that it needs saving. Your father made things quite clear to you. In his own words, you have nuclear weapons, climate change, deforestation, and the impending depletion of the world's natural resources due to overpopulation, and you have the majority of the world's people who base their lives on the writings of Bronze Age goat herders who sat around the campfire making up Bible stories. That does not bode well for the future of humanity." Marsiphony continued, "Not only do governments around the world prefer to bicker among themselves over petty politics while the Earth is being destroyed, but even within one governmental system, like the United States, the same can be said. Each of your parties prefers to undermine and sabotage the other party rather than to work together for the good of the country. They sink the other party while sinking the country and themselves all at the same time. Your most brilliant scientists created the ability to destroy all human life, and they put it in the hands of children. They have doubled, almost tripled the lifespan, which has increased overpopulation to such a degree that it is not sustainable. Humans are the only species on Earth that does not have a balance with nature that prevents overpopulation, rather they have learned how to circumvent that balance. They brag about such successes of science without the slightest idea that those very successes have put them on the path to self-extermination. You'll be lucky to survive another 200 years if something isn't done. She continued, do you know why we don't see intelligent life all over the universe after almost 14 billion years? It should be everywhere by now, don't you think? Mayana responded, well, I can't say that I have actually wondered it myself, but my father has, and he has asked that very question. He thinks that humans are too stupid to be of any interest to advanced alien life, and that's why we don't see it. Nonsense, said Marsiphony in a harsh tone. Humans are no more stupid than any intelligent species anywhere. And that's the problem. You see, with the laws of nature being universally consistent, all life everywhere follows the same pattern in their evolution that humans followed. In other words, all life evolves to survive in the jungle, not to understand the intricacies of the universe. And that means that all intelligent life will carry with it both the capacity to learn how to destroy itself, and the jungle instincts that create the inclination to do so. And that, my young woman, is why we don't see intelligent life all over the universe. With a horrified look on her face, Mayana blurted out, all intelligent life self-exterminated. All intelligent life in the entire universe. Not exactly, replied Marsiphony. We're not able to know what has happened all over the universe. There are billions of galaxies, each with billions of stars after all. But to the best of our ability, that is the conclusion that we have arrived to, at least within our own galaxy if not beyond. It's possible that there are some highly advanced species that made it without self-exterminating and that we're not aware of. But if they do exist, they are few and far between. And of course there's plenty of life around the universe that does not possess the ability to self-exterminate, at least not yet. We have no examples of any advanced life that has made it much beyond where the human race is now. We at Xunantunich have escaped that fate, but that's a long story for another day. This was incredible news to Mayana. While her father certainly had given her ideas about how humans were destroying the Earth, it's hard for it to hit home when you go outside and you see the beautiful green mountains of Belize that show no indication of an Earth being destroyed. She had always had the idea that humanity would somehow pull through and save the planet before the human race went extinct. Now she was hearing that it wasn't likely, at least not if the Earth remains on the same path. And how am I going to save all humanity? Asked Mayana with a mouth wide open look on her face. Marsiphony replied, now my dear. Let's go one step at a time. You first have to complete your training and go on your practice quests. All will become known to you in good time, all in good time. Mayana asked, what do you mean by training? Marsiphony responded, before you can be sent on this quest to save humanity, you must complete an intensive training course. But let's leave that for now as there are other things to discuss. Everything will be clear to you in good time. I'd now like to show you something rather important, continued Marsiphony. She stood up and she walked over to a shelf behind her table. On it was a beaker with a green-colored liquid in it. She picked it up and she put it on her table just in front of where she was sitting. She then reached for one of the candles that was lit, she put it inside the beaker and the liquid immediately caught on fire. As it burned, it created a heavy smoke. Marsiphony then picked up what looked like a stencil that had a ring cut out on it. She covered the beaker with it and the smoke began to exit through the opening of the stencil and it created a smoke ring in the air as it traveled upwards. It rose just above their heads and it started to move towards Mayana. On seeing it come her way, she instinctively started to move her head to avoid it. Don't move, said Marsiphony abruptly while raising her index finger. Stay where you are. Let the ring travel where it may. It will do you no harm. Hearing that, Mayana relaxed and she kept her body still. The ring passed just above her entire body and it then began to move downwards. It totally surrounded her head and it continued to descend. When it reached her shoulders, it began to dissipate, eventually disappearing. While this was happening, Marsiphony launched a second ring which did the same thing. And she then launched a third and a fourth. Mayana asked, "Why do the rings come to me like that?" Marsiphony answered Mayana's question with a question. "Why did the rug, the belt of invisibility and the wand only work for you?" "I don't know," answered Mayana with a confused look on her face. Marsiphony answered, "Because you have the gene." Mayana thought about that for a moment. She understood enough from her biology classes to know what genes were and that they are like instructions for each part of your body, and that's what determines the color of your hair, your skin color, how tall you are, etc. But she didn't understand how it was that she had gotten the gene. "But why me?" asked Mayana. Marsiphony again answered her question with a question. "Why not you? You were born with the gene. It's that simple. You are in the lineage of the gene, making it probable that you would get it." Mayana was starting to get a bit angry, feeling that she was being forced into something that she may not want. She then said abruptly, "And suppose I don't want it?" Equally abruptly Marsiphony asked, "Don't want what? The gene, or the responsibility of having it?" "Both," said Mayana sharply. "Well, there's nothing that can be done about having the gene, of course," responded Marsiphony. "And whether or not you want the responsibility of having it is surely in your hands. But after your first visit to the alternate reality and the intense effort that you made to return to it, I have a feeling that not accepting that responsibility is not really an option for you now, is it, my dear?" Marsiphony said it in such a tone, and she looked at Mayana in such a way as to convince her that her words were true. After thinking about it for a moment, Mayana said in a sullen voice, "Yeah, I suppose you're right." Come now, my dear," said Marsiphony. "There are people who would kill or risk their lives to have what you have. You are 1 in 500 million. You can look at it as an unfortunate curse or as having won the lottery. How you see it is entirely up to you. But with time, I am confident that you will understand how incredibly fortunate you are." Mayana was lost in thought of how this would entirely change her life. The last adventure lasted a mere 7 days and it was over. Now she had to consider that she would likely be involved with the alternate reality her entire life. That was a lot to take in for a 17-year-old who had lived a normal life for most of those 17 years. She just sat and gazed. Marsiphony could see how overwhelmed Mayana was, and she excused herself to give her some time to consider this news. She said, "I'll let you and Yasmin have some time alone. I'll come back shortly with a snack and a drink for you both." She then left the room. Mayana was indeed overwhelmed. She said to Yasmin, "This is just incredible. I can't believe what I'm being told. I mean, I knew that Shifu had indicated that I was special, but I just thought it was because I was older than you and had a better attitude than Tata and Calypso." With a sad look on her face, Yasmin said, "Now we know why the rug, the belt and the wand wouldn't work for me. I don't have the gene." "Don't get too sad, Yas," said Mayana. "You may be the lucky one to not have it." Yasmin asked, "And what about Mama and Papa? They're gonna freak when they find out." Mayana replied, "Yes they are. But that's only if they find out. It sounds like Marsiphony has control of the timeline and she can send us back on the same day we left so that they won't know anything. But surely one of them must have known about this if it's an inherited gene. I wonder if it came from Mama or Papa." "My guess is Papa," said Yasmin. "So is mine," said Mayana. "I'll ask Marsiphony when she comes back." After a few more minutes, Marsiphony returned with a plate of cookies and lemonade. She put them down on a small coffee table and she said, "Help yourselves." "Thank you," they both replied. Marsiphony returned to her chair behind the table and Mayana asked her a question. "Excuse me, ma'am, but would you mind telling us if the gene is on our father's side or our mother's?" "Just as Shifu said, you do have a lot of questions," responded Marsiphony. "That is surely a result of having the gene. A hyper-curiosity is always a characteristic of us Shamayans, not to mention an eidetic memory." "Shamayans?" asked Mayana. Marsiphony's last comment had just given her an indication that she too had the gene. She wondered if everyone at Xunantunich had it. Marsiphony replied, "Yes, that's the name of those with the gene, Shamayans." Mayana asked, "And what's an eidetic memory?" Marsiphony responded, "It's like a photographic memory, the ability to remember copious details and data for long periods of time." "Surely you knew you had one?" "Well, yes," responded Mayana. I just didn't know it by that name. I see, replied Marsiphony while tilting her head to the side. Anyway, I have something here that I'd like you both to see. She went to a bookshelf against the wall and she picked up an object. She laid it on the table as she sat down. Mayana and Yasmin kept their eyes glued to it. Yasmin felt a bit slighted that Mayana was the one who had been described as hypercurious, and she felt that she had to show that she was curious too, so she asked, "What is it?" The object was an old black and white photo. It was of a young man and it had writing on the back. The girls didn't know why Marsiphony was showing it to them. "Look very carefully at this young man," said Marsiphony. "Look closely at his face." The photo was old and not entirely clear, but after a moment or so Mayana said, "It looks a bit like our father." "What do you think, Yas?" Yasmin responded, "Yes, it looks like our father." Mayana interjected, "But you said you don't know if he has the gene or not." "That is true," responded Marsiphony. "And it's not your father, it's your grandfather, your paternal grandfather. He had the gene." Mayana concluded, "So the gene came to me through my father's lineage. I knew it." "Yes, that's correct," responded Marsiphony. "And we have records going back 1,000 years which we will look at one day. But that day is not today." Mayana asked, "What day is today?" Marsiphony said, "Today begins your introduction to Xunantunich. You'll be meeting with Shifu tomorrow when your training begins. But I first need to take you to your sleeping quarters." "Shifu," the girls said together, and they gave each other a huge smile. They were delighted to have at least one person from the other trip who they knew. Mayana then said, "But why do you call him Shifu, ma'am? That's the name that I gave him and it's not his real name, you know. And I suppose that you think you're special or something," said Marsiphony jokingly. "He has never told anyone his real name. Names and words cannot express meaning, swayed by names and words, one is lost," said Marsiphony, attempting to imitate Shifu. "We named him too just like you did, but Shifu is as good a name as any, so you may as well stick with it since you're already used to it. The other students may want to stick with whatever name they gave him. But I like the name Shifu the best of all the names that we have given him." "Good call." Mayana polished her medal as she smiled at Yasmin. Marsiphony gave them a confused look, not understanding what that meant, but she said nothing. Mayana almost mentioned that she knew Shifu's real name, but then she thought that he may not appreciate that. And besides, she too preferred Shifu. Chapter 4. Xunantunich. Marsiphony then stood up and she said, "Follow me, girls." She walked through the doorway out into the hallway. She took them down to the basement to show them where the cafeteria was. "The bell will ring 3 times a day to tell you when it's time to eat. Come promptly when you hear it ring, as they do not serve meals to those who arrive late," she said in a stern voice to show that the rules must be obeyed or there are consequences. "The only exception is when you return from a quest. You are then allowed to eat immediately upon return. You are also allowed to fill up your pouch with food before you depart on a quest." By pouch, she was referring to their backpacks. She then took them back up the stairway to the 2nd floor to their sleeping quarters. As it was a stone building, the walls inside the bedrooms were also stone. This was new to Mayana and Yasmin. They had seen stick buildings, wooden buildings, and cement block buildings, but never a stone building other than the Maya temples that no one uses in Belize since they are all archaeological sites. "This is where you'll be sleeping at night," said Marsiphony. "There are clothes in the closet that should fit you both just fine. Be sure to change so that you fit in better with the other residents. Those clothes that you have on now that come from your homeland just won't do." Marsiphony said those words in a way that showed disapproval of their manner of dress. She then began to walk toward the door, and before leaving she said, "You'll have some time to relax before the dinner bell rings. Just stay here until then and head down to the cafeteria when you hear the ring. There will be plenty of people around to help you if you have any questions." She then left, closing the door behind her. The first thing that Mayana and Yasmin then did was to go to the closet to look at the clothes that they were expected to wear and to try to understand what was wrong with what they had on. They immediately noticed that on one side of the closet, there were all skirts and blouses. On the other side there was a variety of clothes that looked like for working out and perhaps to wear on their quests. Mayana said, I'm going to suppose that we are expected to wear a skirt and blouse while at Xunantunich. Yasmin said, "Oh my God. Look at these clothes. They're going to dress us up like Mirabelle. I'm not putting these on." Mayana admonished, "Well, if you don't, you'll stick out like a sore thumb and you'll like that even less than looking like Mirabelle. Do you remember the stares we got from the Tartar duendes and all the rude comments? And those were just little people who couldn't really do us any harm. These people are normal size. Let's just think of it as dress up like when we were little." "Oh okay," said Yasmin, who often balked at such things in the beginning but who was easy to persuade when someone pointed out the brighter side of things. They each chose a blouse and a skirt that they liked and they put them on along with shoes and a head ornament. Yasmin said, "The skirts are so long. They go down to my ankles." Mayana joked, "Well, at least we won't get cold." Yasmin said, "I'd really like to see myself in a mirror." "Good idea," said Mayana. They looked around the room but they didn't see one. They also noticed that there was no bathroom in the bedroom that might have a mirror. Mayana suggested, "Let's go into the hallway and see if we can find a bathroom with a mirror." She walked toward the door and she opened it slowly. She peeked out to see if anyone was there. The coast was clear and they left the room. They were close to one end of the hallway and they chose to go to the other end thinking there would more likely be a bathroom that way. They crept along slowly and quietly, thinking that they may get in trouble for leaving their bedroom. But all they were doing was going to find a bathroom. After creeping along quite slowly for a minute or so, they suddenly heard voices. They began to panic but they didn't know if they should stay there or run. Their father had taught them about fight or flight, where animals and people get panicked and they choose to run or freeze. In their moment of indecision and also knowing that they were just looking for a bathroom, Mayana chose to freeze and she held Yasmin's hand so that she didn't run away. Then around the corner came two girls who looked to be close to Mayana's age. They noticed Mayana and Yasmin just standing there, which looked a little odd, so the girls approached them. One of them said, "You must be the new girls. Well, you both look like you've seen a ghost. Have you? There are lots of them around these parts, you know." Mayana didn't quite know what to say but finally she uttered, Well, we saw Yorona but that was a while ago. We haven't seen any ghosts today." One of the girls said, "Well, why the look of fright on your faces? You're among friends here." "My name's Etzli and this is my friend Kwali." Mayana said, "My name's Mayana and this is my sister Yasmin. We were looking for the bathroom." "Is that all?" said Etzli. "No reason to get in a huff over that, is there?" Mayana replied, "Well, Marsiphony told us to wait in our bedroom until dinner time and she seems so strict, you know. We weren't sure if she'd get angry with us for leaving without permission." "Well, she is indeed quite strict," responded Etzli. "But going to the bathroom is not one of the things she gets angry about, unless you decide that you want to go in the middle of one of her lessons or lectures or something like that. That will get her really angry." Etzli began to imitate Marsiphony in a stuffy-sounding professor-type voice. "You had your chance to go before class and you'll have another chance to go after class. Now is not the appropriate time to go to the bathroom." All four girls burst into laughter. Kwali then said, "Come on. We'll show you where it is." They walked down the hallway and they found it at the end. They all went in and there was indeed a mirror. Mayana explained, "We just wanted to see what we look like in these old-fashioned clothes." "Old-fashioned?" asked Kwali in a surprised voice. "Don't you know that these clothes are the latest fashion? Marsiphony doesn't spare any cost to get us the finest attire. She says that it's important to look your best when out on a quest." Hearing that reminded Mayana of her purpose for being there. "A quest?" she asked. "Have you both been on a quest?" Etzli responded, "Well, yes, but not on our own. We won't be allowed to go on an unsupervised quest until we complete our training." Mayana asked, "Our training? When will that begin?" Etzli responded, "Well, we've been at it for weeks. You'll begin tomorrow. And you'd better start shivering now. One of the trainers is really mean. His name is Shifu." "Shifu?" shouted Mayana. "Shifu is mean. Oh, I know Shifu, and the last thing he is mean." Etzli said, "Well, if you prefer to say he holds high expectations, it comes down to the same thing. You'll see tomorrow." Chapter 5. Babajide. Just then the bell rang. Quali said, "Let's go to dinner." "Don't be late," she said, imitating Marsiphony again. The girls exploded in laughter and they headed down to the cafeteria. When they arrived, Quali turned to Mayana and Yasmin and she whispered, "Watch and learn. Copy what you see and you'll avoid getting yourself into trouble." The first thing that the girls saw in the cafeteria was a lot of people and not one person was talking. They could hear every foot shuffle and every clatter of a plate as there were no voices to drown out such sounds. Mayana put her finger to her lips and she looked at Yasmin with an expression on her face as if to say, "Don't say a word or there'll be bloody hell to pay." Yasmin nodded her head in acknowledgement. The four girls were served food and they all sat down at a long table that could hold 20 people, 10 on each side. There was a mix of boys and girls at the table all around the same age. Mayana wondered who they were and why they were there. Could these all be people who have the gene like she did? Were they all from her reality or were there even more realities where some of them came from? Those would be questions for later. Yasmin and Mayana were sitting next to each other and as they ate, Yasmin suddenly whispered, "Are we expected to eat all the food?" Before Mayana had a chance to answer the question, they heard a loud bolstering voice shout out from the other side of the cafeteria, "Who is that talking?" The entire cafeteria went silent. Everyone stopped eating and they just stared at the large angry-looking woman who had shouted. She walked over to where Mayana and Yasmin were sitting. She banged the palm of her hand on the table and she repeated in the same terrifying voice, "Who was that talking?" Seeing that they were in trouble, Mayana chose to cover for Yasmin saying, "I'm dreadfully sorry, ma'am. I'm the one who spoke." "Stand up," said the woman in a loud angry voice. Mayana stood up. The woman put herself extremely close to Mayana with her nose no more than 6 inches from her face and she said, "Do you know why you are here?" Mayana responded, "Well, I just arrived today and I have an idea of why I'm here although I'm still not clear on all the details or the expectations." The woman shouted, "Well, you're going to learn the expectations now." She grabbed her by the shoulders and she began to shake her front and back. This very large woman seemed to have superpowers as Mayana felt like she was in one of those paint mixing machines that shakes the paint. After what seemed like an eternity, the shaking stopped. Mayana was totally incoherent and she was dizzy and out of sorts for a good 30 seconds or more. The lunch lady glared with a look that could kill. Just then, Marsiphony arrived and she walked over to where the commotion was. She whispered into the ear of the woman who had yelled at them and who had shaken Mayana. The woman gave an expression on her face that said that she understood and she returned to where she had been sitting. Marsiphony said to Mayana in a stern voice, "Have a seat. We'll talk later about what happened." She sat down and she returned to eating the best that she could. She didn't know if she should feel relieved that they were no longer being accosted by the large lunch lady or if she should feel dread that she would be facing Marsiphony later. All Yasmin had done was to ask a question. Why should it be such a big deal, she thought. She would get her answer when they met with Marsiphony after dinner. Yasmin had learned her lesson and she was too terrified to say another word. They finished eating, they turned in the plates and silverware to the kitchen and they walked out of the cafeteria. Mayana and Yasmin decided to let someone else be the first one to talk, figuring the others would know better when it was no longer a violation. Etzli was the first one to speak and she said, "Are you two okay? I know how unpleasant it is to be yelled at and shaken up by Babajide, especially in front of all the other students." "Am I okay?" asked Mayana. "I thought she was going to eat me alive. Is she always so, pleasant?" Quali said, "She's the school disciplinarian. You're gonna want to keep away from her." Mayana said, yeah. I think I'll do that. So am I right in saying that there's absolutely no talking during meals?" Etzli said, "You got that right. Not even a whisper. And Babajide has elephant ears. She hears just the slightest murmur." Mayana looked at Yasmin and she said, "You hear that? I won't be covering for you every time, you know. Quali told us earlier to watch and learn. Copy what you see to avoid getting into trouble." Yasmin was ashamed that she had caused so much fuss and that she had gotten Mayana into so much trouble. She just looked down at the ground and she said, "I'm so sorry. I won't do it again." As they were walking down the hallway, they ran into Marsiphony, who looked at Mayana and Yasmin and she said sternly, Step into my office, please. Etzli looked at them both with a look as if to say, "Uh-oh," and she said, "See you soon." The three of them all sat down just as before, and Marsiphony began the conversation. "I really must apologize to you both. I had intended to brief you before you went to dinner, but I got so busy with other things that it totally slipped my mind. It really wasn't fair of me to send you to the cafeteria without having first explained the expectations." Mayana and Yasmin gave a sigh of relief that they weren't in trouble. Marsiphony continued, "You probably already heard that Babajide is the school disciplinarian, and an encounter with her is typically unpleasant to say the least. I did have a chat with her and she was made to understand that the whole incident was my fault. She won't hold it against you. But I believe that you both now understand that total silence is expected in the cafeteria. Shifu will also cover that in his classes with you, but for now, suffice it to say that self-discipline is expected while in training, and that includes during meals." Mayana said, "Thank you, ma'am, for your kind explanation, and yes, we will abide by the expectation of total silence during all meals. I did have another question for you, if you don't mind." Marsiphony said, "Go right ahead." Mayana asked, "I was just thinking that if we spend time here, let's say 1 week, and we go back to Belize the same day we left, won't we be 1 week older?" Marsiphony answered, "Yes, you will." Mayana asked, "And will we always go back without time passing in Belize when we come here?" Marsiphony replied, "Yes. That way you will come and complete your quests, and no one on the other side will even know that you were gone. You'll have no need to get permission from your parents because they won't even be aware of your absence." Mayana inquired, "But if we keep aging on this side, won't people eventually notice on the other side?" Marsiphony replied, "It's never been an issue with anyone before. Being 1 week older will be imperceptible to those on the other side, and you'll never spend more than that much time on this side. After your training is completed, you will only go on quests as needed. After 52 missions, a typical quester would be 1 year older, but our questers never complete that many quests until they're well into their 30s. So at age 31 on this side, a quester would be age 30 on the other side. It's not enough of a difference for anyone on the other side to become aware of the change." Mayana was beside herself with all of this new information. She couldn't believe that she had some kind of gene in her, that she was 1 in 500 million, that she was going to go on missions, that her final quest was to save humanity, and that she would do all of the training and quests without her parents knowing. It was so much for a 17-year-old to absorb. She was again having second thoughts about all of this. She said, "This is all so incredible. I just can't believe it's all happening to me. I just don't know if this is for me." Marsiphony said, "You do have the option to return home if you choose. But you must know that no one who has refused this opportunity has been given a second chance. It's far too risky to have questers who are not 100% committed to the cause. Think it over well before making a decision. Whatever you choose will be final. Oh, and one more thing. I know that this will make the decision even harder, but Yasmin will have to return home. She doesn't have the gene, and the quests will be far too dangerous for her. She wouldn't likely survive her first mission." That last comment absolutely horrified the girls. Mayana asked, "Yasmin won't be able to stay. Then why was she allowed to come in the first place?" Marsiphony responded, "She wasn't exactly allowed. Rather, she just happened to be with you both times that you crossed over. We don't have control of what comes through the portal. We can open it and close it and nothing more." The girls looked at each other in shock. How could Mayana even consider staying without her sister? Yet how could she turn down such an opportunity? Now she really didn't know what to do. Marsiphony could see the consternation that that requirement caused in them both. And although she was quite a serious person, she was not without sympathy. She said, "I see how much more difficult this requirement will make your decision. One thing that I need is for our questers to be in top physical and emotional health. I will try to make accommodations for you in the hope that it will both make the decision easier and will help to maintain your emotional well-being. What if I allow Yasmin to stay here at Xunantunich but to not accompany you on quests? I could allow her to remain here alone while you are away. I'll let you have the night to think about it and you can tell me in the morning. So unless you have any more questions, I'll let you two go off to bed. We'll meet in the morning right after breakfast." Yes ma'am, responded Mayana. I'll talk it over with Yasmin. Thank you for making accommodations for me. Mayana was so well trained to always be respectful and to show gratitude that she did not forget to do so even with how agitated and preoccupied she was at the moment. They then left the room and they headed toward their sleeping quarters. As they got to their hallway, they saw Etzli and Kwali. They had been waiting for them to return and they were curious to hear the scoop. Etzli and Kwali gave the girls a big smile and Etzli said, "So tell us the news. Did you get into a boatload of trouble for what happened in the cafeteria?" "No," said Mayana. "We hadn't been told the expectations, so Marsiphony gave us a pass. I have to decide if I'm going to stay here for training or go back to Belize. If I stay, Yasmin can't go on quests because she doesn't have the gene." Kwali said, "Oh, is that all? We all have families that we left behind. That just goes with the territory. But we all get to go home for visits. After a while you hardly miss your family because we're never here for more than a week, and when we go home, it's like we never left. Sometimes I wish I could stay here for 2 or 3 weeks at a time because I love going on practice quests and life back home is, well, a little slow and routine." Mayana asked, "So you don't get homesick?" Kwali responded, "We all got homesick at first. I was homesick bad the first week here. The second week was easier and after 4 weeks here, I stopped getting homesick. That's part of the training, learning to be without your family, and they give you time to adjust and to get used to it." Those words were extremely helpful to Mayana. She was so happy to have connected with her new good friends as it encouraged her to want to stay. But she still had to talk it over with Yasmin before making a final decision. With that, Mayana and Yasmin said goodnight to their friends and they all retired to their sleeping quarters. Mayana asked, "What do you think, Yasmin?" She replied, "I think that you should stay. Honestly, I don't like the idea of going on quests. I was so scared the last time when we had to fight Eurona, the witches' guards and the Amaroks. I felt absolutely helpless. And don't forget, I'm the one who got shot with an arrow and thrown over the edge of the earth. Without having powers like you, I wouldn't feel safe at all." Mayana said, "Yeah, and that's why they don't want you to go on quests. It just wouldn't be safe for you." Marsiphony said that if I say no, it's final. I guess I don't have a choice but to say yes or I'll lose the opportunity forever. And as long as you get to stay at Xunantunich to be with me when I'm not on quests, you'll still get to have some of the adventure but without the danger." Yasmin said, "So that sounds like a yes to me." Mayana replied, "That's a yes. I'll tell Marsiphony in the morning." They were both so excited about the decision that they chose to sneak down to Etzli's and Kwali's bedroom to tell them. They opened their door a crack and they peeked out. Seeing that the coast was clear, they stepped out into the hallway and they quietly closed the door. They crept along toward the room that they had seen the two girls go into before. They knocked gently and Kwali opened the door a crack to see who it was. On seeing that it was Mayana and Yasmin, she gave a look of surprise on her face. She opened the door wide and she waved the girls into the room. Kwali said in a whispering voice, "What are you doing here? Do you know how much trouble we can all get into?" Mayana responded, "Don't worry. I'll plead ignorance. Nobody told me I can't visit other questers. I just had to tell you that I decided to stay and Yasmin's going to stay too, but she won't go on quests. I couldn't resist telling you." Etzli said, "That's wonderful news, but please, you have to go back to your own bedroom." She said it with such fear in her voice that Mayana was starting to understand that the rules at Xunantunich were serious business. Yasmin and she quickly returned to their quarters with no one finding out. Chapter 6. Training begins. In the morning, Mayana and Yasmin woke to a loud bell that reminded them of the Sacred Heart church bells that ring every Sunday in San Ignacio. They peeked out the door not knowing if they were the wake-up bells or the breakfast bells. Mayana saw a girl in the hallway and she called to her, "Excuse me. Can you tell me what that bell is for?" The response was, "Time to wake up. You have a half hour until breakfast." Mayana was relieved to know that she had plenty of time to get ready for the day. She saw girls heading down to the end of the hallway where the bathroom and shower room were. She and Yasmin followed the crowd. She reminded Yasmin, "Remember to watch and to follow what the others do. Got it, said Yasmin, and she gave Mayana the thumbs up with a smile. They followed the other girls into the bathroom where they found towels and soap. They both took a shower and got dressed. They then headed down to the cafeteria. On the way, they ran into Marsiphony, who was waiting for them, and she called them to follow her. The three of them stepped into her office and they all sat down just like before. "Good morning, girls," said Marsiphony. She then looked at Mayana and she asked, "Were you able to make up your mind?" Mayana said, "Well, ma'am, yes. I have made a decision. I'm going to stay at Xunantunich. Yasmin's going to stay too and not go on quests." Marsiphony smiled. It was the first time they saw her express such an emotion. It reminded her of the first time she saw Shifu smile and of how little he too expressed any feelings. Marsiphony said, "Well, I just had this idea that you were going to come through for me. You don't do this kind of job for as long as I have without getting good at it. Now here's the plan. You're going to go to breakfast and then you'll join the others for training with Shifu and Jaffa. Just follow the crowd to know where to go." Mayana then asked, "And what about Yasmin? What can she do to keep busy?" Marsiphony replied, "Well, she could join you for the morning martial arts practices, but they're quite intense. And without having a reason for doing the trainings, she may have a hard time keeping up. She may want to just watch, or I could keep her busy in other ways around the grounds. You're scheduled to go on your first practice quest after 3 days." Mayana replied, "Can we talk it over and tell you after breakfast?" Marsiphony replied, "Most certainly. Just return to my office when you're done eating to inform me of her decision." With that, the girls headed down to the cafeteria. Now it was Yasmin who had a decision to make. How could she keep herself busy while Mayana was in training? She wondered if she would just be free or if she could be assigned duties. She'd have to wait to discuss it with her after their morning meal. The girls got their breakfast. They were sure to keep their eyes on Babajide as they surely didn't want another encounter with her. They saw her sitting at the same spot as yesterday. She glared at the questers like she wanted to eat them alive. This time Yasmin didn't utter a word during the entire meal. At the same time, her mind was churning with ideas about what she wanted to do. She was beside herself with desire to share her thoughts, but she knew that neither Babajide nor Marsiphony would give her a break the second time. If she didn't know what self-discipline meant before, she did now. After the meal, all of the questers began to go outside through a door that led to a large courtyard. Mayana guessed that they were headed out to do the day's martial arts training. But Yasmin and she had to have a discussion and then talk to Marsiphony. They left the cafeteria through the other doorway that would take them back to Marsiphony's office. They sat down on a long bench in the hallway and they began to talk. Mayana began, "Well, what do you think, Yasmin? Do you want to participate in the trainings or are you okay just watching?" Yasmin replied in a sullen voice, "Well, I don't know if I'd be able to keep up. Everyone's older than I am and the trainings at the Buddhist temple seemed really intense. And if I'm not going on quests, I really don't need them. I'm thinking I should take on other duties. I sure wish I had the gene like you do." "I do too," replied Mayana. "I'm really sad about that. But at least you can be here when I'm here. And we'll be home together 100%. I think that taking on other duties is a good idea. Maybe Marsiphony can give you a job that you'll enjoy. Let's hope that she gives you a few choices of what to do. Let's go talk to her." They knocked on Marsiphony's door and they heard her voice. "Come," she said. The girls entered and they sat down. Marsiphony looked at them sternly as she always did and she said, "Have you arrived to a decision?" "Yes, ma'am," answered Yasmin. "I'd like to stay, but I would like to be assigned duties and not do the training. I don't think I'd be able to keep up with the older students and it would make me want to go home." "Very good," answered Marsiphony. "I think that's an excellent decision. I would have made the same choice. It is possible that you could join the training when you're older and are able to keep up. In the meanwhile, you can do an apprenticeship in 5 different trades here at Xunantunich." "What's an apprenticeship?" asked Yasmin. Marsiphony responded, "It's also a training, but for a trade, not for quests. You can learn how to cook, farm, do carpentry, sew and tailor clothes, and do pottery and utensil building. After you've had a chance to learn them all, You may then be asked to spend the majority of your time in just one of those trades. That decision will be made at the end of your apprenticeship, which will last 5 months with 1 month in each trade. If you choose this route, you will be asked to stay in Xunantunich while Mayana is on quests in order to complete your apprenticeship. When Mayana returns from a quest, you will both return to Belize together. Do you agree to these expectations? Yasmin looked at Mayana, who nodded her head to say that she thought that the expectations were agreeable. Yasmin said, "Yes, ma'am. I think that this apprenticeship sounds wonderful. I like the idea of learning all of those trades. Will I get to decide which one I want to pursue after the apprenticeship?" Marsiphony responded, "Once you complete your apprenticeship, we will make the decision together. It will depend on how you do in each trade and what our needs are in Xunantunich at the time the decision is made. Not everyone gets their first choice in the beginning. But eventually, you can move to your preferred trade. You'll have to be patient as we wait for the need to arise in your area of preference." Yasmin responded, "I think I'd be okay with any of those trades, although she secretly liked the idea of making pottery and utensils." With that, Marsiphony turned around and she rang a bell that was hanging on the wall. Within about 30 seconds, Jaffa appeared and Marsiphony said, "Please take Yasmin down to the farm and introduce her to Jai. Let him know that she will be doing a 1-month apprenticeship with him and that she should be introduced to all aspects of farming." "Got it," said Jaffa to Marsiphony. He then gave Yasmin a big smile and he said, "Are you ready, my dear?" Yasmin smiled back and she said, "Yes, indeed." Jaffa motioned his hand for Yasmin to go first and he followed her out of the room. Marsiphony and Mayana were then alone in the office. Marsiphony looked at her and Mayana understood that they weren't done yet. Marsiphony said, "I need to share with you that I'm concerned about your sister. Between her age and not having the gene, it would be better if she went home. But I also understand the need to have family nearby. We've made this arrangement before with other questers and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I wish we didn't have to do it at all, to be honest. If she chose to go home it would be easier on everyone. But I won't force the matter. I will leave it in your hands and hers to make that decision." Mayana didn't know what to say to that. She understood the dilemma perfectly, but she did want Yasmin to stay. With all the crazy violations of the laws of nature in this alternate reality, can't they do a little genetic engineering to give her the gene? Or couldn't they use the witch doctor to cast a spell, or couldn't Shifu just wave his hand like before and give her the gene? She supposed that those things would have been offered if they were possible. All she could think of to say was, "Thank you, ma'am. I may not have wanted to stay if Yasmin had been sent home. Thank you for letting us decide." Marsiphony responded, "Well, like I said, I need our questers to be in top condition both physically and emotionally. I will always do what I can to make that happen. I think we are finished here now. You can head to your training with Shifu." Chapter 7. Shifu. Mayana stood up and she left the room. She headed out to the courtyard where Shifu and the students were already engaged in martial arts training. When she arrived, she approached the group and she saw 2 rows of students with 5 in the front row and 4 in the back. Each student in the back row stood directly behind a student in the front, leaving what appeared to be one empty spot which she presumed was for her. She went to the changing room where she found a set of clothes with her name on them and she changed into them. She then stood along the edge of the training area and she waited to be invited to join the group. They were in the middle of a synchronized exercise. Each student moved in unison with Shifu leading the activity, with everyone raising and lowering their arms or legs at the same time. As she stood along the edge of the mats, she spotted her 2 friends in the front row who must have seen her, but they didn't show it. She watched them, hoping that they would look her way, but they just looked straight ahead and they continued to do their work. After a few moments, Mayana started to think that she should just jump in and start along with the others. But she also remembered that her new friends mentioned that Shifu had high expectations. That could mean that he wanted her to take the initiative and to just jump in and not wait to be invited. Or it could mean that he wanted her to show restraint and to wait along the edge of the mat until she was instructed to join them. Mayana absolutely hated not knowing what to do. She was good with high expectations as long as she knew what they were. Could it be that Shifu was intentionally creating ambiguity to test her? Was he putting her in a position of not knowing what to do, to see what she would do, or if she'd do anything at all? Maybe doing nothing would be a fail and she should just jump in. Maybe if she jumped in, she would get screamed at by Shifu in front of her new classmates for joining without being invited. The more she considered the different possibilities, the more consternation she must have shown on her face, because finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Shifu looked at her. He moved his hand from palm down to palm up and he pointed at the empty spot among the students, indicating that she should join the group. Considering that self-discipline was so important at Xunantunich, it seemed that staying along the edge of the mat and waiting to be invited was the right thing to do. Mayana tried to think back to determine if she had actually made the decision to stay along the edge of the mat thinking it was the better choice, or if indecision had merely caused her to not make any decision at all. She decided that it was both. She did not decide consciously to stay along the edge of the mat, and yet she already had the idea of the importance of self-discipline and restraint in her mind that she felt pushed her in that direction even if it wasn't conscious. She walked onto the mat and she took her place in the second row. Shifu stood about 10 feet in front of the first row, facing the same direction as the students. As he moved his body, the students imitated every move that he made. He started out slowly, perhaps for Mayana's sake, and that made it easy for her to follow along. The martial arts that they were learning was quite a bit different from the judo that she had learned in Belize. Her father had his black belt and he taught a class in the evenings which Mayana and Yasmin attended from about the time they were 5 years old. But judo is a sport more similar to wrestling, and what they were doing today was not wrestling. She didn't know if it was karate or a different similar martial art, but either way, she was unfamiliar with it. In any case, she followed along the best that she could. As things moved along, the speed and the intensity picked up and Mayana had a hard time keeping up with the others who appeared to have been doing it for a long time. Or perhaps it wasn't that long that they'd been doing it, just that by doing it for hours a day every day, you're likely to get good at it pretty fast. She was clumsy compared to the others and she felt ashamed. She was happy that at least she was in the back row and there was no one around who was watching her other than Shifu, although you can bet that Marsiphony had her eyes on her one way or another. When the students got a routine going, they would continue and Shifu would walk around and help as needed. As usual, he spoke very little, but rather he taught by example and by moving the students' arms or legs with his hands to show how they should be positioned. Mayana actually preferred this silent teaching as she learned better by watching, and she sometimes found teachers' explanations confusing. Whenever he would come her way, she would try to intensify her movements in an attempt to impress him. Remembering the words of her friends that he has high expectations, she figured that she should remain stone-faced just like him and show off her learning the best that she could. It seemed to work, as he would just move on to the next student, indicating that he was happy with her progress. After about 45 minutes, it was time for a break. Mayana soon found out they got a 10-minute rest after every session, with their 3 morning sessions each lasting about an hour. During the break, she had a chance to connect with her 2 new friends who congratulated her for doing so well on her first day. Etzli said, "You did really well, Mayana. It looks like you've done martial arts before." Mayana responded, "Well, I've done judo. But that's way different from this." "What is this, karate?" "No, it's kung fu," responded Etzli. "It comes from China originally." Mayana asked, "Wait, there's a China in this alternate reality?" "No, silly," responded Etzli. "China in our reality. Shifu is from some country in Asia where he learned kung fu and he brought it here." Mayana asked, "Did you say, our reality? Are you from my reality?" "Shush," said Etzli in a low voice. "I wasn't supposed to talk about that. You'll be taking a class with Breannin on the science of alternate realities where you'll learn all about them. But since the cat is out of the bag, I may as well tell you that we are all from your reality. Everyone here either crossed over from Earth through a portal or was born here and is the descendant of someone who came over from Earth. Humans from our reality have been crossing over for more than 1,000 years." Mayana asked, "What about the Tartar Duendes, Eurona, the witches, and the Amarok? Are they all from our reality?" Etzli responded, "I've never heard of any of them except Amarok, but I doubt it. When I said everyone, I meant everyone here. Once you leave Xunantunich, you're dealing with indigenous life. In other words, aliens, extraterrestrials, Little Green Men, E.T., Roswell Greys, Yokai, Quinametsin, Mokelm Bemib, Nomo, Refate, Carianites, Cositon. Okay, I got it, interrupted Mayana. Were you just gonna keep going forever with that list? Etzli responded jokingly, cut forever in half, and that's how long I was gonna keep going. The girls all laughed. Just like Mayana, Etzli could be incredibly serious, but she also had a good sense of humor to balance it. The morning progressed in the same fashion, with Shifu providing the basics of kung fu, endurance and strength training, mental conditioning, and competition. Mayana was happy to learn that the afternoons were spent in the classroom learning about the logistics of going on quests, the kinds of beings that they would encounter and how to prepare to engage them in battle, physics and quantum mechanics as a way to understand alternate realities, and the powers of magic, how to learn how to use their powers. Being that Mayana loved school, she really looked forward to spending the afternoons in class. She learned that she would spend 3 days in classroom training and go on her first practice quest beginning on day 4, which would last 2 days. It was then getting toward the end of the morning. Shifu called all of the students to sit on the mats in a circle. He joined them and he instructed everyone to hold hands and to close their eyes. Mayana immediately got excited, thinking that they were going to be given a dream like before. Shifu said, "We are here at Xunantunich and we are tasked with the goal of saving humanity. This is an insurmountable prospect, especially for young people like you. As you go through your training, you will learn to appreciate every aspect of it. The importance of it may not become clear to you until the day arrives when you use it. There may be days when it makes no sense to you and you feel it is pointless and useless. The practical application may not be clear until you actually implement it. Now keep your eyes closed and watch, but not with your eyes, rather with your mind." Mayana then found herself seeing images in her head. Just like before, she had to wiggle her body a little every once in a while to be sure she was actually in the same place and that what was happening was merely an image in her mind. She found herself among a group of people in a building that reminded her of Shifu's Shaolin temple, but it was different enough to tell her that it was not the same place. She heard the people talking in what sounded like Chinese, but it quickly changed to English. She saw a young man who was standing between 2 other men. The 2 men were throwing wooden stars at the one in the middle, who had to fend off the attacks from both sides by hitting away the stars with his hands and feet or by dodging them. She saw the man in the middle constantly turning his head from left to right to look for an attack. Sometimes the 2 attackers would throw a star one right after the other, or even exactly at the same time, causing the defender to have to respond incredibly quickly to avoid both of them. Mayana was amazed by the speed of the man in the middle, who was able to fend off or avoid almost every star. A few of them did hit their mark, however. She was then surprised that the attackers exchanged the wooden stars for metal ones. These stars looked like the real thing, like the kind that are used in battle. The men did the same activity, just that the one in the middle now wore gloves and shoes which he used to swat or kick away the stars. Just like before, the man in the middle was able to avoid being hit most of the time. But also just like before, some of the stars hit their mark. Each time the man was hit, Mayana could see the poor victim flinch and sometimes grunt in pain. She could see blood drip out of the wound. When she saw that, she started to look more closely at the skin of these men, and she could see marks that looked like partially healed wounds and scars from previous injuries. It appeared that these men were going through a training that was absolutely treacherous. Mayana didn't know how anyone could endure such pain and suffering. The image then changed, and the man who Mayana had seen in the middle of the 2 other men was there. They seemed to be in a downtown area of the city. The man from the first image was running, and there was a group of guards chasing him. Mayana followed the image without moving her legs. It was as if she were sitting and floating behind this man as he ran. The guards continued to run, and they finally trapped him in a wide open area with a high wall behind. They surrounded him so that he could not escape. He took a defensive position and he waited for them to attack. 2 of the guards were on each side of the man near the wall. It reminded Mayana of the exercise that she had just seen at the Shaolin temple. She saw the man doing the same thing as in the exercise, moving his head from side to side to keep his eyes on each guard. The 2 guards both threw their spears, and the man dodged one and blocked the other with his arm. The other men threw their spears and he successfully dodged or blocked all of them. The weapons had all been used and the man suddenly ran forward and he jumped as high as he could, practically jumping higher than the heads of the guards. He continued to run with the men behind, but he was just too fast for them and he escaped. With that, the dream ended. The students opened their eyes and they released their hands. Shifu said, "Never doubt that your training will be useful to you one day, whether it is to develop your body or your mind. Trust your teachers to know what knowledge is important and useful, even if you do not fully understand its importance and usefulness at the time. You will reap the rewards throughout your life." The students were then dismissed and they headed off to lunch. Chapter 8. What is real? After lunch, Mayana was led to the second floor to a section where the classrooms were. The first class was physics and quantum mechanics, which the same 10 students from the morning class attended. The teacher was Marsiphony. Mayana was a bit surprised about that, since she didn't know that Marsiphony was not only the director of Xunantunich but she was also a teacher. Mayana knew well what physics was, but she was a bit unclear about quantum mechanics. She knew that it was the study of the micro-world, things the size of the atom and smaller, but that's about all that she knew. She saw a poster on the wall that read, "Is reality real?" Another one read, "What is real and how do we know that it's real?" Mayana thought that those questions had more to do with philosophy than science, and she got ready to express her opinions in case the occasion presented itself. Marsiphony addressed the students, "I'm going to begin today's class with a demonstration. You all know that we possess the ability to cross over to alternate realities. I'm going to open a portal here in class and that will lead to a discussion afterwards." On Marsiphony's table that was between her and the students sat an object that looked like a circular doorway without a door. It had about a 2-foot diameter. She turned it so that it faced forward, she passed a wand from left to right across the front of it and an image appeared inside of it. It showed an older man in a house and he was walking in what appeared to be the living room. Although everyone made a few sounds expressing their amazement, the man did not appear to be aware of them. Marsiphony then took hold of the doorway and she pulled it away. To the amazement of the students, the image stayed in place. It then just appeared above Marsiphony's table and it remained there floating. They then put all of their attention to the man who they saw walking toward a chair where he sat down. He was totally unaware that he was being observed. Marsiphony then asked rhetorically and metaphorically, "Do you want to see how to put the fear of God into someone's heart? Please understand that what I'm about to do is for a good reason, which I will make clear afterwards. Mayana, please come forward." Mayana approached the table and she stood very close to the image. Marsiphony said, "I'd like you to put your head into the portal." "Into the portal?" asked Mayana, giving a look of apprehension and confusion, not knowing what to expect. "Into the image," clarified Marsiphony, and she assured her, "Fear not, Mayana. No harm will come to you." Mayana put her head into the image. When she did this, she had a really clear view of the other side, which was the same man in his living room. She was so surprised by what she saw that she shouted out, "Oh my goodness! I can see the other side really clearly." Having shouted out with her head through the portal, the man both saw and heard her. He had an absolute look of terror on his face. He shouted to his wife saying, "Annabelle, come quickly to the living room. I'm seeing a ghost." Marsiphony then gently put her hand on Mayana's shoulder and she pulled her back, removing her head completely from the portal. Marsiphony indicated to the students to continue to watch the image. The man on the other side was absolutely frantic. He continued to tell his wife that he saw a ghost or that perhaps it was God. He was completely terrified and in disbelief of what he saw. Marsiphony passed her hand over the image and it disappeared. She then moved to the front of the table where there was a chair and she sat down in order to be closer to the students. She asked, "What can we conclude from this event?" A student named Ilu spoke, saying, "That Mayana is so ugly she gives old men heart attacks." The entire class burst into laughter. Even Marsiphony smiled. Mayana too laughed, since she knew it was a joke and she was not at all ugly. She playfully gave him a fist in the air as if to say that she would give him one later. Okay, said Marsiphony. "I appreciate the humor, but let's get back on track." Mayana decided to share her thoughts. "I've been hearing ghost stories and encounters with God since I was little. Could it be that they are visions of another dimension as opposed to encounters with something supernatural? Marsiphony looked at her, raised her eyebrows while nodding her head slightly at a diagonal as if to say it was an interesting thought, but she did not let on that the answer was correct or not. A girl named Anaba then interjected, but even if some such visions are merely a view of an alternate reality, does that mean that all such visions are? Maybe some of them are visions of an alternate reality while others are indeed visions of ghosts or God. Mayana continued, but if we know that some of them are actually visions of an alternate reality, what reason is there to believe that some of them may be encounters with ghosts or God? Anaba responded, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. We can't know that such visions are not encounters with ghosts or God. Silence then ensued with no one knowing how to respond to the last comment. Marsiphony interjected, what Anaba said is true. We can't know that these are not encounters with ghosts or God or something supernatural. And without the ability to analyze every single vision, we cannot draw any conclusions about them all. However, while absence of evidence is not evidence of absence of evidence is a reason to dismiss claims that cannot be demonstrated to be true. In other words, we have no reason to believe that such visions are in fact encounters with ghosts, God, or the supernatural, and consequently we can dismiss such claims until a day when there is evidence to support them. Never forget that you can claim that anything is real if your only basis for believing is that nobody's proved that it doesn't exist. By the same token, you can claim that anything is not real when there is no evidence to support its existence. It's a good thing we didn't take that approach in regard to alien life before we found it. There was zero evidence to support life elsewhere in the universe before it was discovered. What if we had concluded that alien life didn't exist because there was no evidence to demonstrate that it existed? But what about Eurona? Asked Etzli. Mayana had an experience with her. Isn't she proof of ghosts? And what about Eurona? Asked Marsiphony. Can we conclude that she is a ghost? And what is a ghost? Marsiphony had a way of pushing her students to think and to come up with the answers themselves as opposed to feeding them the answers. Mayana had several teachers in Belize that used the same strategy and she found it immensely rewarding. Those were the teachers that really taught her how to think. Kwali offered, could it be that Eurona is a different kind of life form as opposed to a ghost, a being that was once alive in a material form and who then died, with death merely being the passage to a different stage of life within the natural realm? Marsiphony asked, and if that is the case, what is death? Kwali offered, death may be the beginning of a new life within the natural realm. Marsiphony nodded and she asked, and what does quantum mechanics tell us about such things? Etzli offered, it tells us that reality is merely a perception and that perhaps nothing around us is real. And if that is the case, then it could be that death is merely a perception and upon death, we then pass into an extension of this life. Life could be eternal for all we know and death is the passing from one phase of life to another. Marsiphony inquired, and what does that make Eurona? Mayana interjected, it could make her a being that is part of the natural realm as opposed to a form of supernatural life. Marsiphony asked, and what examples do we have of reality being merely a perception? Mayana knew that one from discussions with her father. I know, she said. Sound is an example of reality being merely a perception. Sound does not originate at its source as most people would claim, rather only sound waves do. The sound that we hear is created entirely inside our heads and it does not exist in nature. Marsiphony then asked, then what is the answer to that age-old question, if a tree falls in the forest and there's no one there to hear it, does it still make a sound? Mayana thought for a moment. She was behind all of the other students as they had been in training for a few weeks already and she didn't want to get the answer wrong. Then she said, I believe that the answer is no. If sound doesn't exist in nature, there is no sound that comes from the tree even if someone is there to hear it. Good conclusion, said Marsiphony. I'm going to go out on a limb and suppose that you have long talks with your science teacher, father. Am I correct? Mayana was caught off guard by that question and she hesitated in answering. But since the answer was yes, all she could do was to respond by saying yes. Marsiphony saw that she wasn't sure if that would be seen as a bad thing by her and the students, almost as if it was cheating, so she said, you are extremely fortunate to have such a father who shares his knowledge with you. What else can we know to be merely a perception? Mayana had another example, but she looked around to see if anyone else was going to answer. She always tried to be a team player and to give everyone a fair chance to answer the questions. But seeing that no one else was volunteering an answer, she said, "Color. Color is another example. Nothing around us has color. All of the colors that we see come from the light that shines on the things that we see. The composition of the material that light shines on determines which light waves are absorbed into it and which ones reflect off of it. The light waves that reflect off of it combine to create the colors we see." Marsiphony looked at Mayana with approval and she said to the group, "I'm going to ask anyone but Mayana to answer the next question." She winked and smiled at her as if to say, "Great job, but let's give others a chance." Marsiphony continued, "Does color really exist? Or is it too merely a perception that doesn't exist outside of our own heads?" Anaba raised her hand. Marsiphony called on her and she said, "Well, I think that it's just a perception because it is light waves that exist outside of us and the brain must interpret them and create the colors that we see." "Good answer," said Marsiphony. "And one more question. How far in front of your face can your eyes see?" The students were silent. Mayana knew that she could see the sun, which is 93 million miles away, and that we can see stars that are light years away. But she didn't know the limits of sight. Marsiphony said, "I'm going to give you the answer since I doubt if anyone knows it. The answer is that you cannot see any distance in front of your face at all, not even 1 inch." Mayana knew that that was not true and she concluded that Marsiphony was not being honest because she had some angle that she was trying to promote. She said, "I don't mean to be disrespectful, but that is definitely not true. You're just trying to get us to think, right?" Marsiphony gave a raised eyebrow look and she said, "Oh really? Well, yes, I am trying to get you to think, but no, it is not untrue. We see because light arrives to our eyes. That light carries information to us that is interpreted by the brain. If no light arrives to our eyes, we see nothing. That's why you can't see your hand in front of your face in a cave. Everything we see is information that is brought to us, and until that information touches your eyes, you see nothing. You do not see 93 million miles when you see the sun, rather that light travels 93 million miles and it enters your eyes. If that light stopped 1 inch in front of your face and it didn't enter your eyes, you would not see the sun." Mayana had to think about that one. But after a moment or two she understood it quite well and she realized that she was wrong and Marsiphony was right. One thing she was good at was accepting when she arrived to an incorrect answer and revising her conclusions. She knew of people who refused to do that. She would see them double down when proven to be incorrect instead of admitting that they were wrong and revising their conclusions, and she understood how foolish it was to do that. "And now comes the really big question," said Marsiphony. "If we can be so easily deceived into believing that sound originates at its source, that everything around us has color, that our eyes can see beyond our face, in what other ways have we been deceived by our own senses?" The students looked blankly, not knowing quite how to answer. Marsiphony then said, "Turn to a friend and discuss it for 1 minute. I'll then expect an answer from any group I choose." The students did a turn and talk for that minute and the conversations were lively. Marsiphony called on Etzli and she asked for her answer. Etzli said, "Our answer is that it's impossible to know in what ways our senses can deceive us. We have discovered some of them, but there could be many others that we're not aware of. It could be that we cannot trust our senses in any way at all to identify reality." Marsiphony asked, "If that is true, what is everything around us?" Etzli responded, "A perception of reality." "And what could the purpose of all this be?" asked Marsiphony. "Why could such a realm exist where nothing we perceive is true reality but is merely a perception of reality?" Quali responded, "I doubt if that question can be answered. To be able to answer it, we would have to know the mind of God, as Albert Einstein once said." Marsiphony responded, "Ah, the mind of God. And did Einstein mean that literally when he said it?" Mayana interjected, "He may have. But it could also be used metaphorically to mean to understand the intricacies of the universe, to understand why things are the way they are. There are many questions that just can't be answered, at least not yet, because we don't yet know the mind of God." Marsiphony then asked, "So you're saying that we can't know why or how such a system would be established?" Etzli responded, "Asking why or how it would be established assumes a designer. Maybe things just are and there's no explanation for them, at least not an explanation that we have access to or that we can comprehend at the moment. Humans evolved to survive in the jungle, and we may not have the intellectual capacity to understand such things. Humans are smart enough to ask all of the important questions but not smart enough to answer them. And that leaves us with no clue of why there is a system whereby reality is not what we perceive it to be. Such a system probably makes more sense if there is not a designer, since you would not expect an intelligence to create such a system intentionally. Marsiphony asked, and what about all of the information that is fed to and interpreted by the brain? If sight is nothing more than light waves that enter the eyes, could they not be faked? Could someone or something not create identical sensory data that is fed to the senses and that deceives us into believing that we are experiencing something that isn't there? Mayana asked, "You're talking Matrix, aren't you?" Marsiphony was not aware of the movie The Matrix, so she asked, "The Matrix?" "Yes," replied Mayana. "You are suggesting that we can be fed all of the same sensory data to make us believe that we are having experiences when we are not. If sound waves are duplicated and fed into our ears, we will hear the same thing as if they were real. That is essentially what happens when we hear an audio recording. If it is of a high enough quality, we can't tell the difference between a real human voice and a recording of one. The same could be true with all of our senses. If there were a way to feed the same duplicate sensory data to our brain as what we perceive in our reality, we would experience a false reality that seemed as real as our reality." Marsiphony asked, "And how can we know that we are not experiencing such a false reality right now?" Silence ensued for a moment, but Etzli then took a turn. "We cannot," she said. Marsiphony looked around the room and she saw nods of the students' heads acknowledging their agreement. By now Mayana's mind was just about spinning with all of this philosophy. She was pretty good at debate because of her father, but considering all of these things while at the same time having an understanding that she needed to learn it in order to fulfill her quest of saving humanity really baked her noodle. At home in Belize, she liked debate and philosophy because it was intellectually stimulating and because it had little bearing on her life. The enormity of it under these circumstances was daunting. The discussion continued until the end of class, when Marsiphony called for a 15-minute break. Chapter 9. Contingent Determination. When Mayana entered the classroom after the break, she saw that Marsiphony had prepared the whiteboard with some of her ideas for the next class. She saw the words free will versus determinism and the following questions. What precedes every choice that you make? Can you choose what you like and don't like? Can you choose what to believe? If you don't believe in God, can you choose to believe in God and vice versa? Can you choose to have or not have the desires and impulses that tell you to commit acts of immorality? Mayana was happy and excited to see these questions because she had learned so much about them from her father. She was sure that she would be able to contribute to the upcoming discussion. Marsiphony called the class to order and she asked them to watch a short video before the discussion began. The video showed two asteroids that looked to be about the same size. They were in movement and they were headed toward each other. After about 20 seconds, the asteroids collided head-on and they were both pulverized. It looked as if there were millions of small pieces that spread out randomly in all directions. There were boulders, rocks, pebbles, and dust, but nothing even close to the original size of either of the two asteroids. They continued to watch as the remnants spread out randomly. Marsiphony then turned off the video and she said, "Please share your thoughts on this event." Etzli said, "A totally random event." Kwali said, "An accidental encounter." Anaba said, "A coincidence in space." Silence ensued after that. Marsiphony said in a disappointed tone, "Is that really the best you can do? Is there any outside-the-box thinking that someone can share?" Mayana wanted to contribute her ideas, but she also wanted to give others a chance and to not always be the one to answer the questions. As smart as she was no show-off. After a moment or so, Mayana responded, "Contingent determination." Marsiphony looked at her with a smile and raised eyebrows and she said, Well, Miss Mayana. You are the intelligent one, aren't you? We picked well when we brought you over." Mayana blushed and she gave an embarrassed look on her face. She didn't like being put in the spotlight like that. Marsiphony continued, "Let me guess, you learned that term from your father. Now if you don't mind, Please share with us what it is. Mayana responded, yes, I did learn it from my father. It means that there really is no such thing as randomness, accidents, or coincidences, rather all events are contingently determined. That's to say, all events are determined by the event that precedes them. Events such as the asteroid collision only appear to be random. After the initial impact, every single particle that came from one of the two asteroids was on a trajectory and speed that was determined by the collision. Once the collision took place, the millions of pieces of debris did exactly what they were determined to do by the previous event, and there were no other possibilities. The same is true of the two asteroids that collided. Their speed and trajectory were determined by whatever put them on that speed and trajectory. So an event that seems random really isn't. It's only because we can't possibly be aware of all of the factors involved in such an incredibly complex event in which there are millions of pieces of debris that it's impossible to make any reasonable predictions about the aftermath. The human mind is not able to comprehend millions of simultaneous events that make such an event appear to be random. Marsiphony interjected, "Very good, Miss Mayana. And to give the others a chance to participate in the discussion, I'll ask a question. If I release a heavy object, is its downward trajectory random, planned, or determined?" Silence ensued for a moment, and then Etzli responded saying, "It's determined." Marsiphony asked, "Determined by what?" Etzli responded, "By the laws of nature." Marsiphony said, "That's exactly right. And can we multiply such an event by 1,000,000, by 1,000,000,000, by 1,000,000,000,000? Etzli thought for a moment and she said, "I believe so. That's what the asteroid collision was, wasn't it? Millions of individual objects, each on its own path as determined by the laws of nature." Marsiphony asked, "Then is such an event truly random?" With a better understanding, Etzli answered, "No, I see now how it's not random at all. It's millions of totally determined events." Marsiphony asked, "Then does randomness even exist? Is there an example of any event that is truly random and that is not determined by the laws of nature, that is not determined contingently by the event that precedes it? This is such a deep question, we're going to do a turn and talk. Discuss it for 2 minutes among yourselves and come back with an answer." The students discussed the question in groups of 2 or 3, and after 2 minutes, they all came together. Marsiphony asked, "What are your thoughts?" One of the groups shared the concept of free will as being able to create randomness. Another group suggested that while randomness can't exist at the macro level due to contingent determination, it can exist at the quantum level. Marsiphony chose to address free will first. She said to Kwali, "Choose a number randomly between 1 and 10. Kwali said, 3. Marsiphony asked, "Was that a free will randomly chosen number?" Kwali answered, "Yes." Marsiphony asked, "And where did that number come from?" From inside my head," responded Kwali. Marsiphony said, "So really, it was your brain that provided you with that number, wasn't it?" Yes, said Kwali with a tone and a look on her face that said that she knew that she was going to be proven wrong. Marsiphony responded, "Then since your brain provided you with the number, it was determined by your brain and it wasn't really random, was it?" "Yes, but..." Kwali wanted to respond to counter Marsiphony's logic, but she stopped herself, realizing that she really didn't have a valid refutation. Marsiphony said, "Your brain can operate as a number generator, but we have no way to verify that it is capable of unbiased, random determinations when creating such numbers." "What about throwing a die?" asked Etzli. "What about it?" asked Marsiphony. "How it lands is determined by the weight of the die, the speed at which it is thrown, the surface it lands on, the number that is on top before it's thrown, how it is thrown, and probably 20 other factors, many of which we may not even be aware of. Merely because we aren't aware of all of those factors doesn't make the event random." "Shall we move on to quantum mechanics?" There was a resounding yes from the students. Mayana's group had mentioned quantum mechanics. Marsiphony asked them, "Tell us about the electron of an atom. Is its location in its orbit around the nucleus of its atom totally random?" Mayana answered, "Yes. It can be absolutely anywhere within its orbit, and it is impossible to predict where it will be. Its behavior around the nucleus is totally random." Marsiphony asked, "Consider the asteroid collision. Is unpredictability the same as randomness?" Mayana responded, Well, no, it's not, but I believe that scientists have concluded that there is true randomness at the quantum level. She looked at Etzli to get confirmation since she's the one who told it to her. Etzli gave her a look that said that she agreed with Mayana's words. Marsiphony asked, then what causes the electron to behave that way? What makes its behavior erratic and unpredictable? No one knew the answer to that question. Marsiphony said, the truth of the matter is that no one knows the answer to that question. There doesn't seem to be contingent determination at the quantum level, and yet common sense tells us that something must be causing the electrons to behave that way, thus making their behavior determined. If we say that nothing is causing it, which is what quantum mechanics tells us, that response is a little too close to saying that magic is the answer for my taste. I prefer to consider that something is causing the erratic, unpredictable behavior of quantum particles, and we just don't know what it is. As far as the claim among quantum physicists that nothing is causing the erratic, unpredictable behavior and that it truly is random, which I call magic, never forget that people's own arrogance can sometimes be the barrier to discovering the truth. To believe that merely because you cannot discover the answer therefore no one can, is a sure way to send people down the rabbit hole. There was a day when people believed in spontaneous generation. They concluded that animal life could just pop into existence out of nothing. In reality, flies would lay eggs in decaying meat or some other food, the eggs would hatch and people would find their larvae in the food. From the point of view of people at the time, the only explanation was that life could pop into existence from nothing. Eventually scientists learned the truth and the idea of spontaneous generation was abandoned. The concept of quantum randomness is very likely the same thing. Scientists are arriving to a false conclusion due to their lack of understanding, and there may be a day when it is fully understood and the concept of quantum randomness will be abandoned. Marsiphony then said, let's move on to some questions about free will to determine if it exists or not. First of all, let me get a show of hands. How many of you believe that free will exists, the ability to make choices and to determine your own life? 8 of the 10 students raised their hands, with Mayana and Etzli being the 2 who didn't. You can believe that Marsiphony took note of that. Marsiphony then said to the students, everyone, think of a belief that you hold dear to your heart. Something that you believe to be absolutely true. It could be belief in God or no belief in God, belief that abortion is right or wrong, belief that liberal politics or conservative politics are better, belief that science or religion is a better way to arrive to the truth. Choose one of those or one of your own. Raise your hand when you're ready. Marsiphony waited a few minutes until everyone raised their hand. She then said, okay, I want everyone to now choose to hold the opposite point of view. Exercise your free will and choose to believe the opposite of what you currently believe. And go. Marsiphony remained silent and all of the students just looked at her confused. They didn't know what to do or say. Marsiphony said, what's the matter? 8 of you said that you believe in free will. What's the problem? Anaba said, what you're asking us to do is impossible. It isn't humanly possible to change such beliefs through free will. Marsiphony asked, no free will then? The students continued to look in confusion. They weren't sure how to answer. Anaba then said, well, maybe there's no free will in regard to beliefs, but there is free will in regard to the choices we make that dictate our day-to-day lives. Is there? Asked Marsiphony. Let's say you go out to lunch one day. You choose to go to a fast food restaurant. Is it a free will choice? The 8 students who had originally said that they believe in free will said yes. Mayana and Etzli gave the thumbs down. Marsiphony looked toward Mayana and Etzli and she asked, can one of you explain why you don't believe it's a free will choice? Mayana had an advantage by having a father who didn't believe in free will and she had had lots of conversations with him. She said, because there's no ability to choose in regard to all of the factors that allow you to go to a restaurant. First, you have to have money, you have to have transportation, you have to have the free time to go to the restaurant, you have to be hungry, you have to be without other food nearby that you prefer, you have to be in the mood for going to a fast food restaurant. What you feel like eating and your current health condition will determine which restaurant you go to. You have to like to eat at fast food restaurants. What you choose to eat will be determined by what you like or what kind of food you're in the mood for. There are probably other factors too that I haven't even considered. Marsiphony interjected, So are you saying that if you don't have control over the factors that lead to the choices we make, that free will doesn't exist? Are you saying that you couldn't decide to not go out to a restaurant when all of the factors push you in that direction? Etzli interjected, well, it's not that you can't choose differently, rather it's that there would be no reason to do so and there would have to be a change in the factors that push you in the other direction. Marsiphony asked, and what could such a factor be? Etzli responded, well, if you're at work, there could be things that happen that prevent you from leaving. Your boss could ask you to stay to do work over the lunch hour. Marsiphony asked, but you could still choose to go out to eat, couldn't you? You can still exercise your free will and go against your boss, couldn't you? Mayana took a turn. Yes, if you are willing to face the consequences of defying your boss and losing your job merely to go to lunch. Most people need their job to keep their house and their car and to pay their other bills, to buy food to support their families. Those factors determine what decision you will make, and they are all beyond our control. Marsiphony pushed back, but that still doesn't mean that you can't choose to defy your boss and go out to eat. Mayana continued her line of reasoning. Yes, but people are then choosing between having a boss who's angry or not, between losing their job or not, between feeding their family or not, between paying their bills or not, between providing for their children or not. It seems to me that the only people who would defy their boss under those circumstances are people who don't want their job, who don't care about their job, or who don't need their job. In that case, it is those factors that are pushing the person in a different direction. But again, those are not factors that were chosen, thus it again demonstrates little or no ability to truly choose and contingent determination being in control of the outcome. Regardless of the decision that the person makes, it is the unchosen factors that are making the determination, not the person's free will. Marsiphony smiled at Mayana, showing approval of her answers. She then said to the group, what do you think? Does free will exist, or are our choices dictated by contingent determination? Some of the students still seemed confused and perhaps unconvinced that free will isn't a real thing. After all, it isn't an easy concept to grasp, and it's not comfortable believing that you really have no say in your own life but that it's determined by factors beyond your control. Marsiphony said, no worries. These are difficult concepts to comprehend and it will take time for you to fully understand them. We'll continue to work on them over the coming days. Let's take a break. Class was dismissed. They then had a 15-minute rest before the last class of the day, which was the History and Science of Alternate Realities. The teacher of that class was Breannin. Chapter 10. Breannin. While all of Mayana's classmates gathered and chit-chatted during their break, she sat alone. She was in no mood to socialize at that moment as she was so overwhelmed by everything around her. The last thing that she wanted was to talk about trivial matters. While she was usually pretty good at covering up so that nobody knew how she was feeling, it was obvious to everyone that she was having a difficult time. The other students had all gone through the same stage, but they were several weeks ahead of her. But it was not so long ago that any of them had forgotten how their first week at Xunantunich was. Etzli sat down next to her, but she said nothing. She knew that talking is not always the solution, rather just being with someone can often make the difference. So she sat without saying a word. Mayana had good intuition and she understood immediately what she was doing. It did indeed have a huge impact on her, since knowing that she was supported was exactly what she needed. There would be plenty of time to talk as the days went on. The 15-minute break ended and all of the students headed to the next class. As Mayana entered the classroom, she was immediately captivated by both the ornamentation in the room and the teacher, who carried on his shoulder a strange animal that she did not recognize. It was a stone room like all the others, and there were candles all over the walls to provide light. At the front of the room was what appeared to be a wooden throne, and a scepter stood next to it. The teacher appeared to be older, with grey hair, bald on the top of his head, and a long beard. He had an angry look on his face, and it made Mayana wonder if he was indeed an angry person, or if the look revealed nothing about the way he felt. She remembered having a teacher who had a naturally angry-looking face but who was one of the nicest people who she had ever met. She knew better than to pass judgment without knowing more. She noticed that this teacher had tattoos on his forearms. She thought that it looked strange since she was used to people around her age and a little older having them. She wondered why a person of his age would have such prominent tattoos. She thought that perhaps it was for much deeper reasons than why young people get them, which was more of a fashion statement. She remembered her father telling his story about tattoos. He said, "When I was a teenager and a young adult, tattoos were really rare and they were associated with tough guys and bikers. But in spite of that, I actually thought about getting one for a while. I wanted to get a small one on the back of my shoulder where I could choose to show it off or to hide it. But before I did it, tattoos became mainstream, and before I knew it, every bodyanther mother had one. Once that happened, the last thing I wanted to do was to jump on the bandwagon to be like everybody else. I'm always the one paddling upstream when everyone else is paddling downstream." He also had an opinion about piercings. It seems that uglification is the goal nowadays. There were 10 chairs that made a semicircle in front of the throne. Mayana was happy to see that, since she hated traditional classrooms with the desks in rows. And if there was a seating chart, she would sometimes end up near the back, which she also hated. A semicircle puts every student at the same distance from the teacher. Everyone sat down. The teacher, whose name was Breannin, looked up at all of their faces and he said, "And we have a new girl today, do we?" He had an older-sounding voice that fit his face perfectly. As he looked at Mayana, she became immediately self-conscious and she could feel herself blushing. While she was usually quite self-confident in such groups, she really didn't like being the new kid on the block. She looked forward to the day when she was just one of the gang. Breannin then approached her, and when he was standing only a foot or so away, he said the word, "Jump." With that, the small creature that was on his shoulder jumped off and it landed right on her lap. She was not expecting this at all, and yet she managed to maintain her composure and she didn't stand up or try to push the creature off of her. She understood immediately that expecting the unexpected was going to be something that she had to learn. She also discovered right then that this creature would do her no harm. It sat on her lap, then it laid down and it began to purr. Seeing that, she then began to pet it and she saw it fall asleep right there on her legs. She then looked up as if to ask, "What the hell?" But she held her tongue, knowing better than to say something like that. Breannin saw it in the look on her face and he said, "Welcome to Xunantunich. I'd like you to meet Lilu, my pet cheela. The closest thing to it that you are probably familiar with is a monkey. Now, before you start to arrive to any conclusions about me, first understand that no one is special at Xunantunich. That's to say, that's not the first time I've done this to someone, and it won't be the last. Everyone in this room has seen that no one is more privileged or more favored than anyone else. Everyone's needs are met equitably. Now, what can we learn by allowing an unknown creature to jump onto your lap?" he asked while looking around at the students' faces. Anaba said that everyone at Xunantunich can be trusted. Ilu said that everyone at Xunantunich has our best interests at heart and that we have nothing to fear. What may scare us is intended to help us to grow. Breannin then said, "Mayana, share with us the incident when Shifu asked you to put your hand in the fire. Tell us what happened." Mayana proceeded to tell the story. "Shifu told me to put my hand in the fire. I did and I got burned. I thought that he would protect me. At first I was disappointed and I felt betrayed. He then explained that I put my hand in the fire because I trusted him to keep me safe. Although I got burned, the lesson I learned about trust was more important. I learned to trust Shifu implicitly. It also taught me that learning the lessons of life can sometimes be painful, but that those are the ones we remember the best." Breannin then interjected, "And there is no more important lesson to learn than that." Mayana then thought to herself, "But they sent me on a trial by fire quest where I could have been killed. Do they really have our best interests in mind?" Mayana saw the contradiction in what she was being told, but she wasn't about to challenge the teacher under those circumstances. She would just keep it to herself and keep her eyes and ears open to eventually arrive to her own conclusion about this apparent contradiction. Breannin left Lilu on Mayana's lap and he continued, "Let's begin our instruction now. We have a new student today and we'll do some review. To begin with, where is Lilu from?" Kwali said, "She's from alternate reality PX5. You brought her back from there while on a quest." "Correct," said Breannin. He then pushed a button on the armrest of his throne and an image appeared directly above it. It showed Breannin and Lilu in a jungle setting. Just like Marsiphony's image, This one also just floated in the air. By now, Mayana was not surprised by anything, although she certainly was intrigued by it. As she watched Breannin and Lilu interacting on the screen, she asked the question, "Is this a kind of recording that was made when you visited PX5? Not in the least, said Breannin harshly. We have moved well beyond such primitive technology. You are seeing events happen as they were taking place when I was in that alternate reality. You see, linear time does not truly exist, rather it is a mere perception. There is no beginning, no middle, and no end. Time is merely an illusion in the grand scheme of things." Mayana asked, "Then why do we experience the passage of time?" "For the same reason that you hear sound outside your head," answered Breannin. "Our senses deceive us into believing what is not true. In our day-to-day lives, we must accept the passage of time in order to stay alive. But as far as the greater cosmos is concerned, time does not exist. Everything that is, always was, and always will be." Etzli asked, "What do you mean by the greater cosmos?" Breannin asked, "Do you know what there is beyond our own universe?" "Ah, nothing," answered Etzli. Breannin roared, "Nothing? How can you possibly know that there is nothing beyond our universe?" Breannin seemed angry, but it was more just his style of probing the students to get the best answers out of them. Etzli thought for a moment and she said, "Well, I suppose we can't know that there is nothing beyond our universe." "That is correct," affirmed Breannin. "For all we know, our universe is a mere drop in the bucket compared to what else is out there. The greater cosmos refers to the continuation of the knowable universe that may go on infinitely. We do not have access to such a realm, thus we can only speculate about its existence." Their attention was then brought back to the image above Breannin's throne. Mayana then understood that the lesson was not about his pet, rather that it was just intended to pique their interest and to create better engagement in the learning. It surely worked. As Mayana watched and she saw Breannin in the image and in the classroom, she was totally confused about how both of them could actually be the same person at the same time. Anticipating confusion, Breannin said, "Don't worry about understanding it. Even the most brilliant scientists would have difficulty with it. For our purposes, we need only know that it is true and how that understanding will be needed to fulfill your quests. Few people understand how a car engine operates, but they don't need that understanding to drive the vehicle. Think of it like that." He then looked at the image and he pointed at it with all of his fingers extended together with his palm down. He moved his hand toward the floor and as he did so the image moved downward just in front of the throne. He looked at Mayana and he motioned for her to step forward. He said, "It's time for your first practice quest. Step through the image." Mayana gave him a horrified look and she showed fear at the request. She had been told that she wouldn't do a practice quest until the 4th day. Seeing her hesitancy, Breannin said, "Well, it's not so much of a quest as it is a practice. That's to say, the goal here will be to experience passing from one time zone to another. There won't really be a quest. And remember your lesson about trust. You will not be in any danger." Mayana wanted to believe what she was being told. But she couldn't forget Marsiphony's words that she could have died on her first adventure. Was she to believe that it was only during that first visit that she was put in danger and that it would never happen again, or could she not trust them at all to keep her safe? That doubt would remain with her for a long time. But in spite of that apprehension, she saw no apparent danger and she decided to comply with the request. She walked into the image and she found herself in the same jungle that she had seen previously as an image in the portal. As soon as she appeared on the other side, the portal disappeared and the Breannin who she had just seen as an image was now in front of her as a material being. He looked up and he said, "Mayana, I've been expecting you. Welcome to the past." She looked at him with a confused look and she said, "Wait, what? If this is the past, how could you be expecting me?" "It's very simple," said Breannin. "I told myself that you were coming. That's to say, the Breannin of the future told the Breannin of the past that you were coming. The time portal allows communication between the time zones." Looking around, Mayana saw only jungle. She wondered how she could return to the future. She inquired, "Will I be able to return to my own time zone?" Breannin answered, "But you exist in every time zone, which one did you want to return to?" Mayana responded, I guess I meant the one that I just came from. I was in your classroom discussing linear time. Breannin replied, yes, I know what you meant, my dear. I just said that to get you to begin to think differently. With that, he waved his hand and a portal appeared. Mayana could see the Breannin of the future and all of her classmates in the image. They were looking at her and she was looking at them. She waved to them and they all waved back. Breannin of the past stood in front of the image and he motioned for someone to come through. Etzli then appeared. He then waved his hand and the portal disappeared. He then turned to Mayana and he said, this will be your first practice quest, although it's more of a practice than a quest. He was unaware that Breannin of the future had just said those very words. Mayana understood that the purpose of this visit was merely to experience traveling to a different time zone and to an alternate reality at the same time. She and Etzli both found themselves in a strange land and they were interacting with Breannin of the past. Etzli had already had such an experience, but it was all new for Mayana. Breannin said, let me show you my zoo. He proceeded to take them to an area that had large enclosed cages composed of chain-linked fence. He explained that he had established this zoo on this world and that it had animals from different realities. How many alternate realities are there? Asked Mayana. Breannin answered, we have crossed into 274 different alternate realities successfully. There are even more than that we cannot cross into because the conditions do not support our kind of life. If you think these animals are strange, wait until you see life that is so different from what we know it to be that you just won't believe it. Life that doesn't breathe air, that can live in outer space or under intense gravitational pressure, and mammal-like creatures that don't have blood. And then there's life that doesn't even have the same basic building blocks as us. No DNA, no cells, no molecules, no atoms. We can only observe these life forms from our own reality since we could no more live on their side than they could live on ours. We are limited to traveling to alternate realities that have close to identical conditions as our own. What we find odd is that there are more realities with conditions that support our kind of life than can be accounted for through probability alone. We have concluded that the laws of nature, under which all realities fall, are such that there is a high probability that many of them will have similar characteristics. That is why we can bring animals from different realities to this one without any difficulties. Don't ask me why such characteristics are favored by nature. Of that, we do not know. Mayana was astounded by what she was hearing, seeing and experiencing. Her understanding of the true nature of the universe and the greater cosmos was changing daily and she was absolutely fascinated by this new learning. She wished she could have a pet like Lilu to take home to San Ignacio, but she knew without even asking that that wouldn't be allowed. Breannin then motioned for her and Etzli to follow him. He led them down a row of cages with each one having an animal and a name on it with a place of origin. Breannin said, notice the similarities and differences among these animals compared to the kind of life that you are familiar with. We'll discuss the repercussions of that shortly. They walked slowly along the path and they had the chance to look closely at every animal. Mayana looked carefully at each one, looking for similarities and differences between these ones and the ones in her own reality. Above and beyond anything else, she noticed that they all had a head, eyes, ears, and a mouth with teeth on their head. She also noticed hair, feathers, or scales on all of them. She wondered how that could be possible if they all evolved independently on different planets. Shouldn't they all be totally different from life on Earth if they evolved independently? She would save her question for later. Breannin asked, what do you think of my zoo? Mayana answered, absolutely incredible, and we're in a different reality and in a different time. Breannin responded, yes we are. And when you return to the time from which you just came, the me of the future will have all of the new memories that he didn't have before you crossed over. It's almost like uploading new data onto a computer. I won't even be aware that it happened. I will simply have the new memories as if they were part of me since they happened. Mayana then asked, what about your old memories from this time, the first time it happened before we even came over from our reality? You had a different experience the first time. Breannin replied, those memories are erased, it happens without even being aware of the change. New memories are uploaded and they replace the old memories. The old memories are lost and the host has no recollection of them. How it all works is unknown. It could be that there are two timelines that coexist. Or it could be that there is one timeline that can be rewritten. Imagine taking an old-fashioned videotape that has separate frames to show the moving picture. Suppose you cut each frame from the videotape and put them in one pile, one on top of the other. Then imagine each of those events happening simultaneously. If that is how time operates, there is one timeline with everything happening at the same time. That reminded Mayana of the television program Star Trek Deep Space Nine that had wormhole aliens that didn't experience linear time. Those aliens just couldn't fathom such a thing as linear time as they had had no experience with it. Likewise, humans cannot perceive non-linear time. Without having an experience with one or the other, it's extremely difficult to understand. When Mayana would watch science fiction with her father, he would usually comment that although the shows were fiction, they sometimes gave an indication of what could be discovered to be true in the future. Never let anyone tell you that absolute truth can be identified, he would say. Once you have concluded that you have discovered it, there is no reason to then continue to search for it. That's to say, why would you continue the search if you believe that you have already found what you were looking for? And if you are wrong in your conclusion of what the truth is, you will then never discover it. There is only one absolute truth that can be identified, and that is that absolute truth cannot be identified beyond this statement. Mayana asked her father, but surely there are some absolute truths, aren't there? We know that humans breathe air, drink water, and eat food, and if we didn't we would die. Suppose we live in the Matrix and nothing around us is real, he responded. If that is true, then we don't breathe air, drink water, and eat food at all. Mayana asked, but isn't it kind of ridiculous to imagine that we live in the Matrix? Father responded, seeming to be ridiculous doesn't mean impossible. Remember that we can't rely on our senses to tell us what is real and what is not. As ridiculous as it may seem that we exist in the Matrix, and in spite of the fact that we surely cannot know that we do, it still could be true. Mayana asked, so should we live our lives as if we live in the Matrix? No, we should not, was his response. We can't know that we live in the Matrix, and therefore we really have no choice but to live our lives as if we don't. But that doesn't mean that we don't, and consequently, the search for the truth should be a lifelong endeavor, and the most that anyone should say is that we have discovered provisional truth. We treat provisional truth like absolute truth for the purpose of carrying on our daily lives. We eat, drink, and breathe air as if it's absolute truth, but we recognize that we could be wrong and that the discovery may be made one day that it is indeed wrong. The words that Mayana remembered the most were, the search for truth should be a lifelong endeavor, and we should never conclude that we have discovered absolute truth, and it surely seemed to apply to everything that she was being exposed to in this alternate reality. Mayana then refocused on Breannin and his zoo of animals. She wondered if they were mostly tame or not. She asked, are any of these animals dangerous? Breannin responded, shall we open the cage doors and find out? Mayana was again confronted with a straight face and not knowing if he was serious or kidding. Her father had that same kind of dry humor where he would say things with an absolute straight face but would be totally kidding. She was used to him doing that, and she knew that when he would say things with a straight face that were absolutely unbelievable that he was kidding. She remembered the time when she was little and she sneezed and her father looked at her with his meanest face and he shouted in his loudest, angriest voice, "You shut up and never do that again." The two of them burst out laughing. But knowing that someone is kidding like that requires that you know the person. Mayana found that she didn't like a dry sense of humor when you can't tell if the person is kidding or not. But then she hadn't yet met anyone in this reality who had such a sense of humor, rather everyone was totally serious up until then. Breannin then walked over to a cage and he opened the door. In it was a small animal about the size of a grey squirrel. It had green and white hair, yellow eyes with vertical pupils like a cat, pointed ears, and opposable thumbs. He offered it food and it slowly walked over and it took it with its hands. It then climbed onto his arm. He brought it close to the girls. Mayana thought that either Etzli was very impulsive or she had been around long enough to trust it because she walked right up to it and she put her hand up to its face. It licked her finger and Mayana then noticed that it had a brown tongue. She wondered if that was an indication that it had brown blood. Seeing that Etzli was brave enough to reach out her hand to this creature, Mayana did the same. But she was surprised when it did not lick her, rather it bit her and it gave a squeak at the same time. She quickly pulled away her hand with a slight scream and she put her finger in her mouth. Etzli and Breannin both laughed at the sight. They knew that this animal was harmless and that made them see more humor than fear for Mayana. "Are you okay?" Mayana asked Etzli. "Yes, I'm okay," she responded. After getting beyond the initial shock of what happened, she then relaxed. She had been attacked by enough animals in Belize to know two things. 1. Animals are unpredictable, and 2. Never touch an animal until it has a chance to get to know you. Mayana said, "I guess I should have given him time to get to know me before trying to touch it. I saw you both pet it and I thought it was safe." Etzli responded, "Actually the same thing happened to me the first time I met it. It took a few encounters before he was ready to lick me like it did today." Breannin then said, "Time to head back to Xunantunich. I think you've seen enough for your first visit to this reality and this time zone. Give me a moment to open the portal." Etzli warned, "Now don't freak out when we get back. We'll arrive a moment before you left and you'll see yourself leaving to come here. Everyone in the room will see us leave and return at the same moment. They will have absolutely no clue of what happened or how long we were gone. Only Breannin of the future will know because he was here with us." Mayana asked, "But what about when they waved at us?" "That happened after we left." Etzli responded, "Since we'll be returning at the same moment we left, that future will no longer exist. When we return through the portal, that memory will be erased." More head spinning for Mayana. How could something that hadn't happened yet be erased? Perhaps it could be better said that that memory will never come into existence to begin with in that timeline. She was continually being introduced to something else that seemed unbelievable, and yet she had no choice but to believe it since she was experiencing it. Breannin moved his hand in a circular motion and an image appeared. He motioned to Mayana and Etzli to enter it and they did. As Mayana was entering the portal, she could see the classroom where she had left from, including the other students and Breannin of the future. She quickly looked at Breannin of the past and then at Breannin of the future to make sure that what she was seeing was true. Etzli and she then entered the portal and they both found themselves back in the classroom. And sure enough, just as they arrived, Mayana saw herself leaving through the other portal. "Welcome back," shouted Breannin in a loud voice while looking at Mayana. "You have successfully completed your first practice quest." Everyone clapped and cheered. While Mayana felt a bit overwhelmed by the experience, she greatly appreciated the kudos that she got from her classmates and her teacher. She thought she'd try polishing her medal and to strut around. The students laughed and surrounded her to pat her on the back and to congratulate her more. She then thought to test Breannin to see if he really did have all of the memories of what they had just experienced. She asked him, "What did the green and white-haired animal do to me?" He knew exactly what she was up to and he responded, "Why, he bit you." She then asked, "And what did Etzli and you do right after that?" He responded, "We both laughed." Mayana was absolutely amazed. Just as Breannin of the past had said, the new memories had been uploaded into his brain and he now had all the memories of Breannin of the past. It was utterly amazing. While this was only her first day of training, she was already feeling better about being there. She was so busy that she hadn't thought about her family all day. And she was so welcome by the teachers and the students that she felt like she belonged. As she had the chance to talk with the other students, she learned that they had all crossed over to visit Breannin at his zoo and they all had had about the same experience. What was the most fascinating of all was that the memory of the Breannin of the present could be updated with each new experience in his past. It made her think that the human brain was very much like a computer. After class, the students were free to do various recreational activities on their own, which included sports, music, reading, dancing, boating, horseback riding, bow and arrow, climbing, and more. It was considered a formal class, so Mayana would have to choose one of them to do daily. Since every student at Xunantunich got to choose an activity at that time, Mayana would meet other students who weren't members of her cohort. Chapter 11. Kung Fu. Mayana awoke the following morning to the ringing of the bells that alerted them to prepare for the day. She went through the normal routine, washing up and going down to the cafeteria for breakfast. She then reported to the courtyard for the morning session. The 10 students in the class all stood on the tatami mats in 2 rows of 5. Shifu stood at the front facing the students. They bowed to each other and they all kneeled. Mayana discovered that Shifu began each class with his words of wisdom that he was so good at providing. He began saying, "We know of two kinds of strength, our inner strength and our outer strength. Our outer strength is our physical strength. It diminishes with age and it can be ravaged by sickness. Our inner strength refers to our self-control, rhythmic endurance, grace, patience, tenacity, wisdom, desire to learn and grow, the desire to seek truth but with the ability to accept not always finding it, and the passion to succeed with the understanding that failure can lead to future success. Our inner strength lasts a lifetime but it requires unity with the body. You cannot have inner strength without also having outer strength. Harmony between the two should be the goal. Do not think that this is an easy task. It will take you a lifetime to master them both and to create such harmony." Shifu was trying to explain the importance of martial arts in regard to preparing for quests. Marsiphony had also explained it the day before. Mayana greatly appreciated these explanations as she likely would not have put her heart into these lessons without that understanding. Shifu then walked over to her and he put his left hand on her shoulder. With his other hand, he held it out palm up and he pointed toward the front of the tatami mats, indicating that he wanted her to step forward. She walked to the front and she turned around to face the students. Shifu then said, "Mayana, tell us how you defeated the two-headed snake in the basement of the witch's castle." Mayana proceeded to tell the story to the group. When she finished, Shifu asked, "What inner strength allowed you to defeat this beast?" She had to think for a moment about the question since she really hadn't considered it in those terms before. She just reacted that day and she hadn't put a lot of thought into what she had done. Finally she said, "Well, I had to keep a cool head and not panic, and I had to be extremely patient and exercise self-control as I laid in wait for the creature to put itself into position." Shifu asked, "And if you had not been able to exercise your inner strength that day, what would have been the outcome?" "I would now be dead," she responded. Shifu said, "You are only on day 2 here at Xunantunich. Please share where this inner strength came from." Mayana again had to think about it since she had never considered it before. After a moment or so she responded, "My father has tremendous inner strength, although I've never heard him call it that. I learned it from him." Shifu responded, "You are fortunate to have a father who is also a teacher. Few children are so fortunate." They bowed to each other and Shifu then held out his hand palm up indicating for her to sit down. He then asked Etzli to step forward. Shifu said to her, "Attack me with all your force." Etzli had been around long enough to know to just do what he asked without hesitation. She stood about 10 feet away and she ran toward him. She held up her arms like an American football player and she ran into him as hard as she could, knocking him to the ground. He was unhurt and he stood up. He then said, "Attack me again." She did the same thing except Shifu stepped to the side, left one foot in her path and he pushed her on her back as she passed by. This time it was Etzli who ended up on the ground. She was unhurt and she stood up. Shifu held out his hand palm up to her indicating that she was to speak. She knew from previous lessons what to say, never stop force with force, rather redirect it. They bowed to each other and Etzli then kneeled back down in her place. The students got into pairs and they practiced the concept. Mayana applied a similar strategy that she had already learned in judo, just that it was used to throw people. Get someone off balance and then throw them down using their own weight and momentum against them. After practicing that concept, the students were directed to line up on the sidewalk that followed the outside rectangular perimeter of the courtyard. Shifu announced, "Crocodile walk." Everyone knew exactly what to do and Mayana followed along. They all formed a single file line with about 10 feet between each person. She was sure to be last so that she could both watch to see what to do and to prevent there being anyone behind her to watch her struggle as she was learning a new skill. All of the students laid down on the ground and they remained there motionless. Shifu then clapped his hands twice and everyone pushed themselves up on all fours and they waited. He then began to clap his hands about once per second to provide a tempo. They all began to walk forward, still on all fours as they followed the sidewalk around. As they continued their march, Mayana was reminded of the grueling exercises that she saw the Buddhist monks doing at the monastery. Now she had to do a similar kind of torturous exercise. She was in good shape, especially compared to other kids her own age, but this was an exceptionally challenging activity. As she made her way around the rectangle twice, she felt her muscles stinging as if being pierced by needles. Everyone else continued to walk, and as much as she wanted to just fall over to end the pain, she continued on, not wanting to be the only one who gave up. But as she was on her third time around, she just couldn't endure the suffering any longer. She fell down to the ground and she quickly rolled over to get out of the path of the others. She looked at Shifu in shame only to see a slight grin on his face. Her first impression was that he was laughing at her because she failed. But he went over to her and he said, "Congratulations, my little crocodile. No one has ever made it even 2 times around their first time. You made it 2.5 times around." Mayana had almost no breath, but she managed to say in a highly strained voice, "I wish someone had told me that earlier." Shifu said, "If someone had told you, would you have made it 2.5 times around?" She responded, "Probably not." Shifu continued loud enough for everyone to hear. "Shame and guilt have their place, Miss Mayana. Like any emotion, they are neither good or bad. It's what you do with them that is good or bad. If they prevent you from committing the same bad behavior or if they inspire you to overcome challenges, they have contributed to making you a better, stronger person. Today, shame contributed to making you a champion." Mayana was still out of breath, but she listened intently to his words and she nodded her head to acknowledge them. Like always, she knew that he was right, but she typically learned her lessons best when she learned them the hard way, as she did that day. Shifu already knew that about her and he had planned to do what he did all along. The students were then signaled to sit on the tatami mats in a circle. They all sat while Shifu kneeled. He began his breathing routine to help the students to relax their bodies after their hard workout. After several moments, Shifu's breathing slowed and he remained quiet with his eyes closed. The students all imitated him. He soon opened his eyes and he quietly clapped his hands once to get everyone's attention. They all looked up and they waited for the next instruction. Shifu anticipated lots of questions, and knowing Mayana, he knew that she would not be shy in asking them. Shifu said, "What questions do you have for me today?" Mayana chose to wait, but when no one else spoke, she indicated that she had a question. She said, "How will we use martial arts to fulfill the quest of saving humanity?" Shifu was expecting that question. But in his normal perplexing and indirect way of responding he said, "When I was a boy, I accidentally fell into a deep hole. I was injured and I could not climb out. I may have died there, but a stranger came along and he helped me. I thanked him and I mentioned that I was so surprised that he assisted me because no one else would. He said that it was his obligation to help people in need because a stranger had once helped him when he was in need. The stranger told him that he must help 10 others in return, each of whom must then help 10 others so that good deeds would spread out like the ripples from a pebble thrown into a pool of water. I was one of his 10 and you became one of mine. And now I pass this obligation on to you. Be the sun that warms the world and you will make the world a warmer place." Mayana was perplexed by his answer, but she knew that she would have to search deep and hard for its meaning and for how to apply it to her quest to save humanity. At that point, Shifu gave the group their 10-minute break. He then continued the morning martial arts routine that lasted until near lunchtime. And just like the previous day, he called the students to form a circle. "Yes," said Mayana silently. She absolutely loved to watch other people's experiences through dreams. Shifu began speaking. "When you make a choice and the results are not what you wanted or expected, can you know that a different choice would have brought about the intended result?" Mayana began to see images in her mind. She saw a man and a woman who both looked to be in their 40s. She listened to their conversation, which was heated. The woman said, "I want you out of this house. Pack up your things and get out. Expect divorce papers by next week." The man responded, "I'll gladly move out. Oh man, what I wouldn't give to start over and to choose anyone but you." "You're telling me," said his soon-to-be ex-wife. "I would never have chosen a cheating idiot like you if I had known better." "Cheating idiot?" he asked. "You cheated more than I did." She replied, "And that's because you're an idiot." The man said, "Well, if you knew how to be a good wife, I wouldn't have cheated. You drove me to it." The woman replied, You need to look in the mirror. Why do you think I cheated? Learn how to be a good husband if you want a faithful wife. You drove me to it. Mayana listened to the insults go back and forth for another 5 minutes or so. It seemed that both of these individuals were equally guilty of abusive behavior toward the other. The image then changed. Mayana saw the same man in a room alone. He was reading a note that someone had sent to him. It said, "The holder of this note will be given the opportunity to do a do-over. To go back 15 years to make a different decision about his life and to correct past mistakes." The man said to himself, "If only this were true. I'd love to go back in time and never get married to that witch of a wife. I'd do a lot better choosing the second time around." He crumbled up the paper and he threw it in the garbage. The image then changed and they were seeing the woman who was alone. She too was reading a note and it read exactly the same thing. She said practically the same words about her soon-to-be ex-husband, "If only this were true. I'd love to go back in time and never get married to that male slut. I'd do a lot better choosing the second time around." She too crumbled up the paper and she threw it in the garbage. Mayana then saw the same man, but he looked to be quite a bit younger. She figured that it must be 15 years earlier, just as the note said. She heard him say, "I can't believe it. What the note said came true. I've been given a chance to redo my life and to not make the same mistakes. Knowing what I know, I can avoid making so many bad choices. I especially will never make contact with that witch of a wife that I had." The image then changed. It was the same woman who also looked to be quite a bit younger. Mayana figured that it must be 15 years earlier for her too, just as the note said. She heard her say, "This is incredible. What the note said came true. I've been given a chance to redo my life and to not make the same mistakes. Knowing what I know, I can avoid making so many bad choices. I especially will never make contact with that slut of a husband I had." The image then changed. Mayana saw the same man, again in his 40s and with a different woman. They were arguing. The woman said, "Get out of this house. You aren't welcome to live here anymore. Pack up and get out." The man said, "Yeah, I'll gladly move out. Who would want to live with a slut like you?" The woman picked up a bottle and she threw it across the room. It hit him in the face and it broke his skin, causing bleeding. The man ran over to her and he slapped her on the face. She screamed and she said, "Don't you hit me. Just get out of this house, you freaking cheater." "Cheater," he responded. "And what have you been doing all of these years?" "Yeah, well, I wouldn't have cheated if you knew how to be a decent husband." "What a loser you are," she said. He responded, "And why do you think I cheated? You drove me to it. What a loser of a wife you are." Mayana listened to this conversation and she couldn't believe that this was the same man who practically had the same conversation as before but with a different woman. She wondered about his first wife and how her life ended up the second time. The image then changed and she saw the first woman. And just as Mayana suspected, her life ended up the same as the first time. There was fighting and screaming and violence, just that it was a different man. The image then disappeared. Shifu opened his eyes and he dropped his hands, as did everyone else. He asked, "What conclusions can we arrive to about the man and the woman in this dream?" Etzli said, "That some people don't learn from their own mistakes." Kwali commented, "That doing your life over won't be any better than the first time around." Mayana interjected, "That human nature sometimes prevents people from improving their lives." Shifu then commented, "The true nature of man is decided in the battle between the conscious mind and the desires of the subconscious. The evil of your subconscious is too strong to resist. The only way to win is to deny it battle." Mayana remembered those words from her previous encounter with Shifu. He continued, "Few people are able to deny battle to their inner impulses and desires. This causes repetition of their mistakes rather than to learn from them. The wise man not only learns from his own mistakes but from the mistakes of others. Understanding this weakness in most people is to understand the root of the problem that you will encounter on your quests. We cannot solve a problem without understanding the root of that problem." Shifu then asked the students to finish the class with silent meditation. Everyone closed their eyes again and they relaxed. During this time, Mayana contemplated the dream that she had just had, and she was a bit incredulous that two people, given the chance to repeat their lives and to avoid the mistakes of their past, merely repeated them. She considered if she would be able to avoid that. She remembered the dream that Shifu gave her in which she was going to launch nuclear weapons, and she wondered if she would repeat the same choices. She considered that dream and the dream today, and she truly understood the importance of learning from your mistakes and of not repeating them. This learning would be crucial for her during her quest to save humanity. After 5 minutes of meditation, the students were dismissed and everyone broke for lunch. Chapter 12. Schrodinger's Cat. When Mayana walked into the classroom, she saw a poster at the front of the room that had the words Schrodinger's cat on it. She remembered this from an episode of the TV show The Big Bang Theory in which it was mentioned, but she could not quite recall its meaning. When all the students were seated, Marsiphony addressed the class saying, "Take a look at the poster on the wall. Notice that it says dead and alive. Who can explain its significance?" Mayana was so anxious to answer the question, but she was also really unsure of what to say. She decided to share what she remembered from what she heard Sheldon Cooper say about it on The Big Bang Theory. She raised her hand and Marsiphony called on her. I don't quite remember it all, but I think it was a thought experiment that a scientist named Schrodinger created. It was something like, there's a cat in a box and we have to consider it to be dead and alive at the same time until we open the box, and only then does the cat decide to be dead or alive. Marsiphony looked at her, she tilted her head sideways and she made a movement with her mouth as if to say, "Well yes, but that's only part of it." She then said, "And who can finish the story for Mayana?" No one spoke. Marsiphony then began to explain, "Let's say we put a cat into a sealed box with a radioactive substance that has a 50% chance of becoming radioactive. We also have poison in the box, and if the radioactive substance becomes active, it will release the poison and it will kill the cat. We can't know if the cat is dead or alive until we open the box. Can we consider the cat to be dead and alive at the same time until we open the box?" Quali interjected, "Well, that doesn't make sense. If we open the box and the cat is dead, it was already dead before we opened it, wasn't it? It can't be dead and alive at the same time and then decide to be dead only on opening the box." Marsiphony inquired, "And why is that not possible?" Quali followed up saying, "Because we've never observed it before. We don't have any examples of an animal being dead and alive at the same time." Marsiphony asked, "Does never having observed something make it false?" Quali replied, "No, but it makes it highly improbable." Marsiphony said, "Several thousand years ago, most people believed that the Earth was flat because they had never observed anything that indicated to them that it was a sphere. Did that lack of observation make it highly improbable that the Earth was a sphere?" Quali had just gotten caught in her own words. She tried to recover saying, "Well, that is true, but we shouldn't believe things until we have evidence to prove that they're true." Marsiphony asked, "So we will believe that the cat was dead before we opened the box even though we can't know with 100% certainty if it was dead or not?" Mayana then remembered a joke from the Big Bang Theory and she decided to borrow it. She said, "Well, a cat of mine once got caught in our car engine and we did not need to open up the hood to know that there was a whole lot of dead cat in there." Everyone burst out laughing. Marsiphony smiled and it was evident that she had to hold back the laughter to maintain her matriarchal presence. Marsiphony then said, "Very funny, Mayana. But let's get back on track." Quali then said, "Yes, we will believe that the cat was dead before we opened the box. We have no reason to consider that it was dead and alive at the same time or that it wasn't dead before the box was opened." Marsiphony then said, "And that is exactly the point that Schrodinger was trying to make when he created this thought experiment. He was trying to demonstrate that a new theory called quantum superposition was as ridiculous as the thought experiment with the cat. What is ironic is that Schrodinger was trying to prove that quantum superposition was incorrect with his thought experiment. But it was he who was wrong in his conclusions about quantum superposition and in using this thought experiment with a cat to attempt to prove that it was false. Does anyone know where Schrodinger went wrong? Etzli took a turn. "I know that the laws of science at the quantum level are totally different from the laws that guide everything bigger than an atom. Perhaps he gave a false analogy to prove that quantum superposition is false." That is exactly the mistake he made, said Marsiphony excitedly, because a student gave a correct answer. He gave an example at the macro level to prove something wrong at the quantum level, and that is a no-no. So now, let's get into quantum superposition. What is it? Mayana's mind began to churn, and she thought of how to take the story of Schrodinger's cat and apply it to the quantum level. She interjected, well, could it mean that things smaller than an atom can be dead and alive at the same time? Marsiphony responded, think a bit more carefully, Miss Mayana. What is the smallest unit of life, the smallest thing that can be considered to be alive? Mayana knew the answer to that question, a one-celled organism. Yes indeed, responded Marsiphony. And what is a one-celled organism composed of? Mayana immediately saw her mistake. She responded, atoms and molecules. And so, said Marsiphony melodically. Mayana replied, and so there can be nothing that is alive at the quantum level. Marsiphony responded, exactly. Or at least nothing that we are aware of, again excited because she knew that she was guiding the students to the correct answer. So, what is quantum superposition? Quali then spoke, I recall that it says that things at the quantum level cannot be known until they are observed or measured, just like Schrodinger's cat. Marsiphony dug deeper, and what does that mean exactly for the electrons of an atom? Quali elaborated, that different particles can be at the same place at the same time, or one particle can be in different places at the same time. Quantum particles can also exist in different states at the same time. It's like being dead and alive, or black and white, or smooth and rough at the same time, and then choosing one or the other once it's observed. Marsiphony asked, so where is the electron at any given point in time? Quali replied, it's everywhere and nowhere. Marsiphony stated, yes. And now the big question. Why does any of this matter? Mayana volunteered her thoughts. Well, I think it tells us about the reality that we spoke of yesterday. If we consider such things as quantum superposition, where everything is totally different from what we experience in everyday life, it may tell us that reality is impossible to identify. Marsiphony asked, and if reality is impossible to identify? Mayana responded, then absolute impossibilities could be true. Alternate realities, existing in two places at once, the same person existing in parallel universes, time travel, transportation from one location to a faraway place in a matter of seconds, and death itself may be an illusion. And that brings us back to why we are here, doesn't it? Responded Marsiphony. We are here with the ultimate goal of saving humanity, and we will use all of the tools and knowledge that we possess to make it happen. And who or what is the threat to the continued existence of humanity? Religion, responded Quali. Go deeper, said Marsiphony. Everything in religion comes from people. Knowledge of science that will allow humans to self-exterminate, said Etzli. Go deeper, responded Marsiphony. All scientific knowledge comes from people. Mayana recalled the conversation that she had had with Marsiphony, and she said, human nature. Bingo, cried Marsiphony. Human nature itself is what will ultimately destroy all humanity. And what can be done about human nature? If only it were so easy to save humanity by eliminating such tangible things as religion or scientific knowledge. But it is not that easy because we can't eliminate or change human nature. Mayana was extremely excited to be on this subject. The question of how to save humanity had been burning in her mind for the last 2 days, and if she was going to help to save the entire human species, she wanted to know how she was going to do it. Marsiphony said, so you know the tools we have to work with. You understand the root of the problem. How are we going to save humanity? Silence then proceeded. This was the absolute most important question of any of them, and no one was sure of how to answer it. They also didn't want to just guess and to then be dressed down in front of the class. The problem was that you may be dressed down for not giving an answer too. But Marsiphony understood the gravity of this question, and she did not go that route. She instead chose to allow the students to talk among themselves in order to discuss the question and to bring back their ideas to the big group. They all began to talk in small groups of 2 or 3, and Marsiphony noticed immediately that the talks became lively. After about 5 minutes, the big group came back together. Marsiphony spoke, share your ideas. Remember, we are brainstorming. All ideas will be considered and we will then come to an agreement on a path to follow. The first group shared, "Our idea is to use the time portal to eliminate all the most evil, genocidal dictators that ever lived, Genghis Khan, Stalin, Hitler, Mao, and Mussolini. By eliminating them, a more peaceful world will be the result." Marsiphony said, "Now we discuss. We will look for strengths and weaknesses in this plan." The strength was already pointed out. What are the weaknesses? Here's a hint. Consider how things would be different 20 years after eliminating a genocidal leader from the past before he had a chance to take power. Mayana thought about it for a few seconds and she raised her hand. Marsiphony said, "Share your ideas, Mayana." She said, "I have 2 ideas. Who would take those leaders' places and would they be any better? If the conditions were such that a corrupt leader could be in power, we may just be replacing one corrupt leader with another." Marsiphony asked, "I like your thinking, Mayana. And what is your second concern?" She continued, "Well, if we eliminate a genocidal leader from the past, many people who died would live, but many people who are alive today would simply cease to exist. My grandfather met my grandmother after World War II. If he had not gone to war, he may never have met my grandmother, and my father and I would never be born. With millions of people living who would have died but who didn't, people would pair up differently, and that would mean that some people would be born who are not now alive and millions of people who are alive today would simply cease to exist." Marsiphony replied, "Again, I like your thinking. And would it be worth it to make such a change if the result were to save all humanity?" Etzli responded, "Yes, if it works. The problem is that we can't know that it would work. Human nature would still be the same. Other genocidal leaders would likely come to power in the future. It may just postpone the inevitable." "I like your thinking too," congratulated Marsiphony. "We will not eliminate this strategy, but we will leave it for the time being. We have to consider that causing people to cease to exist is in and of itself a kind of genocide. I call it our clean genocide since it does not involve killing, rather it just refers to people ceasing to exist." A second group spoke up, "Our idea is to use the time portal to eliminate all scientific knowledge that has given humans the ability to self-exterminate." Marsiphony responded, "So take away the very tools that will lead to human annihilation. What do you all think?" Etzli spoke first, "Well, I think it would have no effect in the long run and it would merely postpone the inevitable. People would eventually make the same discoveries and it would be a kind of clean genocide in that science keeps people alive. Without vaccines and cures, a lot of people who are alive today would cease to exist." "Nice observation," complimented Marsiphony. It was then Mayana's group's turn, which included Etzli and Kwali. Mayana spoke first. "Our idea is to greatly reduce the influences of religion on humanity in order to assist the human race in policing itself in regard to the dangers that will lead to self-extermination. This strategy will have the least effect on people alive today who would cease to exist, and it will be long-term because it would ensure that humanity does not simply repeat later on what it did in the past." Marsiphony asked, "What do the rest of you think of their idea?" She didn't want to just force-feed them the answers but always encouraged them to think for themselves. Anaba responded, "I like their plan because it has less probability of creating an unintentional clean genocide. But it needs more details. How exactly will they make it happen? How can we reduce the influences of religion?" Ilu said, "I'm not so sure that it would work. Religion is in our DNA and reducing the influences of it may be impossible. Everything in religion came from people to begin with, as Marsiphony said. If we could miraculously remove all religion from the face of the earth, it would begin to return within a generation and we'd be back to where we are now within 100 years. You have to go a lot deeper than removing religion to remove religion." Kwali asked, "Go deeper than removing religion to remove religion? What the hell does that even mean?" Ilu responded, "It means that magical thinking is in our DNA. It means that you would have to go to the level of our genes to remove religion, and that isn't possible." "Excellent points. Any follow-up?" asked Marsiphony to Mayana's group. Etzli responded, "Not at the moment. What we provided is as far as we got. I think we'd need a whole afternoon to come up with all the details." Marsiphony responded, "Well stated, and I agree. We will continue to create those details over the days to come." Mayana asked, "But Miss Marsiphony, we are still just kids. Why are you not giving this job to people much older than us? Marsiphony responded, I was wondering when that question would come up. Thank you for mentioning it. There are 3 reasons for this. 1. All of your strategies and plans will be presented to the Council of Elders. They have the right to veto or modify any plan that you present, and they may even out and out create their own plan for you to implement on a quest. You can be sure that any plan that you create will be highly scrutinized. Nothing happens on any quest that is not approved by the Council of Elders. 2. You all will one day be the Council of Elders. We need to prepare you for that day, and that won't happen without providing you with opportunities to develop your leadership skills. 3. You are all Shamayans. You have the gene that makes you highly intelligent, and you all possess an eidetic memory. And although you all lack the experience and knowledge that you will need to be successful on quests, there's no better way to develop those skills than by what you are doing here at Xunantunich. Even with your limited experience and knowledge, you have all proven yourselves worthy of the positions you hold. I can only imagine what you will all be in the next 10 to 20 years as you gain the experience and knowledge that you will need to rise to the level of elder. Mayana then asked, why aren't there more middle-aged people who are already trained to do these quests? I only see young people and, excuse me for saying this, old people here at Xunantunich. Marsiphony replied, good observation Miss Mayana, and no worries about calling me old. I am what I am. And the question you ask is precisely why your father was not brought to Xunantunich. There was no urgent need when he was young. This was a huge oversight on our part. We did not prepare those who are middle-aged now for unknown circumstances when they were young, and we are now playing catch-up. This is not a mistake that we will make again. We will maintain our army of questers in every upcoming generation regardless of whether there is clear and present danger or not. When class ended, the students took their 15-minute break and they headed over to Breannin's classroom for their study of the history and science of alternate realities. Chapter 13. Our visit to the Cretaceous period. When they arrived at the classroom, Mayana saw Breannin with Lilu on his shoulder just like the day before. She wondered if he lived there. She also saw Jaffa in the room seated nearby. All the students sat down and they waited for the class to begin. Breannin began by saying, well, yesterday we had the chance to visit both an alternate reality and a different time zone. Why don't we visit your reality today but in a different time zone? Mayana thought, wow, to visit Earth at a different time. She immediately began thinking of what her preference would be and if she could make a recommendation to Breannin. What it would be to go back in time and to visit a famous person in history or to witness a famous event. Breannin again spoke, I will only take 2 students with me at a time. The others will stay and work with Jaffa and they will have the same opportunity later today. I'll take Mayana and Kwali first. I would like a volunteer to explain the expectations on a visit of this type. Anaba raised her hand and Breannin indicated for her to answer the question. She said, only observe. Do not interact with anyone or anything in any way. And why is that? Asked Breannin. Anaba responded, even a small interaction has the possibility of changing the timeline. I could pass on a virus to someone who would then die. All the children and the descendants that that person had would then never come into existence. The farther back in time you go, the bigger the impact. Breannin asked, and how many people are we talking about? Anaba responded, it depends on how far back you go. Going back just 500 years, the number could be in the millions. Breannin said, so let's make sure we understand what you're saying. By eliminating just one person, we could cause millions of people to cease to exist after only 500 years. Yes, responded Anaba. Breannin asked, and what does that tell us about going back in time and intentionally eliminating an evil person like Hitler or Stalin? Anaba said, that you would merely be substituting one kind of genocide for another. Exactly, responded Breannin. And consequently, changing history for what we believe is the greater good may in fact be just as evil as the evil we want to eliminate. Remember that Hitler and Stalin believed that they were doing the right thing, that it was in the best interests of humanity. We don't want to repeat that mistake by doing what we also believe is in the best interests of humanity only to repeat the same evil by causing people to cease to exist. That reminded Mayana of the question that often comes up in philosophy about whether or not you would kill someone like Hitler as a baby if you had the chance. She remembered everyone answering with a yes, and she too responded with a yes. Now she was seeing it through a different lens, and she could see clearly that the answer has to be no. She then contemplated what it would mean to cease to exist. She supposed that it would mean that one moment you are there, and then without any notice, you just wouldn't be there anymore. She wondered if instantaneous death was the same. If you are shot in the head or you are blown up by a bomb and you don't have time to contemplate what is happening, would it be the same? She considered that although an instantaneous death would be painless, it is still death, thus causing someone to cease to exist was the same thing as causing someone's instantaneous death. Breannin then waved his hand and a portal appeared. He motioned to Mayana and Kwali to follow him through, and they did. Mayana noticed only trees in the image, and when she got to the other side, she still saw only trees. It appeared to be a jungle. Mayana asked, "Where are we?" Breannin replied, "Ancient Earth circa 70 million BC. Surprised, Mayana shouted, 70 million BC. I thought we were going to visit humans in the past, not dinosaurs. Breannin asked, "And what made you think that?" Mayana responded, "Well, all that talk about preserving the timeline by not causing anyone's death." Breannin asked, "And you don't think that that same rule applies to the time period of the dinosaurs?" She replied, "Well, there are no humans alive yet." He replied, "No, but where do you think humans came from? Their predecessors are here among us. Kill them and you will cause the entire human race to never come into existence." Mayana then understood how the learning in the classroom applied perfectly to their current situation. Breannin said, "I brought you here to make sure that you understand that changing the timeline even slightly can have repercussions that we can't even imagine. And the farther back you go, the bigger that effect, including hundreds of millions or billions of years ago. Follow me." They followed him, and he seemed to know where he was going, giving an indication that he had been there before. After walking about 50 yards, they found themselves standing on a cliff that stood a good 100 yards above a valley below of which they had a clear image. Breannin then said, 252 million years before our time, there were extreme volcanic eruptions that were so severe that all life on Earth came as close to absolute extinction than ever before or ever since. The volcanic eruptions triggered extreme global warming, ocean acidification, and worldwide toxic conditions. Sulfur dioxide and carbon dioxide were released into the atmosphere and into the oceans that suffocated both land and marine animals. The atmosphere lost its ability to protect the Earth from solar radiation, and that contributed to taking all existence on the planet to the brink of extermination, with close to 90% of all life dying. Life on Earth has never come so close to total obliteration. And after all that, some years ago my neighbor was upset with me for crashing my car through his kitchen. Mayana and Etzli looked at each other in confusion. Breannin said it with a straight face, and they weren't sure if he was serious or telling a joke. In any case, Breannin then continued talking. "Take a deep breath and tell me if you notice a difference." Mayana breathed the air, and then she took the time to consider what difference there might be. Mayana then said, I feel a little dizzy. What's causing it?" Breannin said to Kwali, "You explain it." Kwali said, "The oxygen content in the air was around 30% 70 million years ago compared to the 21% it is today. Our bodies are adapted for 21% oxygen. 30% is too high for us." Mayana asked, "Won't it harm us?" Kwali responded, "No, because we won't be here very long. It seems a bit strange, but the two things that are most important for our survival, oxygen and water, can kill us in excess. Humans could not live on 100% oxygen." Mayana then peered down to the valley below, and she noticed movement that caught her attention. She saw a group of animals a good 300 yards away. They were too small to see clearly. She said, "Look at those animals. They look like ostriches." Breannin took out a pair of binoculars from a bag that he was carrying. "Here, take a better look." She looked through the binoculars and she saw animals that did indeed look like ostriches, but they clearly were not. They had no feathers and no wings. "What are they?" asked Mayana. Breannin said, "They're called Struthiomimus. It lived up until 65 million years ago." After Mayana had the binoculars for a while, Quali said to her, Mayana, I love you, but you're hogging up those binoculars. Give me a chance. Mayana gave her a smile and she passed her the binoculars. She then asked, aren't we in danger, Breannin? There were meat-eating dinosaurs 70 million years ago. That is true, he replied. But I've been to this same spot at the same time enough to feel secure. However, in spite of that, we do indeed need to be vigilant for danger. If need be, we will pass through the portal to escape. We will not engage any animals in self-defense. Look there, said Breannin as he pointed to an area about 100 yards from the Struthiomimus. They could see a single animal approaching quickly. It's an Allosaurus Genocide right on time. Oh yes, said Mayana. You've been here before. Tell us what happens. Breannin remained silent and he only pointed to indicate that he wanted them to watch. The Allosaurus continued to approach unnoticed by the Struthiomimuses. Mayana then had a pretty good idea of what was about to happen. She noticed a small Struthiomimus that appeared to be quite young. She immediately became apprehensive and a rush of foreboding and sympathy suddenly overwhelmed her. She swallowed as these feelings had a physical effect on her as well. She continued to watch and at the same time she asked, can your portal take us closer to those dinosaurs? Breannin said, yes, of course. It can take us anywhere. Do you want a closer look? Although that's what Breannin said, he knew what was on Mayana's mind and he had no intention of taking them closer. She said, that's not exactly what crossed my mind. I was thinking of preventing what is about to happen. Breannin then said firmly, almost abrasively, we will not interfere. We will watch this entire event. Only after that will we move on to the next leg of our journey. Mayana said, I can't watch. She lowered her head and she closed her eyes. Breannin said harshly, open your eyes and watch. He had his reasons for making her observe this incident, which would become evident after having a chance to debrief. As much as she wanted to close her eyes, she obeyed Breannin knowing that there was a reason for what he was asking her to do. They all watched as the Allosaurus continued to approach and it eventually caught up to the small Struthiomimus. It grabbed it in its mouth and he tore it to shreds. It screamed in pain and terror as it was devoured alive. All of the other Struthiomimuses ran off to safety. Mayana was on the verge of tears as she watched this take place. She had seen animals die in Belize before but never like that. Breannin then motioned to them to follow him and they returned to where they had started. He opened the portal and they returned to the classroom. Seeing how emotional Mayana was, Breannin made the decision to give her a break before the next journey. The classroom was empty as Jaffa had taken the other students outside for their lesson. Mayana put her head down on the table. Breannin spoke gently, just listen please while you take a break. What you have just witnessed was mild compared to what you may see on your quests. Death and pain are common and you will witness them often. As an ethical human being, our first impulse is to help even if it's only an animal in danger. But that is not an option. Never forget that as much as we sympathize with the animal being attacked and we consider it a victim, the predator would equally become a victim without food. If we saved every animal from being eaten, what would become of all the predators? If we did that and they then began to die out, would we then feel sympathy for them and then begin to feed them meat? This is the unfortunate cycle of life. We cannot change it, therefore we must learn to accept it and to leave it alone. In other words, we will not interfere with what we see. And that will be even harder to do when it's a human baby or a small child. And that, my dear, was the point of today's lesson. Mayana stayed there with her head down, but she was listening to every word that Breannin said. She understood completely, but like usual, her emotional side often overwhelmed her ability to stay cool-headed and to remain detached from the pain and suffering that she witnessed. She lifted her head and she asked Breannin all teary-eyed, will I ever become numb to such pain and suffering? Breannin answered, we should hope that you never become numb to it. If that day ever comes, you will truly be useless to our cause. You will learn to live with it, to move on from it, to respond more adequately to it, and you will learn that your feelings about it are your greatest strength. But become numb to it, never. Are you ready for our next visit? Mayana looked at Breannin and she said, yes, I think so. Breannin moved his hand and he opened the portal. He motioned to Kwali and Mayana to follow him through. Chapter 14. Abiogenesis. When they passed through, Mayana noticed that there was an energy barrier that surrounded them and the portal remained open. Beyond the energy barrier, Mayana could see only rocks and water. There was no soil on the ground, no plants, and the sky was orange. She thought that they must have gone back really far in time. She asked Breannin, "When are we? Why is the sky orange and why is the energy barrier around us?" Breannin responded, "We are 3.7 billion years in the past. Do you know what provides us with the oxygen in the atmosphere that we breathe?" Kwali answered, "I know, it comes from the plants." "Exactly," replied Breannin. "If there are no plants, there is no oxygen. And there are no plants here. Our oxygen is coming through the portal. Take one step outside the energy barrier and you will die within a minute or so. There was no oxygen in the atmosphere 3.7 billion years ago. And why is the sky orange?" Kwali again answered, "There's mostly methane in the atmosphere. When the sunlight shines on it, the light waves that get through combine to form orange." Breannin said, "Very good. Are you telling me that our sky isn't really blue?" Kwali responded, "No, it's not. It merely appears to be blue because the light waves that get through our atmosphere combine to form blue and that's what shines on our eyes." Breannin said, "Oh, I just love it. Nothing is real. Nothing is real. I'm not here, you're not here." He gave a strange, almost sinister laugh as he said those words, and it reminded Mayana of a mad scientist. Breannin then asked Mayana, "And why are we here?" She responded, "I really have no idea." Breannin asked, "Do you not know what happened 3.7 billion years ago, the most important event in all of history?" Mayana gave him a blank stare. "Very well," he replied, and he looked at Kwali. "Tell her the answer." She said, "The beginning of life. Abiogenesis." "Yes indeed," responded Breannin. "The beginning of life on Earth. Abiogenesis as it is happening." With that, he moved the image so that it was looking down at the water. He then put his two hands together, side by side with palms forward at the center of the image, and he separated them. He did this several times, and each time he did it, they got an expanded image of the water. They could eventually see what appeared to be microscopic particles. They seemed to be moving around, but nothing else was happening. Breannin then moved his hand from left to right and it caused the particles to move faster. He had put the image in fast forward. "These events happen far too slowly for us to watch in real time," said Breannin. "We'd be here for years watching if I didn't speed it up and jump ahead once in a while." They continued to watch the particles as they moved around, came together, separated, bunched up, repelled each other and continued to interact. After some time, they stayed together in a chain forming a molecule. "Oh, I just love to see this," cried Breannin. "I've seen it a dozen times and I never get tired of it." These new molecules that they were seeing were changing rapidly in fast-forward mode. They soon saw the first RNA molecule that ever existed, and that soon became DNA, and that became the first cell, and that became the first one-celled animal. Then Breannin interjected, "We're going to stop here. Life stays microscopic for quite some time before there's anything else. Watching one microscopic bug change into another will be neither very interesting nor informative, so we will leave this time zone now. We'll debrief in the classroom." They all entered the portal and they returned to Xunantunich. This experience was so incredibly fascinating to Mayana that she had practically forgotten about the earlier encounter. She was beside herself with fascination after witnessing life come into existence. She knew that she would be the envy of every scientist on Earth if they could know about her experience. She was so excited that it didn't even matter to her that she could never share her secret back in Belize. Breannin then asked a question. "So why did I take you back 3.7 billion years to witness the origin of life on Earth?" Mayana thought for a moment. She wanted to answer, so she raised her hand and she spoke saying, We can't know where we're going unless we know where we came from." He responded kiddingly, Well, not bad. You didn't whisper the answer to her, did you, Kwali?" She laughed knowing that he was joking and she said, "No, I did not." Encouraged by Breannin's admiration of her, Mayana continued, "My father always says that we can never solve human problems without first understanding humanity itself. For example, by understanding that we have a violent nature and a predisposition toward violence that evolved in the jungle, we are more likely to solve problems of violence. That reminded Mayana of a conversation that she had had with a boy from school. He told her that abiogenesis was stupid. How could life come from non-life, he asked. It isn't possible, and there's no example of it ever happening. There's no evidence of abiogenesis. It's just a way for people to deny the existence of God and an excuse to live a life of sin. She asked her father if he was right. His response was, well, we know that abiogenesis happened because there was once no life and then there was life. It's just a question of whether that life came from dust or from soup. If it came from dust as the Bible states, then that's life from non-life, and it demonstrates that there is a process whereby you can get life from non-life. With that, we have no reason to interject God into the equation. There is a process that allows life from non-life, and it's just a matter of discovering what it is. True, we don't fully understand it, but we will never discover it if we conclude that God is responsible for it. Claiming that God did it is a sure way to never find the answer, since there's no reason to search for the answer if you think that you already know it. Her father asked her, "Did you know that 7% of the most intelligent scientists on Earth believe in God? Do you know why?" No, she responded. It's because when we reach the limits of knowledge, the natural tendency is to invoke God as the answer, responded father. The most brilliant scientists have been doing that for millennia. They use logic, reason, and evidence to arrive to conclusions about everything that they can, and whatever is left that isn't understood is explained by saying God did it. It's done either because those scientists really have concluded that whatever is left is so far beyond the ability of humans to understand, that God must be responsible, or perhaps as a way to save face before the public. That's to say, rather than to admit that they are stumped and that they are limited in what they can explain, they invoke God so that no one blames the deficiency on limited intellect on the part of the scientists. But again, it does a disservice to discovery, because if the most brilliant scientists do it, it gives everyone an excuse to invoke God to explain what cannot be understood rather than to do the hard work of continuing the search. Mayana then said, well, the boy at school also says that the probability of abiogenesis happening through random coincidence is something like 1 in 10 to the 250th power, which is more than the number of stars in the entire universe. How can abiogenesis be true with that kind of probability against it? Father responded, well, first of all, don't take his numbers at face value. They are not likely correct. You see, to calculate probability, you have to know all of the factors that are involved in order to calculate it accurately. A meteorologist can only predict rain if all the factors that cause rain are known. They cannot always accurately predict the weather due to unknown or changing factors. Abiogenesis is still a great mystery, and we don't know all of the factors involved in order to assess probability accurately. Secondly, ask your friend what he thinks the probability of God existing without the need of a creator is. Surely, if this fine-tuned God can exist without the need of a creator, we have no reason to believe that anything at all requires one. Finally, consider the following thought experiment. You ask 1 million people to flip a coin. Everyone who gets heads will stay in the room. Everyone who gets tails must leave. Probability tells us that 50%, or 500,000 people on average, will get heads and will stay in the room, and 500,000 people on average will leave. You then ask the group of people who got heads to flip the coin again, and those who get heads will stay in the room and those that don't will leave. Probability is still at 50%, thus we will have around 250,000 people who will stay in the room and around 250,000 people who will leave. We will do this again and again until we are left with one person. Look at this chart to see the probability of being among those with only heads at each step. Mayana's father showed her the following graph. As unlikely as it seems, there is a 75% probability of exactly one person getting 19 heads in a row, an 87.5% probability of one person getting 18 heads in a row, and a 93.75% probability of one person getting 17 heads in a row. And the reason for that is because the probability at each step along the way is 50%, thus making the final outcome highly probable in spite of its apparent improbability. Now suppose that you entered the room after this experiment was complete to see one person who just got 19 heads in a row. But let's say that you were not made aware of the experiment that had just taken place and all you see is someone who got 19 heads in a row. What would you conclude? Mayana thought for a moment and she then said, magic, miracles or God I suppose. Father responded, exactly. And the same thing happens in regard to abiogenesis and evolution. We only have access to the successes after 4 billion years of evolution and not to the failures. The animal and plant life we see all around us today is no different from walking into the room to see someone with 19 heads in a row without having access to the 999,999 people who failed. Never forget that more than 99% of all animal species that have ever lived have gone extinct, thus demonstrating that failure is far more common than success in evolution. We are among the lucky 1% that survived. When we only have access to the successes and not to the billions and trillions of failures along the way, people conclude that magic, miracles, or God are the explanation. But just like with the experiment with the coins, once you understand that there are 999,999 people who failed and only one who got it right, it's a lot easier to understand how the success could happen with no need of divine intervention. Also, there are two probabilities in the thought experiment that we must consider. There's the probability of a specific person getting 19 heads in a row, which is 0.0000188%, while the probability of any one random person getting 19 heads in a row is 75%. Creationists like to dazzle us with the former probability and they totally ignore the latter one. Father went on, now consider the following: if you drop a heavy object, what is the probability that it will fall to the ground? Mayana said, 100%. Father responded, correct. And what is the probability that two magnets will stick together if you put them close to each other? Mayana said 100%. Father responded, correct. And what is the probability that two hydrogen atoms and one oxygen atom will connect together if they get close enough to each other? Mayana said 100%. Father said, again correct. You see, there really is no randomness, coincidences, or accidents in nature. When two objects get close enough, the laws of nature determine if they will interact or not. If there is an oxygen atom with two hydrogen atoms attached, there will be no interaction at all if a third hydrogen atom gets close. Things will interact or they won't according to the laws of nature. The thought experiment I mentioned can make it easier to understand how abiogenesis and evolution can happen because, just like in the thought experiment, each step along the way is highly probable, thus making the final outcome highly probable in spite of the apparent improbability. And again, if we could see the billions and trillions of failures along the way and put them side by side with the successes, it would be far easier to understand how a creator is not needed. But we only have access to the successes, and it's just like observing the person with 19 heads in a row without being told anything about the 999,999 failed participants in the experiment. She then came out of her flashback to hear Breannin say, "You just explained the purpose of our last visit, my dear. Did you need to actually see what we saw to learn that?" Mayana thought for a moment. She didn't want to say no and to indicate that it was a wasted trip, so while tilting her head from side to side in unison with her words, she said, "Yes, and no. I already knew it, but I sometimes rely too heavily on my father, and I need to be able to say that the knowledge is mine and not so much my father's. The trip helped to build my self-confidence in what I already knew." Breannin responded, "Spoken like a true politician, my dear. Do you have any political ambitions?" That question really caught Mayana off guard. She neither had political ambitions nor was she trying to sound like a politician with her answer. She really meant what she said, although she may have answered it differently inside her head. "No, not really," she replied. "Too bad," said Breannin. "You'd make a good one. All we have now in politics are idiot geniuses who can't tell their head from their ass." Mayana commented, "I take it you've had a few conversations with Marsiphony about such things." She said the same thing about politicians being idiot geniuses. Breannin responded, "Indeed I have, Miss Mayana, indeed I have. We're two of a kind, she and I, that's for sure. We have time for one more visit. Are you up for it?" Mayana asked kiddingly, "Do I have a choice?" Breannin was mostly good-natured and he was only tough when he needed to be, so he saw the humor in her question. "I'll take that as a yes." Now get a move on, Grandma, he said to Mayana with a smile on his face. Chapter 15. Catastrophe at Sea. Breannin went to a closet at the side of the classroom and he entered. He came out with winter coats, mittens and hats. Mayana looked curiously at the things that he had in his arms. Breannin explained, "We're going to need this winter gear where we're going next." He passed out the clothes and he said, "We need to put these on here. When we get to where we're going, you'll be glad that you did. You'll only feel hot until we pass through the portal." They all put on their winter clothes and Mayana immediately began to feel hot since Xunantunich was in the tropics. But she knew from her visits to Minnesota in the wintertime that she would surely need to be dressed warmly if the weather was going to be cold like her father's homeland. Breannin then motioned his hand and a portal appeared. "They speak English where we're going, so we'll be able to communicate just fine. But remember the rule that we are going there to observe and we will avoid interacting with anyone." Breannin then passed through the portal with the two girls right behind. Mayana was totally unprepared for what she saw. She was expecting to see ice, snow, ice-capped mountains, cold weather animals, etc. But instead she could see only two things that were quite distinct: endless water and the deck of a ship. They were at sea and it was winter. Beyond noticing those two things, she felt the cold piercing of the wind that bit her face, which was exposed. She went from feeling horribly overheated one moment to feeling icy cold the next. She was indeed happy that she had on her winter clothing. After the initial shock of her surroundings, she then began to wonder why they were there. She looked around and she saw only a few people on the deck, most of them in uniform. Breannin said, "Follow me." He took them through a doorway toward the center of the ship, which was an indoor enclosed area. She immediately felt the difference in temperature and it was evident that there was a heating system. They walked down a hallway and Mayana noticed doors along it about every 20 feet or so. She also began to notice an elegant carpet and ornamentation along the walls. It reminded her of rich people. Suddenly, they all heard one of the doors ahead opening up and two small children ran out into the hallway, followed by a young woman who appeared to be their mother. She called through the open doorway, "We'll meet you in the dinner hall, Anthony." She then closed the door and the three of them walked down the hallway in the same direction that Mayana and the others were going. They continued to walk behind this woman and her children until they reached the dining hall. Mayana noticed that the woman spoke with a British accent. She wondered if the ship was coming from England. When they entered the dining hall, Mayana was absolutely astounded. She couldn't believe the elegance of it all. She said, "Wow, there must be lots of rich people here." Breannin agreed, saying, "Rich, and then some. These are some of the richest people in the world." She then saw the two children from earlier. They were a boy and a girl around ages 5 and 7. They began a game of tag in the dining hall and their mother quickly got them to sit down at their dinner table. She yelled at them, "You both stop that now. Your father will be here shortly and he won't take kindly to that kind of behavior here in the dinner hall." Being that the three of them were just standing there looking, an employee of the ship approached them and he asked if he could help. Breannin said, "I'm looking for my sister but I don't see her." He asked politely, "Can I help you find her?" "No, I'll just keep looking, thanks," responded Breannin. The employee walked off. Breannin said, "Every time I come here the same fellow approaches me with the same question. I answer him a little differently every time. Sometimes I say I'm looking for my brother or my son, or a lost pet, or that I just came to look. He's always satisfied with my answer and he then just walks off. The encounter is so innocuous that I've never felt a need to change my route. I'm always worried that making such a change could lead to an encounter that is far less innocuous." Mayana asked, "If you've been here before, why don't we see the you of those timelines here?" Breannin responded, "Very perceptive, Miss Mayana. To avoid that problem, I need only arrive seconds before the arrival of my previous visit. That resets the timeline. If I arrived after the arrival of my previous visit, there would be two Breannins meeting each other. Every visit to the same place and time zone requires precise timing to prevent that from happening." Mayana then began to wonder if such an innocuous encounter with someone from the local time zone could change the future in any way. She began to think, well, if he hadn't stopped to talk to Breannin, He could have done something that could have killed him, like to step on an electrical cord or to fall down the stairs. But then she figured that while that was possible, it wasn't very probable. With that, they left the dining area. Breannin walked down the hallway. All along the way, they saw men in tuxedos and top hats and women in fancy dresses and beautiful bonnets. They saw no one who was not dressed elegantly, including the children. They returned to the doorway where they had entered the dining hall, but they turned to the right immediately after exiting, which took them down another short hallway where Mayana noticed elevator doors. She had ridden on an elevator during her visits to Minnesota, but she had never seen one in Belize. They looked really old-fashioned compared to the ones that she had ridden on, but before she could express her thoughts out loud, Breannin said, "Now this is elegance at its finest." She immediately thought, "Oops. Good thing I didn't say that thought out loud." She remembered that what is elegant in one era will seem old-fashioned in another. They all entered, and Mayana noticed a man in a uniform sitting on a stool. It seemed odd to her to see that, since everyone stands in every elevator that she had been on in Minnesota. It turned out that he was there to operate it. She then heard Breannin say, "Lower level, please." The man in the uniform said, "Lower level, sir. Are you sure that's where you want to go?" Breannin said, "Yes, I'm sure." The elevator operator said, "Vermin, lice and cockroaches is what you'll see down there, sir. I just want to make sure that that's where you're headed." Breannin then said politely, "I secured passage for a friend and I just want to check on how he's doing. Is there any danger in going there?" He responded, "Oh no, sir. You're safe anywhere on this ship. It's just that you may not much appreciate the smell or the sight of things down there." Breannin replied, "Well, I won't stay long. I just need to check on my friend is all. I'll breathe through my mouth and I'll try not to look around too much." The elevator operator laughed and he said, "Okay, sir. No problem at all. Enjoy the rest of your time on the voyage." The elevator doors then opened and the three of them exited. After the doors closed, Breannin then asked, "What are your observations of the ride down?" Quali said, "Well, I don't know that I'd call that interacting the least possible." Mayana said, "I was thinking the same thing all the way down." Breannin answered, "I was hoping that you'd both notice that. The length of the encounter doesn't matter, rather it's the depth of the interaction that counts. By engaging him in small talk and adding a touch of humor the way I did, I eliminated all suspicion that I may be up to something inappropriate. That prevented a call to his supervisor to report suspicious activity, which would surely have led to a lengthy and in-depth interaction and a much greater potential to change the timeline. The goal is to not change history, and if I was successful in doing that, the length of the interaction is irrelevant." Mayana again thought about whether that encounter could have changed history in any way. Suppose while they were using the elevator, someone else was delayed. Then suppose that that person changed his mind due to the delay and he went back to his cabin. Then suppose that that person missed meeting the love of his life and an entire family line became lost. She again thought that it was possible but not probable. Breannin then began to walk down the hallway. Mayana immediately noticed two things. One was that the light was very dim and the other was the smell that they had been warned about. She wasn't positive what it was, but it reminded her of an outdoor latrine in Belize. She knew that that couldn't be right as they weren't outdoors and there couldn't possibly be an indoor latrine. She took Breannin's advice and she began to breathe through her mouth, which cut off her sense of smell. Quali and Mayana looked at each other. They plugged their noses with one hand, they waved the other hand in front of their face from side to side and they both said, "Yuck." They then burst out laughing. Breannin looked at them sternly and he said, "You won't laugh when you see what's to come." The girls then got serious and they continued along. As they walked down the hallway, they began to notice water on the floor. They looked up and they saw that it was coming from under a door at the end of the hallway. As they walked along, they reached the water, but Breannin forged ahead as there was no other route to take to get to where he wanted to go. As they continued to look at the flooding, the door was suddenly opened and a young man carrying a wrench came through the doorway. They immediately knew where the smell was coming from. It was a bathroom with a broken toilet. And that gave them an indication of what they were standing in. They heard the man with the wrench shout, "I really don't know if I can fix it. It's broken pretty good." They then entered a large room where they saw probably 200 people or more. Many of them were lying on the barewood floor using a shirt or some other clothing as a pillow. Some were sitting or lying on wooden benches that were all over the room. Others were standing and talking. The clothes that most of them wore were ragged and old and probably contributed to the smell. They could not see a single ship employee anywhere other than the man with the wrench. Among the 200 people, Mayana noticed that perhaps half of them or more were children ranging in age from birth up to around 18 years old. There were babies and children crying. She heard one young girl who was about 4 years old saying, "I'm hungry, Mama, I'm hungry." She saw two boys about 8 years old fist fighting and no one did anything to stop them. She looked at one of the babies who was screaming horribly and she noticed spots all over its face. It looked like the measles. Its mother held her tightly but the baby continued to scream. Breannin said, "We went from absolute richness and elegance to abject poverty, the two extremes that exist mere decks apart and yet they may as well be on opposite sides of the earth." Mayana asked, "Isn't someone going to help them, get them food and fix the toilet? Can't they use one of the bathrooms upstairs until the repairs are complete?" Breannin responded, "This is a different world than where you come from, Mayana. The answer to your questions is no, no and no. Those elegant people upstairs with their fancy clothes would never allow it. Share with the poor? Never. It just isn't done. They don't even want to know about it, much less to help. If they are unaware of it, they don't need to suffer from a guilty conscience which may prompt them to do something about it. All of those people have been in that position before, that's to say suffering from a guilty conscience. It doesn't feel good and they know it. So to avoid those feelings, they practice avoidance. If they don't see it, they don't have to face those feelings." Mayana commented, "We have poor people in Belize but I always see others helping them. No one starves to death in my homeland." Breannin interjected, "Like I said, this is a different world. This kind of treatment of the poor probably exists in Belize but it may not be so pronounced or obvious." Now that she thought about it, she remembered that that was true. She knew of a well-to-do Belizean family that lived up at Kahal Pech and they were known for being rich, greedy, and selfish. They sheltered themselves up on the hill from the rest of the world and some of the family members rarely left home. A life of luxury was all that they knew. They passed through this big room and they exited on the other side. When they got there, they were in a hallway and they noticed a bathroom on that side that was also broken. 2 bathrooms for over 200 people aren't going to remain working for very long, said Breannin. And nobody with the power to make changes cares enough to make them happen. Mayana had remained sheltered from these extreme conditions that didn't really exist in Belize, where the majority of the people are in the middle, the poor are taken care of and the rich are practically invisible. It made her blood boil to know that the people above were enjoying a life of luxury while just a few decks below, there was poverty and suffering. Breannin could see the consternation on Mayana's face and of course, that was the point of bringing her there. He gave himself a little smile knowing that he had accomplished his goal. It was a bit strange that someone would feel good when someone else feels bad, but he always had the bigger picture in mind and he knew how each painful lesson learned was creating a stronger champion. They then returned to the deck where Mayana immediately felt the cold winter air again. They approached the fence along the upper wall of the ship where they could look out at the sea. There were small icebergs floating nearby that told them that the water was icy cold. They remained there for some time and finally Mayana asked, "What's next?" Breannin responded, "Patience, my girl, patience. I've been here many times, so be assured that I have everything all planned out. Just keep your eyes and ears open." They leaned against the fence and they looked outward toward the sea and they just waited for whatever was going to happen next. Suddenly, it came. Mayana heard a loud boom and she felt the ship lurch to the side. It felt as if they had hit something. Just then a loud siren blared and they heard running footsteps coming toward them from inside the ship. Suddenly the door burst open and a group of men who were employees came running out and they ran down the deck toward the front where the loud boom had come from. They heard someone shout, "We've struck an iceberg. We're taking in water." Mayana began to panic on hearing those words. "Oh my God! The ship is sinking, the ship is sinking." Kwali quickly grabbed her hand saying, "It's okay, Mayana. We're safe, we're safe." But the ship is sinking, she shouted again. It's dark and the water is icy cold. Everyone will die if the ship sinks. Mayana remained panic-stricken and she just couldn't contain her emotions. Like usual, her concern was for those around her as much as for herself. She knew that they could pass through the portal, but that wouldn't help the people on the ship. Breannin then said, "Ladies, I'm going to open the portal and we're going to step through." Mayana asked, "We're just going to leave these people to drown?" Breannin said, "No, we're going to move ahead an hour or so. Not much happens between now and then." There was no one on the deck at their location since everyone was at the front of the ship where it had struck the iceberg. That allowed Breannin to open the portal with no one noticing. They all quickly stepped through and they found themselves at the same location. But now there were hundreds of people on the deck and there were lifeboats in the water. There were screams that were absolutely deafening. It reminded Mayana of being at a soccer game where people would scream and cheer. The difference was that this screaming was constant and these were screams of panic and terror. Breannin had to talk directly into Mayana's and Quali's ear to be heard. He said to each of them, "Follow me." They went through the same doorway as before and they walked down the hallway to the elevators. Breannin pushed the button and it arrived shortly thereafter. The operator was not there, so Breannin operated it himself. They went down to the lower level that they had visited previously. They got down to the large room where they had been and Mayana noticed a large gate covering the doorway. From a distance, she could see people's arms sticking out through the rails and she could hear it being rattled as they pushed on it in an attempt to open it. She could hear the screams of people saying, "Let us out." Mayana could see a large padlock that prevented anyone from opening it. When they saw Breannin, Quali, and Mayana, they began to plead to them, "Please help us. Let us out. We'll all drown in here." Mayana asked, "Why are they locked in? They'll all drown." Breannin replied, "That was the intention. There aren't enough lifeboats for everyone. With fewer people on deck, that will allow the others to find a spot on a lifeboat. Like I said earlier, the poor and the rich are worlds apart." Mayana was horrified on hearing that. She couldn't believe that someone had intentionally locked them in, ensuring their deaths, and only because they were poor. Just then, a ship employee passed them in the hallway. Seeing that Breannin, Mayana, and Quali all looked well-to-do, he mistook them for fare-paying passengers and he said, "Better get up top to try to find a seat in a lifeboat. The Titanic's going to sink." "The Titanic," cried Mayana. She remembered the name from the movie Titanic and she immediately understood where they were and what was happening. "Oh my God," she said. "We're on the Titanic." Breannin said, "Indeed we are, and you probably know all too well that the ship is going to sink and most of these people are going to die." Mayana asked, "Is there nothing we can do? Can't we open the portal and help people to escape?" Mayana knew the answer to her own question, but she also understood that it's way different discussing such things in a classroom and seeing them take place before your very eyes. The compassion in her heart told her to help these people. Breannin had said previously that watching babies and children die would be much harder than watching a dinosaur die. Now she was experiencing it. She began to pull on Breannin's gown saying, "Breannin, we have to help these people. They're going to die." Breannin said firmly, "We will do nothing." He glared at Mayana with a look that said that he was deadly serious. She backed off on hearing that and she just stood there teary-eyed. Quali put her arm around her to console her. Breannin then said, "Let's quickly get on the elevator and return to the deck. They won't be working much longer." They returned to see absolute panic. Some people were already in lifeboats that had been lowered into the water and there were others that were just being boarded. The ship had a heavy tilt that made it difficult to walk along the deck. Mayana noticed a lot of people at the high end of the ship that were not attempting to board the lifeboats. She asked, "Why aren't they boarding?" Breannin responded, "They don't know that the ship is going to sink and they're more afraid of boarding the lifeboats. They were told that they had radioed for help and they think that they are safer staying on board." Mayana then noticed something rather strange. She saw a group of musicians playing music. While everything was complete and total panic and chaos, 8 musicians calmly played music. She wasn't sure that she had seen anything quite so paradoxical before. She asked, "Why are they playing music?" Breannin answered, The rule in those days was women and children first. Any man who took the spot of a woman or a child was seen as a coward. These men knew that there wouldn't be spots for them on a lifeboat, so they chose to do what they do best until the very end. They are actually helping to reduce some of the panic through their music. They will play until they can play no more, and they will all go down with the ship. They will be recognized as heroes. Their final song will be, "Nearer My God to Thee." Breannin then guided them toward the high end of the ship where most of the people were. Mayana noticed that the tilt had increased quite a bit since they returned to the deck. By then, all of the lifeboats had been lowered and boarded, and there was nothing left for anyone to do but wait. Mayana watched helplessly, and she felt as desperate as the passengers on the ship. All she could do was to watch and do nothing. She asked, "Breannin, some of the lifeboats are not full. Will they come back to rescue some of these people?" Breannin responded, "Only a handful of people who did not originally get on one of the lifeboats were rescued. That was partly due to the refusal of people on the lifeboats to return for fear of being overloaded and watching everyone drown, and because you can only survive for about 20 minutes in the near-freezing North Atlantic Ocean. The people who ended up in the water and who were not immediately rescued quickly succumbed to the freezing water." Breannin was really pushing Mayana to the edge by making her stay to the end. But he knew what he was doing. In the words of Shifu, "You cannot follow the great path by running from death." With every passing moment, Mayana noticed a greater tilt in the ship. It was then difficult to stay in place without putting one foot toward the decline to keep her body in place. She saw people holding the rails that encircled the deck or holding on to furniture that was secured to the floor. The screams were ear-shattering, and it again reminded her of being at a soccer game, just that these were cries of terror. It was ironic that the screams that she was hearing today sounded identical to the ones at a soccer game. How could they sound the same, she thought. As the tilt became so steep that people began sliding down the deck, Breannin said, "We need stay no longer." With so much panic among the crowd, Breannin felt no need for them to be hidden. He opened the portal and they entered one by one. They were now back at Xunantunich in their own time. They got back to find Jaffa and a classroom full of students. But upon leaving the portal, Mayana raced out of the room. She ran all the way to her own bedroom where she stayed the rest of the day. Yasmin brought her food for dinner, and Marsiphony heard from Breannin what happened, and she decided to pay her a visit. She knocked on the door and she entered. On seeing her, Mayana immediately sat up in bed and she said, "Marsiphony, I wasn't expecting you." Marsiphony said with a smile, "Well, I do make house calls." Mayana then said, "Before you say anything, I know exactly what I did wrong and I know why it was wrong. If we had interfered, we would have changed the timeline, and that would have caused some people to come into existence who shouldn't be here, while others who should be here would just cease to exist. I also know that I need more time to get used to seeing such things without interfering." "Very good self-evaluation," replied Marsiphony. "I was wondering if I was going to have to put you on a leave of absence and to reconsider our decision to keep you at Xunantunich. I surely do not want to give up on you, and we need you more than you need us, so I'm very happy to hear your self-analysis. Do you remember the final dream on your first trip? You were willing to launch nuclear weapons to solve a problem. You were not able to control your desires to eliminate a threat. If you were actually put in that same situation now, would you make the same decisions?" "No," replied Mayana. "Why not?" asked Marsiphony. "Because I've learned a lot since then. I've learned that there are better ways to solve problems," responded Mayana. "Indeed you have," stated Marsiphony. "And you are also learning the purpose of these practice quests. With each one your self-discipline improves, your emotions become stabilized, one experience leads to better judgment during the next one. Self-restraint is absolutely crucial on a quest. Do you remember that I explained to you that adults are typically too difficult to train? Many untrained adults would have attempted to save the people on the Titanic with no regard for the consequences of those actions. Just 1,000 souls saved would lead to a clean genocide that would ultimately reach into the hundreds of millions of people. The timeline would be changed in ways that we can't even imagine. That is why restraint is an absolute when crossing the time barrier. And tomorrow, you will face what is perhaps your most difficult challenge. You will visit your homeland of Belize at the current time. You will visit your homeland of Belize at the present time, and you will not have to be concerned about changing the timeline of the past, and yet you will have to demonstrate that you can exercise the same restraint while observing an incident. I'm going to Belize tomorrow, asked Mayana. But I thought I wouldn't go there until I complete 5 days of training. Marsiphony responded, you won't be going there to continue your life in Belize. That will indeed happen after 5 days. Your practice quest tomorrow will not involve your family, and they will not be aware of your presence. It will take place in a part of Belize far from your hometown. You will be briefed by Breannin tomorrow with the details. Marsiphony then bid farewell. Mayana was now left with not only the events of the day but with knowing that she would be visiting Belize tomorrow. Being able to go home was exciting news to her, even if she didn't get to visit her family. In fact, that was such good news to her that it allowed her to begin to relax, to put the events of the day out of her mind and to eventually fall asleep. Chapter 16. Finding Harmony in Nature. The next day, Mayana woke up with the morning bells and she went through her morning routine that had become normal. After breakfast, she headed to her first class with Shifu. The class began with the students sitting on the tatami mats near the front. Shifu began to speak. To develop the mind requires that the body has been disciplined. To accomplish this, we have learned to imitate the creatures found in nature. Kung Fu imitates them to create an entire system based on their characteristics. We learn from the crane, the snake, the tiger, the praying mantis, and even the fictional dragon, which exemplifies power and strength. Each of these animals has incredible characteristics that we can learn and imitate. We learn grace, self-control, suppleness and rhythmic endurance, speed and patience, tenacity and power, and we learn to ride the wind. All animals on Earth, the big and the small, the advanced and the simple, the gentle and the ferocious, have a balance with nature and are one with nature. Any person who has the wisdom to learn can be taught these virtues. What we never find among these creatures is discord, rather we always find a balance among them. What may seem like disharmony never is. You may interpret a contradiction between the fragile beauty of the praying mantis and the fire of the winged dragon, but that apparent discrepancy is merely a perception. We see the apparent discord between the supple silence of the snake and the power of the eagle's claws, but what we see in reality is harmony. When we look deep at nature, we see no two elements that are in conflict. We must remove the conflict within ourselves to discover the harmony of body and mind in accord with the flow of the universe. It may take a lifetime to master this. As Shifu was speaking, Mayana remembered both her father's and Marsiphony's words in which they said that humans are the only species on Earth that has lost its balance with nature, as we have learned how to circumvent it for our own selfish desires. That is the whole problem that is leading to self-extermination. The balance with nature must be maintained for humanity to be healthy. The question now is how to restore it to avoid self-extermination. Shifu continued talking. Anaba, please come forward. She stood up and she walked to the front. Shifu said, show us how you have learned to imitate the animals and how you maintain a balance with nature. Anaba modeled the crane. She proceeded to do a kind of kata where she displayed the crane system of Kung Fu. Mayana wasn't sure that she quite grasped the idea of a balance and lack of discord among these animals that she was learning that day. What did it mean that a snake and a praying mantis are in harmony? After Anaba finished her demonstration, Shifu said, we learn grace and self-control from the crane. This is countered by the tenacity and the power of the tiger. Together they create a balance, they complement each other. He then asked Ilu to step forward and to do a demonstration. He showed the pose of a praying mantis and he proceeded to do a kata that demonstrated the praying mantis system of Kung Fu. He then said, the praying mantis shows speed and patience. It counters the suppleness and rhythmic endurance of the snake. Together they are in harmony and there is no discord. He continued, every animal species fills a niche and altogether they create a jigsaw puzzle of the entire planet. Remove any one species and you have an empty niche that creates an imbalance. Humans have removed many of those puzzle pieces and filled them in with themselves, thus creating a huge imbalance that is destroying the Earth. Humanity has lost its way in that regard and it must be put back on a path that restores the balance of nature. Mayana said, Shifu, as I look around the world, I see conflict. There is no harmony or balance between people and nature. There is no peace. Shifu responded, yes, the world is as you explained. And why does that trouble you? Will you not find peace here at Xunantunich? She responded, I wish that the whole world could know peace. Shifu responded, all around the earth, we can see beauty as beauty. And why is that? It's because there is ugliness. We can compare the two and that gives them both value. We can know good as good because there is evil. Therefore opposites arise together. Big and small complement each other. Deep and shallow rest upon each other. Left and right follow one another. Mayana said, but Shifu, how do we take that peace and joy to the world? He responded, be like the sun and what is within you will warm the earth. Mayana became a bit frustrated with those words. On the one hand, she knew that he was right and she agreed with everything he said. But on the other hand, she knew that changing people is not easy and that his method may not be as effective as she needed it to be if she were going to save humanity. Shifu continued, shape clay into a pot. It is the space within that gives it value. Place doors and windows in a house. It is the opening that brings light within. Create a pair of pants. It is the opening in the pants that allows you to put them on. Therefore, be the space at the center. Be nothing and you will have everything to give to others. Mayana thought for a moment, be nothing. She didn't understand that and she was too polite and too respectful to question it. She then thought of her father. One of his strengths was leading by example. She had learned many of the important lessons of life just by watching him. For example, he rarely missed work, he was always at work on time and he always stayed at work the whole day. She had learned good work ethics just by watching him. Yes, that must be what Shifu was referring to. Be nothing meant to not make an effort to influence people, rather just be a good role model and what you do will wear off on them. Either Shifu anticipated confusion or Mayana divulged it through her body language and he said, I will close with the following words. Look deep into nature and you will understand everything better. Understand humanity and you will solve the deepest problems that it is experiencing. He continued, approach evil from a position of strength and awareness of it, but acknowledge the good in humans through trust. By doing so, you are prepared for evil and you encourage good. Mayana asked, and is good always the outcome when we trust others? Shifu answered, no, in striving for an ideal we do not seek an outcome. You will find yourself in a state of perpetual frustration by seeking a goal that you will never achieve. Yet trust does sometimes bring with it a great outcome and reward that is even greater than good itself. Mayana asked, what outcome could be greater than good? Love, responded Shifu. Love, asked Mayana. Shifu responded, yes, love, which is harmony even in discord. Again Mayana understood what he was saying, but she was having trouble seeing how it would help her on her quests. She decided that she would be able to better understand things in a dream, so she thought to say, can you give us a dream, Shifu? He motioned to the group to form a circle and to hold hands. They all did so and they closed their eyes. Mayana soon found herself up in the sky flying through the air just like in the first dream that she had been given months earlier. They moved through the air, feeling the breeze but not feeling cold, and they could see a city below. As they approached, they began to descend. Mayana could see hundreds of people below spread out over several blocks. It looked like a ceremony was taking place, perhaps even a parade. She saw people on both sides of the street lined up along the curb. The street in between was clear. As she looked far down the road, she could see a procession coming toward them. By then they were at ground level and they could see everything clearly. They landed right in the middle of the street where they were clearly in the way of the procession. But since it was a dream, Mayana figured that it didn't really matter. They began to walk toward the procession. The crowds along the side of the road were 3 or 4 rows thick and everyone pushed to be able to see. Suddenly Mayana spotted Shifu in the crowd. She thought, how strange that he has joined us. She then said to Etzli, look, Shifu is here with us. He is there in the front row. Etzli looked and she saw him too, but she said, I don't think he's here with us. I think we're seeing him in our dream. Mayana quickly looked at him and she then noticed that Master G was with him. She was indeed seeing him as part of the dream. As she looked ahead, she noticed that there were guards that were coming along the sides of the street to keep people back. Behind them was a procession of people that looked like royalty. She saw an elegant carriage being pulled by 4 horses. There were guards all around it, and there were dancers and musicians just ahead of it and behind it. It was apparent that this was a celebration. She then heard a shout from one of the guards. He said, "Bow for the prince, for today is his birthday." Mayana saw everyone bow down. However, she noticed that neither Master Ji nor Shifu bowed, rather they remained standing. She thought that was rather odd, since she knew that Shifu was so highly disciplined and respectful. As the guards came their way, they spotted them. A guard commanded them, "Bow for the prince, for today is his birthday." Shifu and Master Ji merely looked forward, but they did not bow. The guard pointed his spear at them and he repeated his command. Master Ji said in a respectful voice, "Shaolin monks do not bow for royalty, as we do not recognize it. All life on earth is equal, with no one being higher than anyone else." The guard did not hesitate in approaching Master Ji and he attempted to grab him. But Master Ji anticipated the attack and he was quick to grab hold of the guard and to redirect his strength and momentum. The guard ended up on the ground. Seeing the commotion, other guards quickly arrived. People who were nearby scurried away. The guards surrounded Shifu and Master Ji. Mayana noticed that they did not activate their energy shield. She figured that they would not do that while in public. Apparently, they did not need their powers, as they fought off the guards in spite of being outnumbered. As the commotion continued, the carriage carrying the prince stopped so that those inside could get a better look at what was happening. They opened the carriage door and the prince stuck his head out to watch. There was a guard standing by who held a spear in his hand. The prince signaled him to go over and to finish off Shifu and Master Ji. The guard waited for an opening among the soldiers. When finally he got one, he threw his spear through the air and it hit Master Ji solidly in the chest. He immediately collapsed. Seeing this, Shifu went into a rage. He pulled the spear out of Master Ji and he threw it toward the carriage. Before anyone had a chance to react, the prince lay down dead with the spear in his heart. In the commotion and the concern for the prince, Shifu was able to run to Master Ji, who lay on the ground dying. Shifu said, "I have disgraced the Shaolin Temple with my actions. I'm so sorry, Master Ji." Master Ji responded, "No, Leiling, you have not. You did what even the most highly disciplined of us would do. You responded to an injustice." Shifu replied, "The taking of a life does no one honor." Master Ji responded, "You did no dishonor, Leiling, do not preoccupy yourself with that. You must now concern yourself with your own safety. You must leave the country immediately. You will not be safe here. Find others like you with the same abilities. They will provide you with sanctuary and they will be your family." Shifu asked, "But how will I find such people? Where are they?" "Follow the south winds and go where all is ice and snow and you will find them," replied Master Ji. "Take my carpet, my belt of invisibility and my wand. Use them to warm the world like the sun warms your face." With that, Master Ji breathed his last breath. Shifu quickly grabbed the items from Master Ji's pouch. Around him, everything was chaos and he hadn't yet been identified as the one who had slain the prince. He looked up and he saw that the guards were talking as if trying to figure out what had happened. Shifu chose to then leave the scene and to disappear in the crowd. He was fortunate in that the royal family was evil and treacherous, and that meant that no one had a reason to stop him or to identify him. He escaped easily. He knew better than to return to the monastery. They would look for him there before anywhere. He chose to find a secluded area, to take out his carpet and his belt of invisibility and to then make his escape. The image then changed. Mayana saw Shifu in what looked like a laboratory. He was laying on a long bench and he was surrounded by people dressed in white clothes that looked like a doctor's uniform. It appeared that they were performing surgery on him. Suddenly, the image disappeared and the dream ended. Mayana and the others found themselves back at Xunantunich, where they had been all along, of course. Mayana was surprised to be left without finding out what was happening and why they were operating on Shifu. The others were equally confused about the abrupt ending. Shifu saw the confusion on their faces, but he said only, The dream will continue another day. The students knew better than to question him further or to request that he complete the dream just then. They would have to just wait until he was ready to continue it. Mayana concluded that there was a reason for what he had done and that all would become clear with time. In the meanwhile, she was really no closer to understanding how she was going to save humanity than before. With that, the students were signaled to form their lines. Shifu kneeled down and everyone imitated him. They all bowed to each other. Class was then dismissed. Chapter 17. Belize City. Mayana awoke to the morning bells, and before she even had the chance to fully wake up, Yasmin said to her, "I want to go with you. I want to go to Belize too." Mayana looked at her and she could hardly answer, being that she was half asleep. "What?" she said in a daze. "Go where?" Yasmin repeated. "To Belize. I want to go with you to Belize." Mayana was now more fully awake and she said, "That's not my decision to make. I doubt that Marsiphony will allow it." Yasmin pleaded, "Can you please ask for me?" Mayana said, "My goodness, it's only 2 more days and we'll be going home to visit family. I won't even get to see anyone I know, and I'll be going to a part of Belize where no one knows me. I think you just need to wait." Yasmin insisted, "Then I'll ask her myself." Mayana replied, "Well, you can do that, but I have a feeling that Marsiphony's not going to be too happy with the request and you may not like her response." Yasmin said, "I'll take my chances." They quickly used the bathroom and they headed down to the cafeteria. Right after breakfast, Mayana, Etzli, and Kwali were asked to report to Breannin's classroom, which they did while Yasmin headed to Marsiphony's office. After only a moment or so, Yasmin came out of the office with a sad face and she looked down at the ground as if in shame. Her request was not only refused, but she was warned to never return with such an inappropriate inquiry. Just as Mayana had said, she was told to wait 2 more days to return to Belize. When the girls arrived at the classroom, Breannin was there with Shifu. Marsiphony soon followed. Mayana thought, "Wow. I've never seen the 3 of them together in the same room. Something important must be happening." Everyone sat down and Breannin spoke, "You will all be visiting your homeland today. Mayana is from Belize, Kwali is from India and Etzli is from Thailand. The rest of you will visit your homeland with an elder. You will each go to a part of your country where no one knows you. You will have several things to consider. You will be in your own timeline more or less. That's to say, you will be within your own timeline within a week or so. To take you to events that will suit our purposes for your training, we will have to jump around the time zones a bit, but all events will be within about 1 week either way of the time that you last left your country. That means that you cannot cause people to cease to exist or to come into existence by causing the death or saving the life of someone, at least not instantaneously. However, you can cause the death or save the life of someone, which will have an effect on the future timeline. Since you will be out of place if not out of time, you must avoid doing this. You will not belong where you are going, and consequently you must avoid affecting the future timeline regardless of the good effects that you think it may have." Etzli asked, "But isn't that the whole purpose of what we're going to be doing, changing the future timeline to save humanity?" Marsiphony interjected, "Yes, but not during these practice quests. Your goal now is to learn how to not change the future. We have learned the hard way what changing the timeline can do, and we've had to repair it more times than we care to admit. If the timeline is changed, it will be done with tremendous planning to provide the most good and the least bad." That made Mayana curious. How had they changed the timeline, and how can the timeline be repaired? She'd leave those questions for later. Marsiphony continued, "You'll stop by the cafeteria to pick up a lunch. Each of you must be sure to take your backpacks and, you'll each need your wand, your rug and your belt of invisibility." Mayana's eyes lit up. "Really?" she blurted out without thinking. She had been wondering if she'd ever get a chance to use them again. Marsiphony replied, "Yes, really." She was happy to see Mayana excited, as that would more likely result in a successful training. "Go and get your things and report back here in 15 minutes. They all complied with the request. Marsiphony then met with Breannin, Shifu, and Mayana, and she explained to them, "You're going to begin today's practice quest in the morning of the day that Mayana first came to Xunantunich. Since she is now a wanted terrorist, we need to change the events of that day. We're going to intercept the Mayana of that timeline before she goes to Melchor to buy dynamite to blow up the Hawkesworth bridge. We need her to be able to return to Belize safely, and that means that we need to prevent that event from happening. Mayana was a little confused. They spoke about her as if she were a different person. But it was still her, just in a different time. Marsiphony continued, of the three of you, it cannot be Breannin who makes contact with Mayana of the past because she doesn't know him. It could be Shifu, but he may have difficulty expressing himself adequately. She then looked at Mayana and she said, that leaves us with you, my dear. You're going to have to make contact with the Mayana of the past and convince her to not go through with her plan. Mayana asked, that's going to be weird, isn't it? Visiting with the me of the past. Marsiphony responded, indeed it will, but Shifu will make the initial contact so as to lessen the shock for Mayana of the past, who won't be expecting such a visit. Mayana then thought of something and she said, but if we prevent the me of the past from carrying out this event, I will never pass through the portal and I will never go to Xunantunich, will I? Breannin then interjected, Mayana of the past will enter the portal just as you did previously. In fact, she must do everything that you did that day except to ignite the dynamite. Your job will be to convince her to proceed as planned, to buy the dynamite in Melchor, to go to the bridge with her scooter but to not detonate the dynamite, to then drive up to Sacred Heart School to pick up Yasmin and to then go to the saber tree where the portal will be open. After that, everything will proceed as it did before. This will do the least damage to the timeline, and that means few changes will be made. Another thought occurred to Mayana, after all of this happens, will I have my original memories or the new ones? Marsiphony said, as long as you remain in that time zone, you will maintain your current memories. But as soon as you pass into a different time zone, your memories will change instantaneously with no awareness of the modification. Your new memory will be that of meeting yourself in order to change the timeline and of not attempting to blow up the bridge. You will have no memory of igniting the dynamite or of the ensuing explosion. And before you say anything about us altering the timeline after lecturing you about the importance of not doing so, as I stated previously, the timeline can be modified but only when absolutely necessary and ensuring the most good and the least bad. We calculate such modifications to the timeline with extreme precision to avoid any collateral damage. That is why Mayana of the past must do everything as planned except to ignite the dynamite. You will need to emphasize to her the extreme importance of this plan and of following it precisely. Mayana understood the plan fully and she was ready to proceed. Breannin opened the portal and Mayana could see the jungle trees in the background of the image. The three of them passed through and they found themselves near Sacred Heart School, about 100 feet away from where Mayana of the past was waiting for the bus to Melchor. They were out of sight and Breannin had timed it precisely, arriving 15 minutes before the bus to give them time to make contact. Breannin peeked through the leaves of a large bush that hid them and he could clearly see the Mayana of the past standing and waiting for the bus. He motioned for Shifu to move forward and as he did, he called out her name, Mayana. Mayana of the past turned and she looked to see Shifu there standing alone. She could not believe her eyes. Shifu, she shouted. She ran to him and she gave him a hug. What are you doing here? I've been trying to find you for months. Shifu knew that time was of the essence. In his typical languid speech he said, you will not blow up the bridge today. What? Asked Mayana of the past in shock. How do you know about that? I didn't tell anyone. Shifu said, someone is here to explain it. Mayana of the future thought that she should remain hidden to begin with, so she stayed behind the bush and she said, Mayana, come over by the bush. I know that you're going to have a hard time believing this, but we are from the future. We've come to warn you to not blow up the bridge today. You must do everything as planned except to ignite the dynamite on the bridge. You will go to the saber tree with Yasmin and the portal will be open. She asked, but who are you? Mayana of the future said, I am you, I am Mayana, and she stepped out from behind the bush. Mayana of the past gave a horrified expression on her face and she looked to Shifu for guidance or an explanation. Mayana of the future then said, I was sent to explain this to you as Shifu does not have the words to do so. If you follow through with your plan, you will be wanted for terrorism and you will never be able to return to Belize again. Mayana of the past was incredulous and she said, if what you say is true, Take me to the saber tree now and let me pass through. Mayana of the future explained. We can't do that. It's really complicated, but in short, in our timeline you detonated the dynamite on the bridge. We need to prevent this explosion from happening. But to preserve the timeline as much as possible, you must do everything else. You will go to Melchor, you will buy the dynamite, you will get your scooter, you will go to the bridge and you will pick up Yasmin at school. When you get to the saber tree, the portal will be open. You will do everything as planned except to ignite the dynamite. Mayana of the past still looked incredulous, and with the pressure on to convince her before the bus got there, Shifu went to the backpack of Mayana of the future and he opened it. He took out the rug and he laid it on the ground. He indicated to both Mayana of the future and Mayana of the past to sit on it. With both girls on the rug, it then began to rise. Shifu only dared to allow it to rise a little to avoid a passerby from seeing such a sight. Mayana of the past was absolutely delighted to be able to again fly on this rug. When they landed on the ground, she said, "Okay, I'm convinced. But if for some reason the portal is not open, I'll be back tomorrow to blow up the bridge." Mayana of the future said, "Don't worry. Yasmin and you will be sleeping on the other side tonight." And with that, they could see the bus coming. Mayana of the future and Shifu returned to their hiding spot until Mayana of the past was safely on the bus. She waved to them, she smiled and she gave them the thumbs up as she walked down the aisle to the rear of the bus. As they were out of sight behind the large bush, Breannin opened the portal and he said, "Shifu, please enter." He walked into the image and she could then see him on the other side in the classroom. Shifu has completed his task. He won't be needed further. Breannin then motioned his hand and the image in the portal changed. It was Belize City. But before they could enter, Mayana asked, "But don't we have to wait until Mayana of the past doesn't blow up the bridge and passes through the portal?" Breannin replied, "We do not. We have put things in motion and they will happen as expected. Returning to our own time zone only puts us ahead of the event. It has no influence on whether the event happens or not." They passed through the portal and they found themselves in Belize City in Mayana's own time zone. Before anything, Breannin checked to make sure that Mayana of the past had followed the plan. He said, "What do you remember about the day you went to the Hawkesworth bridge with dynamite?" She replied, "I remember going to the bridge but not igniting the dynamite just as Mayana of the future had instructed me to do." Breannin chuckled and he said, "Isn't it crazy that you are talking about Mayana of the future as if she is a different person and yet you are the same Mayana of the future?" Mayana's memory had indeed changed and she no longer remembered igniting the dynamite. At first, Mayana didn't know where they were since she wasn't very familiar with Belize City. She only went there on occasion and only to very specific locations to go shopping or to see a medical specialist. She asked, "Is this Belize City?" Breannin responded, "Indeed it is." Mayana asked, "Why are we here?" Breannin responded, "Why else? To learn how to save humanity. Solving any problem requires getting to the root of it. And getting to the root of it requires understanding it. Seeing humanity at its worst is how to best understand human nature. Some parts of Belize City are known for being tough. That's to say, drugs, violence, guns, burglaries, murders and gang wars. Mayana always heard the stories and she was afraid of going there, as were many Belizeans who lived in other parts of the country. She presumed that she had been taken there to witness that aspect of life in Belize City. She was surely happy that she was with Breannin and his ability to take them through the portal and to safety if need be. Breannin then said, "Take out your wand. You're going to need it." That request left Mayana curious about what was going to happen, but she merely complied and she said nothing. Breannin then said, "Follow me. We're going to start off by just taking a walk and making a few observations." Mayana followed him down the street. At first she didn't see anything too unusual other than people just walking around going about their daily business. But Breannin then took them around the corner and she immediately spotted a man sleeping on the sidewalk. It looked as if he lived there, as there were quite a few personal items alongside him. She had heard of the homeless problem in Belize City, but she had never seen it firsthand before. As they continued to walk down the street, she spotted a disheveled man about 50 feet away. He had also spotted her and Breannin, and he started to walk toward them. She became immediately uncomfortable on seeing this stranger coming toward them. She put herself behind Breannin. But he immediately said, "Oh no, you don't. This is your experience, not mine. You figure out what to do." And he put himself behind her. She was shocked at his refusal to help and she felt abandoned by him. But then she remembered that she had her wand with her and that he could step in if he needed to. She squeezed the wand tightly, more out of discomfort than anything but also to be sure that she didn't lose it. When the man got within about 10 feet of them, he said, "Amon. You got $1. Mayana looked at him and she said, "No, sorry." The man continued, "Oh, come on, Mon. I ain't eat all day. Just gimme $1, make I get a bread or something." This man was speaking what Belizeans call broad Creole, meaning that it was pure English Creole, which was a dialect of English with a strong accent that could be difficult for outsiders to understand. Mayana and most Belizeans speak English Creole among themselves, and some of them can also tone it down a bit when speaking with outsiders who don't understand it. But there are many Belizeans who don't have that ability and who can only speak broad Creole, with this man apparently being one of them. Mayana then said, "Sorry, Mon. I ain't got no money." That was actually true, she did not have any money. But that didn't matter to this man who didn't believe her. Mayana spoke in Creole, hoping that seeing that she was a fellow Belizean would get him to leave her alone. She tried to walk forward but he put himself in her path and he didn't let her pass. She tried to go around but he moved his body and he continued to block her. He held out his hand wanting her to give him money. At that point, she was getting so angry and she was feeling so violated that she was tempted to use her wand. But she knew that Breannin would not approve of that and that Marsiphony would find out. So she exercised restraint and she just continued to think of a way out without using her magic. On seeing that she wasn't going to be able to move forward, she abruptly turned around and she began running in the other direction. She ran as far as the main street that they had just come from and she looked back to see the man now harassing Breannin. But Breannin was big enough to just continue walking forward in spite of the man being in his path. He caught up with Mayana. The man began shouting at them, "Stupid motherfucker. You all gonna burn in hell for no helping the poor." Breannin caught up and he said, "Well, that was perfect. I saw it in your eyes that you wanted to use your wand but you didn't. Another successful lesson on self-restraint." Mayana smiled and she was happy with herself for getting out of a difficult situation, but she wondered how such an incident would go if she were alone. Doing unsupervised quests would be the final test for her. Breannin asked, "Have we done anything to alter the future timeline yet?" She answered, "I don't think so. Nothing will likely change from that encounter." Breannin asked, "And what if you had used your wand?" Mayana responded, "Well then possibly, if I had used my wand, that man could have ended up at hospital and that would have changed lots of things. Events would change with a man being there who shouldn't be, different nurses and doctors would possibly attend to different people. Perhaps two people who meet at the hospital today wouldn't meet because of him being there and that may cause a lineage of people to not come into existence. That man would not have encounters with people near his home that he would otherwise have and he could be busy later today making a baby that wouldn't be born if he were injured. That would mean that that whole lineage of people would never come into existence." She said the last sentence while plugging her nose as she considered that ugly stinky man making a baby. Breannin shouted, "Now we're getting somewhere," as he punched one open hand with the other. "We are really making progress with you." Mayana smiled and she polished her medal. Breannin motioned for her to follow and they walked down the main street that they had started on. They reached an alley that they turned down. They waited until the coast was clear and Breannin opened the portal. They both walked through. They found themselves in a different part of Belize City on a different day. Mayana got really creeped out as they walked down this alleyway. There was garbage everywhere and she saw rats and flies all over it. There were houses on each side of the alleyway that were built together with no space in between. Most of the doors and windows were open, which was common due to the heat, and that allowed Mayana to see into the houses and to hear conversations that were going on. These sights were not all too unusual for her as there's also poverty in San Ignacio. She wondered why Breannin had brought her there. As they continued to walk down the alley, Mayana continued to see the people going about their business and the commonly heard coarse language among the Belize City residents. She heard a mother shouting at her teenage son, "Boy, stop fooling around, I'm gonna slap you. Move your ass now, I don't have time for this crap. Hey, motherfucker, you like to take off too much. There's a lot of work to do in this filthy house, boy. Well shit, your pa's got a hangover and he can't do no work. Are you gonna take after him and just be a good-for-nothing? Now move your ass, skinny dog." Mayana laughed to herself as she heard this conversation because it was such extreme language for her. She felt sorry for the boy who was getting yelled at, but at the same time, she knew that this was just everyday talk for many people in Belize and it probably had little effect on him. Breannin just proceeded ahead as if he heard nothing. After walking a good 50 yards into the alley, the routine was suddenly broken by 4 or 5 popping noises that were hard to identify right away. It sounded like gunfire, but no one was quite sure. Everyone stopped what they were doing and they looked toward where the popping noises had come from. Suddenly they heard screams from up ahead and someone shouted, "They shot him." They then saw 2 men run out of a house armed with guns and they began running toward Breannin and Mayana. Barely having a chance to react, they could not get out of the way and the men ended up right on top of them. That caused both men to trip and fall down right on top of Mayana. They both got angry at her and one of them shouted, "Hey, motherfucker, me gonna blast your ass," and he pointed the gun at Mayana's head and he pulled the trigger. Without even thinking and just reacting, Mayana activated her energy shield and the bullet hit it and bounced off. The man looked at Mayana's terrified face, stunned at what he saw, but he then turned and he ran away. The people around them didn't really know what they had seen. It happened so fast that they all thought that Mayana had just gotten lucky and that the bullet had missed her. She was happy about that as she didn't have to explain anything to anyone about what really happened. A crowd of people soon gathered around Mayana asking if she was okay. She stood up and she showed everyone that she had not been hurt. She soon discovered that it was a gang war and that those 2 men had made a hit on a rival gang member's house. The police soon arrived and they began an investigation, and that allowed enough of a distraction for Breannin and Mayana to leave the scene unnoticed. They turned around and they walked back to the main street where they debriefed. Breannin looked sternly at Mayana and he said, "So you used your powers this time, eh?" She wasn't sure if Breannin disapproved of her actions or if he was just trying to push her to justify what she had done. She supposed it was the latter and she said, "If I hadn't activated the energy shield, I would have been killed. He pointed the gun right at my head. It all happened so fast that I just reacted and no one suspected that I had done anything unusual. They all thought that the bullet missed. I did nothing that will change the future timeline. I made the right decision, if it even was a decision." Referring to the fact that she had just reacted, Breannin gave her a look of approval and he said, "I concur, Miss Mayana. You did indeed make the right decision. The least harm and the most good is always the goal. You did nothing to change the timeline and we must also allow for self-preservation on these quests." Mayana smiled and she polished her medal. She was really starting to gain self-confidence and she started to feel like the days of becoming overly emotional after such incidents were behind her. Breannin asked, "Shall we observe one more event before we call it a day, Miss Mayana?" She responded, "Sure. Where to now?" Breannin said, "We're going to head over to the downtown area where a robbery is going to take place. A thief is going to lure some tourists to an isolated area. A gun will again be involved." Like always, Breannin had made sure ahead of time that such events would take place to ensure that Mayana would have plenty to observe during her training. He led them to an isolated area where he opened the portal. They both walked through to an equally isolated area. While they were at the present time, more or less, he had to take them to the exact time and place of each event, thus requiring the portal to take them there. Mayana followed him down to a road that was a bit deserted. As they turned the corner, Mayana noticed the robbery already in progress. There was a man and a woman who appeared to be tourists and one Belizean man with a gun. The thief had his right arm stretched out with the gun pointing at the head of one of the tourists. He looked really nervous, as if he could pull the trigger at any moment. Mayana and Breannin continued to walk toward the 3 people and the man with the gun noticed them. He shouted to them, "Get over here and stand by them. I want your money, your jewelry, your cameras, and your cell phones." Breannin and Mayana complied with the request and they stood next to the tourists. Mayana made the assumption that it was highly likely that this man was going to shoot his weapon since Breannin only took her to serious incidents where such things happen. The man continued to point the gun toward the two tourists. They all began to empty their pockets. But the tourists had been warned about such possible robberies and they had no jewelry, no cameras, no cell phones, and they had less than $20. On discovering that, the thief became irate and he started cursing them out saying, "Fucking tourists, you don't have anything, why don't you have anything, man? I'm wasting my time with you all." He kept the gun pointed forward while he said that. He then reached out and hit the male tourist on the head with the handle of his gun. His wife screamed. The woman called out, "Please, just take our money and go. Don't hurt us." The thief continued to point his gun at the tourists. Seeing how irate he was and feeling that Breannin had brought her there because something serious was going to happen, Mayana began to consider what to do. Her mind raced and she had little time to think, but she had the idea that this man was going to shoot one of the tourists. Using the powers of her wand, she instinctively and unconsciously began to attempt to control this man's finger to prevent him from pulling the trigger of the gun. As she did so, the man just froze in place and Mayana and he struggled with each other with no one else knowing that there even was a struggle between the two. The man was attempting to pull the trigger and Mayana was attempting to prevent him from pulling it, and it just remained a stalemate. Mayana was hoping that by preventing him from pulling the trigger that he would choose to lower the gun and to not shoot. But it seemed to have the opposite effect. The man couldn't understand why his finger wasn't moving and that made him try even harder. At the same time this was happening, Mayana was thinking that she had crossed the line, that she needed to back off, to just let things happen and to not interfere with the timeline. She knew that she could just throw the gun out of his hand or she could back off and let things happen as they may. She was at an absolute point of indecision and she just didn't know which way to go. It seemed like an eternity as they continued to struggle with Mayana not knowing what to do and the two of them frozen in place. Suddenly and without notice, Mayana gasped horribly as if she had been unable to breathe and she fell down to the ground. At the same moment, the sound of a bullet rang out and the male tourist fell down to the ground dead. The thief quickly ran away. Mayana had known what was going to happen and she couldn't watch. She just remained on the ground without looking up. The man's wife screamed in absolute horror. She laid down on the ground next to her husband and she wailed in painful agony. Mayana too sobbed as she laid on the ground knowing what had happened without even looking. Breannin grabbed her by the arm and he stood her up. He quickly moved them to a hidden area where he opened the portal and it took them back to the classroom at Xunantunich. That ended the practice quest for the day. Mayana put her head down on the table, she covered it with her arms and she just stayed there sobbing silently. Breannin said, "I always leave the most difficult for last. Rest assured that you will have no more such experiences during your training at Xunantunich. Did you make the right decision, Mayana?" "Yes," she said sullenly without looking up. He then asked, "And what caused you to make that decision?" She replied angrily, "You already know the answer. I couldn't interfere with the timeline. I shouldn't have stopped him at all. I knew that something serious was going to happen just because you took me there. I should have just let it happen. I interfered even if I did make the right decision in the end." Breannin replied, "We don't expect perfection and you showed that you are human. You would be of no use to us if you weren't so compassionate the way you are. This won't be the last time that you waver between two possible options. Every such scenario will be difficult and you will hate yourself no matter which choice you make. If you had saved that man, you would regret having interfered with the timeline. By not saving him, you have to live with that on your conscience. It was a no-win situation and to that all I can say is, get used to it." Mayana then considered that she had spoken too soon when she felt so self-confident and emotionally detached after the first two incidents in Belize City. She went right back to feeling horribly emotional after the third experience. The difference was that she had no sympathy for the people she encountered in the first two incidents and she had nothing but sympathy for the tourist whose life she could have saved. She understood the difference and she would not make the mistake of feeling overconfident again. Breannin gave her the rest of the day off to prepare for the 2-day quest that was to begin the following day. Mayana had no clue of what it would be, and she really didn't want to even think about it just then. She just wanted to escape from the pressures of this new life that she found herself in. She went to her room where she was alone. As much as she tried to distract herself from the events of the day, she could not, and her mind raced as she relived the incident of the tourist who was killed. She tried to reconcile the events. She reasoned that if she had not been there, the event would have happened and she wouldn't even be aware of it. There are people dying all over the world and we usually don't even consider it much unless it's someone we know personally. Why should this event be any different? And she wasn't even supposed to be there. She was just a time traveler observing events along the way. She was bound to witness some horrible things with them happening whether she witnessed them or not. And of course, Breannin took her to see such incidents intentionally to teach her to withstand the temptation to alter the timeline. She was understanding how easy it would be to change events only to then cause an entire lineage of people to cease to exist or to come into existence, and how that could affect millions or perhaps even billions of people. Committing a clean genocide by causing people to cease to exist was not an easy concept for her to grasp. It was like talking about a brother that she didn't have. But regardless of any inability to comprehend such an abstract concept, she did understand the expectations and that she could not alter the timeline merely for reasons of compassion. On the contrary, she needed to learn that it was precisely for reasons of compassion that she should not alter the timeline. Chapter 18. The Eldrith. After dinner, the students were free to just relax and hang out. Yasmin and Mayana were in their bedroom, and by then Mayana had begun to relax a bit. They then heard a knock on their door. It was Etzli and Kwali. Etzli said, "Hey, do you remember I mentioned ghosts the other day?" In a confused and questioning tone, Mayana said, yeah. Etzli replied, "Why don't we go and take a look for some?" Mayana asked, "What are you talking about?" Etzli responded, "The basement. They're in the basement. Let's go and look for them. If you want some excitement, this is the way to get it." Mayana replied, "Excitement? I think I've had enough of that over the last couple of days. I'll pass." Yasmin then looked with pleading eyes, saying that she really wanted to go. She had had a rather boring day in her apprenticeship and she wanted a little excitement. Etzli and Kwali had been doing the training for several weeks and it had become a bit routine. Yasmin pleaded, "Come on Mayana. Let's go with them. My day was boring." Mayana was feeling pressured into saying yes. She started to think about it and she actually wanted to go. The idea of visiting ghosts was extremely appealing. It was just that she had had an incredibly stressful day and she thought she needed a good night's sleep. And yet, it was still early and not anywhere close to bedtime. So the pressure from her friends and the intrigue of seeing a ghost overwhelmed her better judgment. She again considered the idea of a ghost and whether they were real. She had seen Yorona, but she couldn't actually say that she knew that it was a ghost. For all she knew, it was an alien species that existed in the form of energy and matter and only appeared to be a spirit. Mayana said, Okay. But first tell me what these ghosts are. Are they dead people in the form of a spirit or are they something else? Etzli said, Beats me. I've always heard that they are dead people in spirit form. But for all I know, they're aliens. Do you remember when you looked through the portal and the dude on the other side totally freaked out thinking you were a ghost or god? And what are you really to him? Mayana responded jokingly, A really ugly girl who gives old men heart attacks. Etzli said, No you idiot. To him we are actually aliens. Yet he mistook you for a ghost or god. Mayana started to move her head all around Etzli as if she were looking for something. Etzli asked, What are you looking for? Mayana said, You said we're aliens. I'm trying to figure out if you're wearing a mask to hide the fact that you're an alien. What color is your real skin? Do you have more or fewer than 5 fingers on your real hand? How big are your real ears? Etzli said, Here's how I really look. She made a face putting both her thumbs in her mouth, she pulled her lower eyelids down with her index fingers and she looked upward and she pushed her nose up with her pinkies. They all burst out laughing. Kwali said, Now that's an ugly girl who gives old men heart attacks. They all had a good laugh and they proceeded forward. Etzli said, Let's go. She led them down a series of hallways which took them to the far side of the building. The entire structure was a 2-story square with a huge outdoor courtyard in the middle where Shifu gave his classes. It also had a basement that was half underground and half above ground that had long narrow windows that were parallel to the floor that let both air and light in. As they got farther away from where they started, the hallways got darker and darker with no lights at all and only the faraway light that allowed them to just barely see. With mostly darkness now upon them, their good humor changed to fear and trepidation. Memories of Yorona were now flashing involuntarily into the minds of Yasmin and Mayana. Yasmin asked, "Can't we turn on some lights?" Kwali said, "No, ghosts don't come out when there's too much light. Anyway, it would alert people to our presence and we don't want to get caught by Marsiphony. She would definitely sick Babajide on us." They continued down the dark hallway and when they reached the end, Mayana noticed a door. Etzli grabbed the handle and she opened it slowly and cautiously, peeking through the doorway as she did so. It was so dark beyond the door that Mayana could barely see anything. But as she looked and looked, she could just make out a stairway that went down. She got an eerie feeling as it reminded her of the witch's dungeon. Yasmin asked, "We're going in there." Etzli asked, "Do you want to see a ghost or not?" Mayana again remembered the words of her father who always said that he would go towards a ghost if he ever saw one and not run from it because he would want to know if it were real or not. But she again remembered that he had never actually been confronted with that situation and it's a lot easier to say that you would go towards a ghost in the comfort of your own living room. Now, all she could do was to remember the encounter with Yorona and how terrified she was. Mayana balked at moving forward and she said, "We don't have Shifu here to protect us and I don't have my wand with me. This may not be safe if the ghost chooses to attack us." Etzli reassured them, "I've done this before. The ghost will not attack us." Kwali added, "Yes, Etzli's right. Do you think that Marsiphony would allow a dangerous evil spirit to live here at Xunantunich?" Mayana responded, "I suppose not." Etzli's and Kwali's words didn't do much to reassure her and she was as scared as she had been before when facing Yorona, the evil witches and Amarok. And not having her wand with her didn't help any. She decided she'd let Etzli and Kwali lead the way. They began to creep down the stairway. There was just barely enough light to see anything at all. Mayana looked around the room and she noticed that there were a few openings to the outside that let a little light in. As her eyes began to adjust to the darkness, she was able to make out the room and what was in it much better. It looked like a storage room with boxes and crates piled up one on top of the other. She could only imagine what was in them and she was overwhelmed with a sense of curiosity to know what treasures she might find inside them. And just like before, she felt a myriad of emotions all at the same time: fear, apprehension, trepidation, doubt, intrigue, exhilaration, excitement, and adventure. She briefly wondered if that was the attraction for her. She definitely preferred feeling as alive as you possibly can as compared to the sense of boredom and routine that she also knew all too well. She also considered that she was going to be really good at quests since she was able to think clearly and to make good decisions in spite of having a head full of emotions. She remembered her father's words, "Emotions are neither good nor bad, they are neutral. It's what you do with them that is good or bad. If someone hurts you and you're so angry that you hurt the person back, you have done a poor job of directing your anger in a good way and you may end up in prison. But if you use your rage to organize a campaign that has the intention of ending an injustice, you've directed it in a way that is far more likely to have a positive outcome." Mayana knew in her heart that she could do exactly what her father always recommended. She used her emotions to hone her skills, to heighten her awareness, to remain focused and alert, to allow the adrenaline to flow through her veins, causing a burst of intense intoxication that she could not compare to any other experiences that she had ever had in her life. She could see how this was her greatest strength. It had gotten her through the previous experiences with Shifu and it would get her through the coming ones that she was soon to have and was having at that moment. That also made her wonder if she wasn't on a practice quest at that very moment. Could Marsiphony have set this all up? It surely seemed like one. And once that idea occurred to her, she could barely contain her desire to ask Etzli and Kwali if that were the case. But she thought that if it truly were a practice quest, that telling that she knew would likely end the practice, so she said nothing. That thinking suddenly changed her demeanor. She thought that if this were a practice quest and since it was happening right inside the Xunantunich headquarters that there couldn't possibly be any real danger. That change of perspective emboldened her and she then did something that no one was expecting. Mayana said, "I'll take the lead." And she moved herself to the front of the group. Etzli asked, are you sure you want to do that? This is your first time and I've done this before. You may want to let me take the lead. Mayana replied, "That's all the more reason for me to go first. You've had lots of practice and I'm still learning. Besides, you said earlier that the ghost can't hurt us." Etzli responded, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said that. I really wanted to have an adventure tonight and I didn't want you to be so scared that you wouldn't come. I may also have exaggerated about me exploring the basement before. The last time I came, I only made it as far as the bottom stair. The ghost then showed up and Quali and I ran away. I really don't know if it can hurt us or not. On hearing that, Mayana was beside herself with anger and confusion. Either Etzli and Quali had lied to her and Yasmin or this was part of the practice quest. On hearing what Etzli said, Yasmin's face turned white and she froze in terror. The three others noticed and Mayana immediately went and held her around the waist. Mayana said, "Let's get you upstairs." She walked toward the stairway and she took Yasmin up where she sat on the top stair. Etzli and Quali remained at the bottom. Seeing Yasmin sitting at the top, Etzli said, "Come on back down, Mayana. She can stay there." Mayana still had a feeling that this was all a test and a practice quest. If she didn't go back down, that would be a fail. She couldn't allow that to happen. She saw that the color had returned to Yasmin's face and she seemed less anxious now that she was at the top of the stairs. Mayana said, "I'm going back down. You stay here." Yasmin looked at her as if to say, "What? You're going back down?" Mayana whispered, "Sorry sis, but I think this is another test. I can't let Marsiphony down." Yasmin asked, "A test?" Mayana whispered, "Quiet, I don't want Quali and Etzli to know that I know." Yasmin looked at her with an understanding face and she just said, "Okay." Mayana then returned to the bottom of the stairs. She looked at Etzli, she dipped her head downward while lifting her shoulders, she lifted her hand palm up pointing toward the path ahead and she said, "You lead." Etzli gave her a look of approval as if to say that she had made a good choice. They proceeded forward. As they moved ahead and they were able to look at their surroundings, Mayana noticed that the basement was huge. She thought that it could be as long and as wide as the building above. Although the view was obscured due to the darkness, there was enough light to be able to make a few observations. She thought that it was obvious that the boxes and crates had been there undisturbed, probably for years. There were cobwebs and dust everywhere. Mayana lived in a country where cleaning had to be done often or you'd have a layer of dust on everything. She also knew that an undisturbed layer of dust meant that no one had been there to disturb it. Even if she couldn't see it very well, she could certainly feel it as she touched things along the way. It was a thick layer, meaning that it hadn't been disturbed in a very long time. Mayana wondered if her two companions had noticed the same thing or if only she had. She was often complimented by her father and by her teachers for noticing details that others seemed to miss. But then if Quali and Etzli had the same gene that she had, they may also have the same eidetic memory and the same ability to notice such details. Then she started to wonder if it even mattered. How would noticing thick dust everywhere help her if a dangerous ghost showed up? As they walked forward, they occasionally reached a point where they couldn't pass because of boxes and crates in the path. It looked like they had fallen over at some point. They couldn't tell if they had fallen on their own or if they had been knocked over by someone, or something. Mayana reached down to move one of them that was in the path and she put it on top of another one that was out of the way. On grabbing it, she noticed that there was no dust where she held it and that it looked smashed in. It immediately struck her that no dust on the boxes meant that it must have fallen over recently, as it would take time for the dust to accumulate again. She thought that it was important enough to report it to the others and she said, look here girls. I think that these boxes may have been knocked over a very short time ago by someone, or something." Quali asked, "What makes you say that?" Mayana replied, "Because there's no dust on them and they're smashed in like someone stepped on them." Etzli went over to confirm what she had been told. She said, very observant. Shifu would be proud. She said it sarcastically because Mayana had made an observation that she had not. But in fact Shifu would be proud of her indeed for being so observant. While arriving to the conclusion that someone or something was in the basement with them was not news to them, seeing the box smashed in did give them an indication that whatever was there with them could interact with matter, unlike a true spirit or ghost. And that meant that they could be injured by this being. Mayana remembered that Eurona had picked up Calypso and she had carried her away. How can they be true ghosts if they can interact with matter, she thought. Maybe they aren't ghosts at all. She then refocused her attention. She often went into these daydreams which were great when she was unoccupied, but this was no time to be distracted. They proceeded through the basement, ever so wary and walking ever so slowly. With each step, they listened for any noise at all. Mayana's heart was beating so hard she could actually feel the pulsation. She could also hear the dripping of water that must have been coming from a pipe and that was falling with a steady beat of about 1 drop per second. While these sounds were minor and she was probably the only one who heard them, they were also a distraction to her. If she had any weakness at all, it was being hyper-observant. Being distracted under such circumstances is never a good thing, and she had to force herself to stay focused on the task at hand. Put your head focused, she thought to herself. That's how she would ask her father to watch her as she did a somersault, a handstand, or a cartwheel when she was around 5 years old. Her father loved her creative expression and he continued to use it throughout the years when he wanted her attention. Put your head focused, she continued to think. The three of them were still in a single file line with Etzli in the lead and Mayana last. They took a few more steps when suddenly they heard a rustling noise ahead that sounded like the boxes or crates being pushed aside. Without even having time to react other than to look toward the sound, they heard a loud screech and Etzli then found herself with some kind of creature attacking her. This horrid-sounding animal could not be seen well in the dark, but they could see enough to tell that it was about as big as a medium-sized dog. Etzli had put her arm up in time to avoid being bitten on the face or the neck, which was likely this beast's target. But she now found herself with 20 or more needle-sharp teeth piercing the skin on her arm. She screamed in both pain and terror as this beast had such strong jaws that she could not free herself. Kwali and Mayana immediately pounced on the creature and they tried to force it off of Etzli's arm. But pulling it caused it to begin to rip Etzli's skin right off of her arm and she began to scream louder in pain. They thought of forcing the teeth off by putting their hands in its mouth to pry it off, but with so many razor-sharp teeth that were exposed, that could not be an option. Its teeth were just too sharp and its jaws too strong. Etzli now lay on the ground with the beast on top of her and she continued to scream. The pain got worse as the creature shook its head vigorously to penetrate the skin deeper and deeper. The teeth had already reached Etzli's bone and she was at risk of having her arm ripped right off of her body. Kwali then jumped on the back of the creature and she held on tight while keeping her hands far from the beast's jaws. She was able to prevent it from shaking its body, thus avoiding more damage to Etzli's arm. Mayana looked around the room as best she could to find a weapon, but all she could see were the boxes and crates. She had no choice but to open them to look for something to use as a weapon. She was so panicked and it was so dark that she could barely open them. Kwali screamed, "Mayana, I need you. Get over here and help me to get this thing off of Etzli." She did not know what Mayana was doing and why she wasn't helping her. Mayana's judgment told her that it was a lost cause without a weapon and that her time was better spent finding one than to watch Etzli's arm being ripped off and with her or Kwali being the next victim after that. After searching through several boxes, she did indeed find one with an item that she could use as a weapon. It was a long metal cylindrical object that looked like a water pipe used for indoor plumbing. She picked it up and she went to the creature and she began to beat it on its head. Mayana said, "Sit back, Kwali." Kwali sat back a little to avoid being hit by the pipe, but she continued to hold the beast firmly. After hitting it a good 10 times, it still held on fast to Etzli's arm. Seeing that it would not let go, Mayana changed the strategy. She took the pipe and she placed the opening of one end over one of the beast's exposed teeth on the upper jaw. She then abruptly moved the pipe upwards, thus breaking off the tooth. She continued with the same strategy again and again, top and bottom jaw and on both sides of its mouth until there were no more exposed teeth. The only ones left were the ones that had penetrated Etzli's arm. With no more teeth exposed, she was now able to shove the pipe inside the beast's mouth. Mayana shouted to Kwali, "Sit on its head." Kwali put all of her weight on the beast's head, keeping it on the floor, and Mayana began to pry open its mouth. Both the beast and Etzli were now screaming in agony as the beast resisted and bit down harder on Etzli's arm and twisted and turned as it struggled. As this creature continued to fight, Mayana shoved the pipe deeper into its mouth and it was now partly down its throat. While Mayana was panicked and she was barely able to think, she was able to consider how incredibly resistant this beast was. She wondered what it would take to defeat it. She cried to Kwali, "Grab the pipe and push it downward and hold it there." She did that and the beast's head was now held tight to the floor and it was unable to move. Mayana then sat down on the floor and she worked her foot into its mouth with the sole of her shoe against its top jaw. Kwali pushed down while Mayana pushed up. She continued to work her foot more and more into the mouth of the beast. The teeth were just long enough that they penetrated the sole of her shoe and she could feel them pricking the bottom of her foot. But it was just the tip of the teeth that she could feel and she could endure the pain. The more Kwali pushed down and Mayana pushed up, the more the teeth became exposed and the more Mayana could get her shoe over them. Eventually they were able to get the mouth opened enough to get Etzli's arm out. As soon as it was freed, the beast attempted to do the same to Mayana. But Kwali held it firm with the pipe and she waited for Mayana to stand up and help. Mayana said, "Hold it tight, Kwali. I'm going to grab another pipe." Kwali continued to hold the beast to the floor with the pipe still in its mouth. Mayana grabbed a second identical pipe and she moved close to the beast and she began to hit it on its mouth. She hit it again and again, knocking out all of its teeth. She then said to Kwali, "When I say 3, pull out the pipe and beat the beast with all of your might. 1, 2, 3. They were both prepared for it to begin attacking them again in spite of it losing its teeth. And sure enough, it did just that. They both began swinging their pipes, striking it with every swing. It managed to bite each of them a few times, but with all of its teeth broken off, it had no effect other than to cause superficial wounds. It took a good 10 blows to the head before it started to retreat. Finally, it ran off to the other side of the basement where they could no longer see it. They now had to turn their focus to Etzli, who lay on the floor bleeding profusely. She seemed to be only partially conscious. Mayana said, "We'll have to carry her upstairs." They each grabbed an end of Etzli's body and they carried her up. They noticed that Yasmin was no longer at the top of the stairs. They hoped that she had run off to get help, as carrying Etzli all the way back to Marsiphony's office would not be easy. And sure enough, Yasmin had gone to call Marsiphony and they saw her coming down the hallway toward them. Etzli was now laying on the floor near the top of the stairway. Marsiphony motioned to everyone to stand back. She straightened out Etzli's body and she began to hold her injured arm. She rubbed it and twisted it. She then extended her index finger and she touched each bite wound. With each touch, the bite wound disappeared and the skin returned to normal. Where there were more extensive injuries, Marsiphony moved her hand just above the wound and they all saw the skin return to its natural state. After several moments, Etzli's entire arm was healed. Yasmin whispered to Mayana, "She has the power of healing just like Shifu." Mayana nodded her head in agreement. Soon after, Etzli began to regain consciousness and Marsiphony helped her to a sitting position. She was disoriented but she slowly regained coherence. Seeing that Etzli was okay, Mayana asked, "What was that thing in the cellar?" Marsiphony replied, "That is an Eldrith. It's an alien species from alternate reality PX42. A rather formidable beast, I'd say. And you, my dear, have passed another test." Mayana said, "I knew it. I just knew that it was a practice quest." Marsiphony replied, "Indeed it was. And we now need to debrief. Please follow me to my office. Yasmin, you may return to your sleeping quarters." They all walked together down the hallway. Mayana was astonished that Etzli seemed absolutely normal after that savage attack. She even smiled along the way as Mayana stared at her in disbelief. Etzli said to Mayana, "We tricked you good, didn't we?" "Yes, you did," she replied. "But I did suspect it was a test after a while." Chapter 19. Reciprocal selfishness, otherwise known as morality. When they arrived back to the main area of the building, Yasmin headed upstairs and the three others followed Marsiphony into her office. Mayana asked, "Can I ask a question before we begin?" Marsiphony replied, "Most certainly." Mayana asked, "Does anyone around here ever actually have fun or do pranks or anything at all the way most young people do? I mean, at first I really believed that we were going to have some fun down in the basement. But then I found out that it was actually a practice quest." Marsiphony responded, "Why don't you take that question, Miss Quali?" Quali responded, "Well, yes. We do have fun. But it would never be anything like what we did today. That would be a sure way to get grounded from doing any quests at all. No one here would dare do that. We have innocent fun." Mayana asked, "And were our lives in danger? Was Etzli's experience real?" Marsiphony said, "I'll let you take that one, Miss Etzli." Etzli replied, "It was real, all right. It was truly painful and it was excruciating. What I didn't know was when the Eldrith would attack, but I knew it was coming." Marsiphony explained ahead of time the plan that we were to follow. Mayana stared at Etzli in admiration and she said, "You made that sacrifice for me, Etzli." She responded, "Not exactly. We are a team, and by building each team member we create a stronger team. That makes me more likely to be successful. That makes us all more likely to be successful. It's reciprocal selfishness, otherwise known as morality." That reminded Mayana of a conversation about morality that she had with her father. "Papa," said Mayana, "a boy at school told me today that without religion and God, there can be no morality and we would live by the law of the jungle. But I see you as one of the most ethical people I know and you have no belief in God. Where does morality come from if not from religion and God?" "Me, ethical," responded her father with a smile. "You're talking to someone who was prominently mentioned in the book Who's Who in Hell. Why do you conclude that I am ethical?" "Oh, come on, Papa," replied Mayana. "You were not mentioned in that book because you aren't ethical. You were mentioned because you have no belief in God." Father asked, "Yeah, but I get to polish my medal every once in a while too, don't I?" Which he said again with a smile, and he polished his medal. Mayana smiled back and she said, "Yeah, I suppose you do." Her father proceeded with his explanation, "Everyone has an internal moral compass that helps us to know right from wrong. It is shaped and formed as we grow up by the people in our lives. It likely evolved in humans to create a way to be able to work together more cooperatively, which led to better survival. It's the, you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours philosophy. I save your life from a wild animal today and you now owe me one. Two people can more effectively fight off a wild animal than one person alone, so the people that learned to work together cooperatively survived and passed on their genes while the ones that couldn't do that died off." Mayana continued, "The boy also says that without God and religion, everyone would kill, rape, steal, have sex with whoever they want, including children, and do anything they want with no consequences." "Here's a question for you," said her father. "Do you believe that raping children is objectively immoral?" Mayana thought for a moment and she then answered, "Yes, absolutely. That's one of the most horrible things that someone can do to a child." "Hold on there, Munchkin," replied father. "I didn't ask if you find it morally reprehensible. I asked if it's objectively immoral. The answer to that question is no, it's not. You see, for a behavior to be objectively immoral, there must be something outside of us that tells us that it's wrong. But there is nothing outside of us that tells us that raping children is immoral. However, 99.9% of us have an internal moral compass that tells us that such behavior is wrong, and that is what prevents most of us from committing such an act. I say that anyone who needs a book or a standard to tell them that raping children is wrong probably shouldn't be allowed to walk the streets. And it is far too often priests and pastors, the very ones who say that we need an objective moral standard outside of us to be good, who are the ones who are raping children. My internal moral compass is working just fine and I don't commit any of those acts that your friend mentioned. People could never have left the jungle to create civilizations if they hadn't learned how to work together cooperatively for the good of all. There isn't a society in the world that doesn't have some kind of criminal justice system to deal with the minority of people who can't follow the rules. The rest of us don't need religion or a book to behave ethically." Mayana asked, "Does that mean that people are ultimately selfish when they are behaving themselves?" He responded, yes, in a sense, when we all work toward creating a better society for everyone, I benefit from it. It allows me to leave my house and to feel safe. In an anything-goes society, I'd have to carry a gun with me everywhere I go. I'd be afraid for my family all the time. I would be far more likely to be a victim of crime than a perpetrator of it. I wouldn't benefit at all by living in a law of the jungle anything-goes society. In that sense, it is selfish, but selfishness is only bad in excess and only when it's one way. Selfishness in moderation and when it's reciprocal is a good thing because it means that everyone makes sure that their basic needs are met, and that is never a bad thing. With that recollection, Mayana understood exactly what Etzli meant. If they ever went on a real quest, Etzli would need Mayana to be her absolute best for the success of the quest. Etzli's life could depend on it. In spite of the apparent sacrifice that she had made, it was ultimately based on reciprocal selfishness, which is another way to say morality. Mayana then asked, but why do we need to learn martial arts and why do we have to fight alien monsters when we have our magic tools to use? I could have just zapped the Eldrith with my wand if I had had it with me. Marsiphony chose to take that question saying, think of your first encounter with Urona. You were absolutely terrified. You didn't really know what you were facing or if it could hurt you. You depended entirely on Shifu to save your life. By the time you encountered the Amarok, you fought bravely and effectively. You kept your head and you were successful. In the end, it wasn't nearly as much your tools that saved you as your ingenuity and your self-confidence. After having such practice quests that actually threaten your life, the real quests you go on may seem tame at times. These practice quests are designed to push you to the edge. Real quests are not as likely to take you that far. We want the real quests to seem easy. That can only happen by truly pushing you to the limit and genuinely putting your life in danger on these practice quests. As far as the martial arts, it's the same idea. By training your body, you are training your mind. You are learning self-discipline and endurance. You will learn to apply what you learn in martial arts to real-life situations. That reminded her of her father, who had his black belt in judo. He practiced until about the age of 25 when he went to live in Belize, where he taught judo. He would say that he used everything he learned in judo in his professional life. He learned how to set goals, to create a plan to work toward those goals, to be in the habit of doing a daily routine, to endure discomfort over extended periods of time, to be a good winner and a good loser with increased self-confidence, and how to be a team player. Her father once told her that going to live in Belize was the most difficult experience in his life, the Peace Corps, the toughest job you'll ever love, and that he might not have stayed for the full 2 years if it weren't for the lessons he had learned in sports. He saw many of his Peace Corps companions go home without completing their 2 years. He said that in those days of no internet, he may as well have been on the other side of the world. It took 2 weeks for a letter to arrive home and 2 weeks to get a response. It was way too expensive on a Peace Corps salary to make international phone calls. He couldn't have felt more alone. But he endured due to sheer determination, and after a while, he absolutely loved living there. He attributed his ability to endure this hardship to his training in sports. He said that everything has seemed easy since that experience. It all made sense to her now. She understood why she had to endure the difficult martial arts trainings and the practice quests. Everything would seem easy after this training in Xunantunich. Marsiphony then said, by asking your questions, all has been said that I wanted to share with you. You seem to be right on top of your game, Mayana. I'm extremely happy with your progress. You are well on your way to preparing for actual quests. Mayana said, I have one more question. Marsiphony responded, go right ahead, could Etzli, Kwali, or I have died tonight, she asked. Marsiphony stayed silent and she showed discomfort on her face. She looked at the ground and she had a hard time looking at Mayana in the eyes. Mayana knew the answer before she spoke. She said, well, let me put it this way. We try to create a balance or to give a slight advantage to you when we create these tests. We wouldn't put you in an impossible to win situation. We wouldn't have put you up against a creature twice the size of the Eldrith with no weapon. But if we don't provide you with true-to-life situations, we won't be preparing you adequately. And never lose sight of the stakes. You have been chosen to save all humanity. In an almost pleading voice, as if to say that facing death was more than she could bear, Mayana said, "But I won't be able to do that if I'm dead." Marsiphony responded, "True, but you saw the way I repaired Etzli's arm. I can repair extensive damage if it should happen to you." Mayana asked, "Can you repair death?" Marsiphony again gave a look of discomfort, and she again wouldn't look at Mayana in the eyes. She said, "I have repaired extensive damage that would have led to death, but no, I cannot repair death itself. But I must once more remind you of the stakes." This was again one of those times when Mayana had second thoughts about staying at Xunantunich, and at that moment she desperately wanted to go home. She didn't want to be the savior of all humanity, at least not at that moment. Marsiphony saw that she may have pushed Mayana too hard and too soon. She saw such potential in her and she desperately wanted to prepare her for the challenges to come. But she saw that she needed to back off a little. Marsiphony said, "I know how difficult the test today was. It was grueling indeed. To help to reduce the stress and anxiety, I will agree to no longer do any surprise practice quests if that will help. From now on you will be advised of any upcoming activities and you will be prepped in advance so that you know what's coming. Does that help any?" In a sad and forlorn voice, Mayana replied, "I don't know. I think I just need to go to my room and to try to relax and to clear my head so that I can think straight. I can still feel my heartbeat and the adrenaline in my body." Marsiphony said, "Very well, you can all head to your sleeping quarters for the night. I'll also allow you all to sleep in tomorrow and to have a late breakfast. Plan to report to classes after your morning meal tomorrow." The girls left the room and they headed to their bedrooms. Mayana really didn't feel like talking, but Etzli tried to console her saying, "You know we were just doing as instructed by Marsiphony. I hope you don't hold this against us. In any case, you were the real hero tonight. You were the one who saved me from the Eldrith." Mayana didn't know if she should feel angry with Etzli for setting her up or to feel sorry for her for almost having her arm ripped off her body. She understood the reasoning behind everything that happened, but she just wasn't able to contain her emotions and she shouted, "You set me up, Etzli. You told me it was a ghost, but it was a dangerous alien creature. I hate you. Leave me alone and don't talk to me ever again." Mayana was absolutely overwhelmed and beside herself with uncontrollable emotions. She ran to her bedroom and she laid down on her bed and she cried inconsolably. Yasmin followed along and she sat next to her. She rubbed her back and she said, "Don't cry, Mayana. Everything's going to be okay." Seeing Mayana so forlorn caused Yasmin to feel the same and she too began to cry. They both cried together until they wore themselves out from crying so hard. Kwali and Etzli had followed them and they stood by the doorway just watching and trying to be there for moral support. Suddenly Marsiphony showed up. She must have heard the crying from downstairs. She looked a little irritated, as if she was getting fed up with this behavior. She said in a stern voice, "I'm going to make this short. The reason for this training is exactly because of this. The training is grueling, I know that. But we can't have such outbursts during a true quest. Part of the goal of the training is to take you beyond these feelings so that you can face a quest without becoming overly emotional, which would surely lead to failure. You're going to be tested again and again, and with each test, you will grow stronger. Eventually you will not experience these emotions. In the meanwhile your own goal will have to be to get over these outbursts. The sooner you do so, the sooner you will be ready to move beyond these practice quests and be ready for real ones." Marsiphony then turned around and she exited the room. Mayana and Yasmin both thought that she had been heartless and insensitive. She had basically called Mayana a crybaby. Etzli and Kwali both entered the bedroom and they sat on the bed with Yasmin and Mayana. Sarcastically, Mayana asked, "Is she always so understanding?" Kwali said, "Actually she is. But she sees things through a very different lens than you. She has the weight of the world on her shoulders and a day doesn't go by that she doesn't worry about the outcome of our coming quests." "That is quite true," confirmed Etzli. "She is anxious to get you out in the field and she's frustrated because she sees that you're not ready. She wants your progress to be faster than it is." That reminded Mayana of the times when she cried during her first trip with Shifu there watching. She supposed that it had been reported to Marsiphony. Or maybe Marsiphony was watching the whole thing through an image portal. After some time, Mayana started to relax and to begin to see things more clearly and not from a standpoint of pure emotion anymore. She understood the logic and reason perfectly. But sometimes her emotional side overwhelmed her sense of logic and reason. But she knew herself well enough to know that your emotions eventually settle down and you are then left with only logic and reason. She then said in a half-crying voice, "I get it. But being attacked by a vicious alien creature is no joke. How can I lead a life where I face death constantly? That's the hard part," said Kwali. "But we all got through it and you will too. It just takes time is all." Mayana again felt like this task put upon her was more than she could bear, and she again had an intense desire to just go home, to put this all behind her and to go back to being a normal teenager, and yet at the same time, she knew that that really wasn't an option. Every time she faced these challenges, she would become very emotional and then get over it and again be ready to move forward. She would be back to her old self by the morning and be ready to continue her training. Etzli and Kwali then headed to their own bedroom and they left Mayana and Yasmin alone. Mayana was left in her thoughts and she considered the practice quest that she had just done, although she tried to put it out of her mind. Eventually she became distracted enough to find herself in a fantasy land of thoughts and memories. She thought of her parents who had no clue of where her children were and who didn't even know they were gone, about her classmates in San Ignacio and how she would find them exactly as she had left them, about how she had been considered a terrorist in Belize and yet that whole event was erased from the timeline, about what it would be like to return to Belize and how strange it would be for time to not have passed there. She also wondered how she could possibly save humanity. She was now relaxed enough to allow these thoughts and memories to take her off to sleep. The events of the day had worn her out and she fell into a deep and wonderful sleep. Chapter 20. USA for Africa. The next morning, Mayana heard the wake-up bell and she got up even though she had been given permission to sleep in. She really didn't want to be late for class, so she went to breakfast with Yasmin. She found sitting around doing nothing to be worse than keeping busy. Without anything to do, she would just dwell on things and that would get her all worked up into a frenzy. Keeping busy was a good distraction and it helped her to keep her mind off of things that she didn't want to think about. On the way down to the cafeteria, she saw Marsiphony talking to a student. She caught her eye and she looked at her with a half smile and she gave her the thumbs up sign. Marsiphony smiled back and she kept talking to the student. That was all Marsiphony needed to see, that Mayana had gotten over the events of the day before and that she was ready to move on. She knew that she had chosen well and that Mayana would not let her down. This was not the first student that she had trained and she knew that Mayana would move beyond this stage of self-pity and that she would grow to be one of her top questers. After breakfast, she then reported to Breannin's classroom to find out what the plan for the next 2 days would be. All 10 students were there and they waited for Marsiphony to speak. Mayana whispered to Etzli, "Any idea of what's going on today?" "Not exactly," she responded. "Every practice quest is different. Last week Shifu took us to a strange land where we faced a large creature called Amarok. Every time we shot at it, it would divide in two." Amarok asked Mayana, surprised. "I also fought the Amarok. But I thought that we had killed them all. There were none left after our battle." Etzli responded, "Well, it could be that we went back in time and fought it before you did." Mayana said, "Oh yeah. I forgot about that." Etzli said, "What we'll do today is anybody's guess." Marsiphony then entered the room and she began to speak. "Today begins your first 2-day practice quest. We have prepared it in great detail and it is intended to push you to the limits of your endurance both physically and emotionally. Jaffa will be accompanying some of you on this quest, Breannin will accompany others, Shifu will accompany yet others, and I will accompany the rest. The goal of this practice will be to prepare you to have different experiences that will provide you with a variety of perspectives that will be useful to you on future quests. Now, let's get right into the mission. Your goal will be to create a computer simulation in which you change the timeline in the past in such a way that there will be a noticeable difference between the present as it is now and the present after the change. The simulation will be absolutely true to life and you will even be able to visit it. That's to say, you will enter the portal and it will appear to be real, something like the holodeck on Star Trek, just that this is a lot more sophisticated than that kind of light show. You will be able to either watch the results of the changes you make through the portal or to actually visit them. Mayana asked, "Can't we actually make the changes and then correct them by repairing the timeline?" Marsiphony responded, "Yes, we could, but that adds a rather complicated dimension to these practices. You will find that your solutions to the problems that you are presented with are rather sophisticated, and some of them would take months or years to implement. The computer is able to make the changes instantaneously so that you can consider those results immediately." Etzli inquired, "But can't we create a solution in real life and then jump ahead in time to see the results?" Marsiphony responded, "Yes, but again the computer is equally effective at producing the correct results, and you'll find it far easier. For example, your solution could involve hundreds or even thousands of people. You would have to contact all of them to create your solution. The computer can do this in a matter of seconds. The other advantage of the computer simulation is that we don't then have to repair the timeline. And as I've explained before, we have learned the hard way to leave it alone as much as possible." Mayana raised her hand with a question, "But if we can't change the timeline, what's the point of all of this?" Marsiphony replied, "Excellent observation, Miss Mayana. If our goal is to save humanity, it may happen by changing the timeline and not correcting it. It may be that we will cause the kind of clean genocide that I warned about. But if the result is to save all humanity, it can be justified. And let's not forget that such a clean genocide is absolutely pain-free. Ceasing to exist means that there are no prolonged deaths, with the added agonizing dimension of having to contemplate your own impending demise. You simply exist one moment and you do not the next. Now, with that being said, we must consider that what I just stated can never under any circumstances justify such a clean genocide without the knowledge of a greater outcome. And as far as I'm concerned, the only greater outcome is that of saving all humanity. There is no other justification for it, no matter how small the clean genocide." Jaffa, Breannin, and Shifu all nodded in agreement, demonstrating that they were all on the same page. Mayana asked, "But what about with me? You changed the timeline and you didn't repair it, rather you created a new timeline that replaced the old one. I did not blow up the bridge in the new timeline." Marsiphony responded, "It is true that we created a new timeline to replace the old one. But we did it with extreme consideration both of how events were changed and of the end result. Would you have attempted to blow up the bridge if you had never crossed over to the alternate reality the first time?" Mayana responded, "No. There would have been no reason to." Marsiphony replied, "Then in a sense, we put things back to the way they should be. And of course, since you are part of the solution to save humanity, we make special considerations for you. We need to be able to send you back to Belize, and we couldn't do that if you were wanted for terrorism. If it were anyone outside of Xunantunich, we wouldn't change the timeline without repairing it. So again, your goal today will be to change events in your computer simulation and to observe the results so that you become better prepared to make changes while being able to predict the outcome. The more experience you have with this, the better you will become at making accurate predictions. That in turn will mean that we can more effectively make changes to the timeline that will ultimately save humanity." With that, Marsiphony, Breannin, Shifu and Jaffa all moved to a different part of the room. Each of them moved their hand in a circular motion, and before each of them was a portal with an image in it. Jaffa called Mayana, Etzli, and Quali to go to where his portal was. He spoke to them saying, "Here we go, ladies and gents." He then pretended to be looking closely at each of the three and he said, "Oops. I mean ladies." Etzli knew that Jaffa was a jokester and she followed up with her own joke saying, "Quali, I think he mistook you for a dude." She responded, "Yeah, well, I think he mistook you for an idiot." They all laughed, knowing that it was all in good fun. Jaffa then said, "We're going to head through the portal into the past, going back to 1985, and we're going to Africa. This part of our journey will be the real thing. The simulation will be utilized when we begin to look for a solution. You are all too young to have experienced firsthand what happened that year. There was a campaign called USA for Africa. The target country was Ethiopia, where there were millions of starving people and close to 1.2 million who ultimately died from lack of food. The campaign was organized by Harry Belafonte, Michael Jackson, Lionel Richie, and Quincy Jones. They raised the equivalent of almost $200 million to send food there. The campaign saved millions of lives. Anybody see any problems yet? The three girls looked at each other with blank faces as if to say, I don't have a clue. Jaffa asked, what could possibly be wrong with saving the lives of so many people by sending them food? Again there was silence. Jaffa asked, well, there must be something wrong or we wouldn't be going there to see it, would we? Mayana responded, well, I got that right away. I figured that there must be something that didn't go right or we wouldn't be going there. But what it is, I can't imagine. Kwali and Etzli both said, I can't either. Jaffa said in a comical-sounding voice, well, I ain't go tell what it is. You just go have to see it for yourselves. Although Jaffa was a bit of a jokester, he could also be deadly serious. He knew the importance of his role as well as Marsiphony, Breannin, and Shifu, but he often tried to bring in humor to alleviate the stress of such an enormous burden that he and the girls had to carry. Jaffa then said, take out your belts of invisibility, girls. Just then, Jaffa let out a whistle and the girls saw Gleefy come swooping down from her perch near the ceiling. He held out his arm and she grabbed on, and she then began to climb up until she reached his shoulders. She remained there and he then went about his business. Jaffa said, our mission for now is to observe only. We will have absolutely no contact with anyone during this part of our trip. The girls reached into their backpacks and they took out their belts and they put them on. This was the first time that Mayana became aware that others could also become invisible with the same kind of belt. Jaffa put one on as well. Each became invisible upon fastening the buckle. Mayana was surprised to see Gleefy also become invisible since she was a separate being. But then she thought that if their clothes become invisible, it must be that anything in contact with the person with the belt on would also become invisible. He then instructed the girls to hold hands and to follow him through the portal. They entered the other side to find themselves in Ethiopia in the year 1985. Before Jaffa closed the portal, he called to each girl to ensure that they had all come through, and he explained to them that they would have to continue to hold hands since they wouldn't be able to see each other. The first thing that Mayana noticed was the people and how parched the land was. There was absolutely no plant life and it was apparent that it hadn't rained in weeks, if not months or years. They could see people in the end days of life and others who had already succumbed to their starvation. Others were more healthy but not by much. There were no houses and not even any shelters. Everyone just lived in the open, it seemed. There were people as far as they could see all the way around, all of them in the same condition. It was an absolute horrific sight and it made Mayana sick to her stomach. She saw babies with their ribs showing and who she thought should be crying but who didn't have the strength to do so. She could not see any food among any of the people. The four of them walked along and they just saw more of the same. After only a few minutes, it was apparent that there wasn't going to be anything different to see no matter how far they walked. But just then, Jaffa stretched out his arm and the girls suddenly saw Gleefy take off into the air. Mayana then asked, "Where's she going, Jaffa?" Jaffa responded, "She's just going to take a look to see what she can see and to report back to me." Mayana was fascinated seeing Gleefy suddenly become visible and then flying off. She then considered that the belt of invisibility kept her invisible just by being in contact with Jaffa, just like their clothes, but once she lost contact, she became visible again. She wondered if Gleefy would be in danger being visible since she would make a tasty meal to these starving people. But then she also considered that there were no weapons around that she could see nor anyone who was strong enough to use any even if they had them available to them to use. They all waited patiently for Gleefy to return. After some time, Jaffa pointed up to the sky and he said, "And here she comes." Mayana saw Gleefy far in the distance, almost too small to be seen. She got bigger and bigger as she got closer and closer. Finally Jaffa stretched out his arm and they all saw Gleefy land, become invisible, and she then worked her way up to Jaffar's shoulder. Jaffa remained silent as he listened to what Gleefy was saying. Then Jaffa said, "Gleefy says that the famine continues to the far borders of Ethiopia. There is no area that is not affected." She saw dead bodies and people on the verge of death. She saw no one assisting anywhere throughout the country. Mayana then got the answer to her question about whether or not Gleefy could talk and she asked, "Jaffa, I don't know exactly how big Ethiopia is, but it must be far too big for an owl to see to all of its borders, and she wasn't gone long enough to have traveled throughout the country. How could she possibly know that the famine affects the entire country? Jaffa responded, let's just say that she has exceptional eyesight. She can see much farther than any owl in existence. Like all of us at Xunantunich, she is quite extraordinary in that she can talk, reason, and think much like a human being in addition to her remarkable eyesight. Mayana responded, a talking bird, that's a first. Yasmin interjected, but parrots can talk idiot. Mayana replied, oh yeah. But I was referring to talking on the same level as a human. That is a first. Jaffa added, she can talk the same as you and me. Mayana was fascinated by this, but she chose to leave any further questions for another occasion, and she said, what's next, Jaffa? Jaffa then said, we've seen all that we need to see here. Let's move ahead 5 years. We will return to this same location after the USA for Africa had its chance to bring $200 million worth of food and supplies. He gave them a summary of the USA for Africa campaign, including the hit song We Are the World, which none of the girls had heard of. It was a very popular and compassionate campaign that intended to solve the problem of world hunger. Jaffa then opened the portal and they all walked through. They found themselves in what appeared to be a very different place from where they had just been. Mayana said, I thought you said that we were going to the exact same place. Jaffa replied, indeed I did say that. Why do you think that we are not at the same place 5 years later? She responded, because it's so different. And indeed it was totally different. There were hundreds of people everywhere. There were buildings, people were walking around, they were well dressed and everyone seemed healthy. Children were laughing, talking, and playing. Jaffa pulled the girls along and they followed him through the crowd of people. And just as before, they saw more of the same as they continued to walk. They did not see one person who seemed to be in need. Jaffa asked the girls, what do you think? Did the USA for Africa campaign work? Kwali replied, well, it surely seems to have been a success. I can't imagine what could possibly be wrong with what they did to save the starving people in Ethiopia. Etzli interjected, yes, but we know that something goes wrong. That's why we're here. But I still can't imagine what it could be. Mayana added, I can't either. Jaffa said, we're now going to move ahead 20 years and we'll be at the same location. He opened the portal and he led them through. They exited to what was again a much different appearance from what they just saw. This image was very similar to the first one. They again saw people starving, people dead, people lying on the ground too weak to move. They again saw thousands of people going on as far as they could see. Mayana exclaimed, this is the same exact location 20 years later. Oh my God, what happened? They went from total prosperity to absolute destitution in such a short time. Etzli asked, was there a war or something? Jaffa responded, there was no war. Nothing unusual happened here, rather it's the opposite. Life here has returned to what it was before the USA for Africa campaign. Nature restored it to what it was meant to be, and it will continue to be what it is for decades or centuries to come, unless there is intervention. The question now is, what went wrong? Why did they go from total famine to prosperity and back to famine again? The girls thought for a few moments in silence. Then Mayana said, if there was no war or anything else, can we assume that the supply of food ended and that put these poor people right back to where they started? Good observation, said Jaffa. And that is exactly what happened. You see, after spending $200 million to save these poor people, there was no follow-up campaign to save Africa and they ended up even worse than before. One generation of people was saved only to then doom the following one to the same fate as the preceding ones. In the end, the campaign did absolutely nothing to help the people of Ethiopia. Kwali asked, why was there no second campaign? Jaffa responded, because it was a feel-good campaign as far too many of them are. The people who conducted it and who contributed to it financially did it far more for themselves than they did for the people of Africa. That's not to say that they didn't want to help, rather it's to say that they weren't willing to make the kind of effort and sacrifice that is required to truly make a significant difference, which means a long-term commitment. If you want to save the starving people of Africa, You have to commit to providing assistance that should go on for decades or more. It makes people feel good to give to the poor, and that's why they do it, because it feels good. That means that they do it for themselves, not for the people who need help. We are now going to consider how we can more effectively solve the problem of starvation. To do that, we're going to utilize a computer simulation. We will return to Xunantunich and we will see Ethiopia as it was before 1985. We will then enter our solutions and the computer will create the outcome 25 years later. Follow me. Jaffa opened the portal and he led them to the classroom back at Xunantunich. The three girls sat at their places and Jaffa remained toward the front of the room. He opened the portal and it showed Ethiopia in 1985 before any food or supplies had been sent there. He said, "This is a virtual image of Ethiopia. We will make changes and they will appear immediately in the image. We can make adjustments and consider the outcome, and we can then eliminate those adjustments if we are not satisfied with the result. We now have to consider possible changes that we can make." Jaffa then passed out 3 laptop computers to the girls and he said, "You will use these computers to do research. I will give you 15 minutes to work and to create one change that you will make. You can work independently, but you must reach a consensus of the one change. Research and discuss. We will enter the data in 15 minutes." Etzli asked, "Are there any limitations?" Jaffa said, "Yes, but only one. You are limited to the same amount of money that the USA for Africa campaign had, which was $200 million. The computers you have will automatically convert your solution into dollars. There are no limitations beyond that." The 3 girls began their research. Mayana began by just looking at maps and photos of countries around Africa to see what ideas she could get. At the same time, she began to consider how Belize had avoided starvation. What Belize had in abundance was water, and what Ethiopia lacked above and beyond anything else was also water. How then to get water to Ethiopia? Etzli considered bringing in food from the surrounding countries. Kwali considered how to continue an extended food campaign and how to fund it. After about 10 minutes, the girls came together and they began to discuss the 3 ideas. They decided that they liked Mayana's idea the best, but then the question was how to get water to Ethiopia. With just a few minutes left, they found images of water pipelines and they made a proposal of creating an irrigation system from Lake Victoria in Uganda to Ethiopia. Mayana entered the proposal into her computer and the cost came in well below the $200 million limit. They did not have time to work out the details of their plan, so they just presented it as it was. Jaffa listened to their idea and he looked at their calculations on their computer. He said, "Excellent plan, girls, but it won't be enough to just get the water to Ethiopia. Let's discuss the details so we can enter it into our virtual scenario." Kwali said, "Well, we're going to need to get the water to all parts of Ethiopia and we're going to need irrigation machinery in order to get it into the soil." Etzli said, "Yes, and with water to grow fruits and vegetables, they should be able to provide themselves with their own food." Jaffa said, "Well, let's give it a try." He used a keyboard to enter the data. They then saw the image in the portal change. They were all really anxious to see the results. When they looked carefully at the image, they didn't see any real change. They saw images of starving and dead people just as before. Their plan had no effect. Jaffa said, "Well, I'm not surprised. The first solution is never correct. Now you have to consider if you want to delete your solution or modify it. You've got another 15 minutes to make that determination. Bring me a modified solution or an entirely new one." The girls got busy again and after 15 minutes, they had their new solution. They explained to Jaffa that it wouldn't be enough to just bring in water and irrigation equipment, but they would also need farm equipment. They added that to the equation. Jaffa entered it and they watched the image change. They were disappointed to see the same image of starving, dying people. Nothing changed. Kwali said, "What the freak? What more do they need than water and farm equipment?" Jaffa asked, "What indeed?" Mayana thought about it for a while. She tried to rely on her own knowledge of such things in Belize. She remembered an uncle who lived in San Joaquin who was given a lawnmower by the United Nations. He used it for about 6 weeks and it stopped operating. Due to the rough terrain, high heat and humidity in Belize, Such machines can go bad really quickly if they aren't maintained. The lawn mower sat in her uncle's backyard for the next 5 years and it got so rusty that it was no longer repairable. It got 6 weeks of use. She remembered her father saying that it doesn't do any good to just send such machinery to people if you don't train them on proper use and provide a way to maintain it. With that in mind, Mayana spoke, I'm going to recommend that we send people to Ethiopia who can teach farming and how to maintain and repair the machinery to the local population. If the people are not trained in how to use it and how to maintain it, it will become trash in a very short time. Jaffa asked Etzli and Kwali, what do you think, girls? Sounds like a good plan, they both confirmed. Jaffa then stated, okay, I'm going to set things up in the simulation so that everything is put in place. That will include the water pipelines that run to all parts of Ethiopia, irrigation equipment, farm buildings, farm plants and animals, and people from both abroad and locally who will work together to make this happen. That will include both trainers and a maintenance team. It will include all the materials to make it happen, such as seeds and fertilizer. Jafar entered the calculations, making the changes for the year 1985. He then changed the portal to the year 2010, 25 years later. To their amazement, they found the kinds of changes that they were hoping for. They saw blustering farms, ample food in the market, people dressed well and healthy, houses and other buildings everywhere. They didn't see one person who looked malnourished. Jafar said, let's make a visit. Confused, Mayana responded, but Jafar, that's a simulation. That's not how it really was in 2010. Jafar said, oh come on Ms. Science Fiction expert. Surely you know about holograms from Star Trek. This is basically the same thing, just a lot more sophisticated. Oh, okay, said Mayana in a kind of, I stand corrected tone of voice and look on her face. They all walked through the portal and they began to look around. They observed absolute prosperity. Mayana was both amazed and incredibly proud that she had contributed to the solution. Jafar then interjected, I don't mean to sound crude, but one of the things that people do best when they are healthy is to reproduce. By merely sending people food, all that we really do is to create another generation of starving people. If you are going to send people food, you have to keep sending it forever to avoid that. Once you stop sending it, that generation will starve to death. Mayana asked, are you saying that the USA for Africa campaign was a waste? Jafar responded, not only was it a waste, but it made the problem worse. It was a feel-good solution that did no more than to sell lots of records for the people who sang We Are the World. Never trust anyone who gives away their time or money and who then stands up to announce it and to be praised for it. It's easy to sing a song, to collect money and then to release yourself of the burden of making sure that the funds are actually spent effectively. I don't think that the people in charge really cared about such things. That's to say, they cared about the people in Africa but not enough to do any more than what they did. There were probably some who thought that they were doing the right thing but who just didn't know any better. That was more deep thinking for Mayana. She remembered her father saying how difficult the problem of poverty was to solve and how sometimes people who are poor are their own worst enemy. That's to say, to lift yourself out of poverty requires a drastic mind shift, and that is the hard part. Change is hard for most people. Jafar then announced, well, our practice quest was a success. And keep in mind that you are the ones who solved the problem. In the words of Shifu, I cannot teach what you already know, I can only guide you to it. Mayana thought to herself, wow, I just saved an entire country of starving people even if it was just a simulation. Maybe I can fulfill Marsiphony's quest. She started to get that feeling of self-confidence again that had worked against her previously on her visit to Belize. With every new experience, she developed both her self-confidence and her ability to maintain a better emotional distance from the people she was encountering. Chapter 21. The War on Drugs. Jafar then said, let's head to our next practice quest. We will not be invisible on this trip because we will visit places where people will bump into us if we can't be seen. We will just be as discreet as possible to avoid altering the timeline. If anyone attempts to engage us in conversation, let me do the talking. We will be visiting present-day Earth, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Minneapolis, exclaimed Mayana. That's where my father is from. I've been there to visit family. Will it be in real time or a simulation? Jaffa responded, it will be in real time to begin with. And you will be our guide since you know the city. Can you take us to the bad side of town where we can find the epicenter of illegal drugs? Illegal drugs? Asked Mayana. Honestly, I have no clue where that would be. I only go to visit family. I really don't know Minneapolis that well. No worries, responded Jaffa. I know where to go. He led them through the portal and they found themselves in some part of Minneapolis. The weather was warm and while the others didn't even notice, Mayana surely did because when you've spent any time at all in Minnesota in the winter, you take note of such things. She remembered snow up to her knees and feeling so cold that it felt like needles sticking her. She also remembered building snowmen, having snowball fights, sledding, making snow angels and ice skating. She never could decide if she loved winter or hated it. Most Minnesotans seem to hate the winter. Why do they live there if they hate it? Mayana once asked her father. 2 reasons, he responded. Most people have family there who are more important to them than having a pleasant winter, and, because no matter where you live, you're probably going to have 3 to 4 months of really bad weather. If you live in the south, you have wonderful winters but scorching hot summers. They have to stay inside in the summer where there's air conditioning just like we have to stay inside during the winter where there's heat. And nobody has to be cold in the winter in Minnesota. People go from their heated house to their heated car to their heated place of work and back home again. The only people who spend time outside in the winter are people who want to. And that's what's hard for people who don't like the winter. It's not that they have to be cold, rather it's that they feel trapped inside. And then there are polar bears like me who love the cold weather. I love to play ice hockey, figure skating, and cross-country skiing. I actually look forward to winter. Surviving the cold is just a matter of dressing for it. Jaffa interrupted Mayana's flashback saying, we are in the Hawthorne neighborhood, the epicenter of crime in Minneapolis. The locals call it the North Side. They found themselves on a busy street and when they walked down to the intersection, Mayana saw that they were on Broadway Avenue. She had never been to that part of Minneapolis before. They followed Jaffa into a small cafe. They sat down at an empty table and the 3 girls just sat silently waiting to be given instructions. They looked around and they spotted a woman who appeared to be the waitress. She was sitting at a guest table talking on the phone. She seemed oblivious to any of the customers in the cafe. Jaffa seemed unconcerned about that. He then said in a whisper and he pointed discreetly, look at that man and woman at that table. Just watch and listen. They could just barely hear them speaking. The man was asking for money. He said, I got your china white here. I'll take $50 for it. The woman said, yeah, I got your money. She looked and sounded angry. The man said, better be careful how you talk to me. I got plenty of people waiting in line for this white. He pulled the bag away and he put it on his lap. The woman's face went from a look of anger to a look of horror and desperation. She said, nigger, I got yo money. Now gimme the white I need. The man said, no need to fret my little hophead. Your cooker ain't let you down yet. He put the bag back on the table and she snatched it quickly. He then held out his hand palm up and he moved his 4 fingers up and down to say, now give me the money. She passed him an envelope. He held it down by his lap and he counted to make sure it was $50. The woman said, now don't you fret you old cooker. The money's all there. He responded with a smile. I know. I'm just trying to keep you honest is all. She replied, nigger, I don't need nobody to keep me honest, just need my hit to get fried is all. He said, well there you go, see you next time. She said, yeah, see you next time. She stood up and she walked out the door. The man stayed at the table and he looked over to the waitress who was still on the phone. He held up the money that he had just gotten and he called to her, yo, how about some service? The waitress's eyes lit up on seeing his cash and she hung up her phone and she walked over to him. And with that, Jaffa said, we've seen all that we need to see here. Time to go. He stood up and he walked toward the door. The girls followed right behind. When they got outside, Mayana noticed that the woman was not there. They couldn't have been more than 30 seconds behind her and yet she was nowhere to be seen. Jaffa seemed to have an idea of where she had gone and he walked to the end of the building where there was an alley and he saw her there. The bag that she had was open and she was injecting herself using a needle. The four of them stood there and watched. The woman seemed totally oblivious to their presence. After a minute or so, her demeanor changed drastically. She went from looking agitated and angry to looking totally relaxed and content. She was sitting on the ground and she leaned back against the building and she soon fell asleep. As they were in an alley that obscured their presence to people in the neighborhood, that gave Jaffa the opportunity to open the portal. He said, "Follow me." They exited in exactly the same location about 2 hours later. Jaffa said, "Quickly, put on your belts." They all did so. Jaffa said, "We are now outside and we won't have a problem bumping into people and we don't want anyone to notice us." He felt for Mayana's hand and he grabbed it. They all did the same. Jaffa led them farther into the alley where they could stand and watch. The woman was now laying on the ground. She was motionless and Mayana didn't know if she was asleep, unconscious, or dead. She knew enough about illegal drugs to know that it could be any of the three. Suddenly a couple passed in front of the alley and they saw the woman lying there. They began looking and pointing and one of them took out a cell phone and she began dialing. It was obvious that they were calling for help. Just then, Gleefy began to walk down Jaffar's arm until she got to his wrist. Jaffa then gave her a push and she flew off. The girls could not see this happening and they were surprised to suddenly see Gleefy flying off as she became visible once she was no longer touching Jaffa. After the surprise, Mayana's first thought was for Gleefy's safety, thinking that she may fly off and get lost with no way for them to find her. She said, "Why did you do that, Jaffa?" He replied, "Patience, my girl. Just wait a moment and all will be known." After a short while, Gleefy returned and she perched herself on Jaffar's shoulder, becoming invisible again. She put her mouth near his ear and after a moment he said, "The paramedics are on the way." Mayana could not see Gleefy talking to Jaffa, but she could hear the soft sound of an owl that she assumed were words being spoken. She wondered if she spoke using actual words or if she had some other way to communicate. For all she knew, it was the universal interpreter that was converting ordinary owl talk into English. But in any case, it had to be a really smart owl to be able to communicate advanced concepts. Within minutes, an ambulance arrived and the paramedics got out and they rushed over to the woman. After a minute or so, one of them announced that she was dead. They heard one of the EMTs say, "How much you want to bet that it's a drug overdose?" The other paramedic said, "I'll bet you. As long as you let me bet that she died from drugs and you bet that she didn't." They both laughed. Mayana was a bit taken aback that these supposed professionals would joke about someone's death. The truth was that they had seen so much loss of life caused by illegal drugs that they had become desensitized to it. Jaffa waited for the paramedics and the small crowd that had gathered to leave so that he could open the portal. They all returned to the classroom. Jaffa brought up the following image for the girls to see and he said, "This is a graph to show how many people have died in the United States from drug overdose. The rate is currently about 100,000 deaths annually and it rises every year. And this is just the United States. Don't feel left out, Kwali and Etsley. The US just happens to be the country that keeps the most accurate data. Drug overdose is a problem all around the world and those numbers don't include deaths caused by drug gang shootouts and the war on drugs between the US government and the Mexican drug cartels. The war on drugs has been an absolute failure. Your job now is to fix the problem." Mayana interjected with a question, "But Jaffa, we started in the present time in Minneapolis and you then took us 2 hours into the future when that woman died. If the future is determined and free will doesn't exist, doesn't that mean that we can't change the future?" Jaffa replied, "If things are left alone, that is true. Things will be as they will be. But think of people like an asteroid flying through space. It will stay on the same trajectory with no ability to change its path unless something outside of it pushes it onto a different course. That could be another asteroid that gets in its way, or it could be the gravity from a moon, a planet, or a star. Once the asteroid is affected by some outside force, it will now be on a different trajectory and it again will be on a path with no ability to change back to its previous course or to a different one. People are the same. They will only change their path in life if there is an outside force that causes it to happen. And once their path is altered, they have no ability to go back to the previous one. We are the outside force that will cause the change. We are outside looking in, and we have the ability to change destiny. And that is exactly what we must do if we are to save all humanity. That made sense to Mayana, but at the same time, she sometimes wished that her questions would have no reasonable answer so that she could get out of her insurmountable challenge of saving humanity. She almost wished that the answer were that the future cannot be altered so that she could go back to her life in Belize and just let things happen as they may. But as challenging and overwhelming as this task seemed to her some days, it was just not within her to turn her back on the entire human race when there existed the possibility of her turning things around. Jaffa said, "Okay, just like before, you will have 15 minutes to research and to come up with your first solution, and we will enter it into the simulator. Get busy." The three girls met with their computers and they began to talk. Etzli said, "What if we just make all illegal drugs disappear from the face of the earth?" Kwali said, "And what about drug dealers? Why don't we eliminate them?" Mayana said, "I like that idea. My father always says that drug dealers are the scum of the earth. They provide dangerous drugs to people knowing that some of them will die." Etzli said, "Or what if we eliminate the drug users? Without drug users, there won't be drug dealers and no war on drugs." Mayana said, "But aren't we then punishing the victims?" Etzli responded, "Yes, but for a greater cause, that of ridding the world of the war on drugs and continued death by drug overdose. And it's just a simulation. We could try it just to see what the outcome is." Kwali said, "What if we reduce the potency of the drugs? What if we cut it in half to eliminate drug overdoses?" Etzli replied, "That may just cause people to use twice as much to get the same high." Kwali said, "Maybe. But maybe not. It may reduce drug overdoses if not eliminate them." Mayana interjected, "I think we should try all of them. Let's tell Jaffa that we want to try each one at a time. I remember from science class that you only change one variable at a time. If you change two of them simultaneously, you won't know which one caused the change." Kwali and Etzli agreed that that was a good idea. Their 15 minutes were up anyway, so they took their proposal to Jaffa. He was happy with their ideas. "Which one first?" he asked. The girls wanted to try making all illegal drugs disappear from the earth. Jaffa entered it into the simulator and he said, "What I will do is to go back 100 years and eliminate all illegal drugs at that point so that we can evaluate the long-term effects of removing them." After a moment, an image appeared on the screen. Jaffa said, "I'm going to look for data which will give us an indication of how many people have died from drug overdose. It should be a similar kind of chart to what I showed you earlier." A graph appeared on the screen. And to their surprise, it showed approximately the same number of deaths due to overdose. Kwali asked, "But how can there be so many drug overdoses if there are no drugs?" Mayana said, "Well, apparently there still are illegal drugs. But how did that happen if they were eliminated from the face of the earth?" Jaffa said, "Let's do some digging to find the answer." He used his keyboard and he soon had it. "I'm looking at the names of the illegal drugs and not one of them is familiar to me. Apparently people invented different kinds of drugs that had not been available before. It would seem that people's appetite for illegal drugs is too strong, and as long as there is a way, they will find it. I don't think that we could remove all of the ingredients of illegal drugs without affecting the natural environment in a way that would be extremely harmful to both plants and animals. On to the next solution." Mayana suggested, "Another idea was to eliminate all drug dealers. We'd like to make them just disappear from the face of the earth." Jaffa asked, "Oh, you want to commit genocide, do you?" Mayana responded apprehensively, "Well, yes. But it's just a simulation. And even if it weren't, it may be for the greater good to eliminate such evil people from the world in order to save the innocent." Jaffa said, "Don't worry, Miss Mayana. I support your decision. I just wanted to make sure that you had it well thought out and that you could justify it. And how would you feel if this were real? Even drug dealers have wives, husbands, parents, children, people who love them." Mayana had to stop to think about it. She had to really think about it. She then responded, "Well, I wouldn't feel good about it. It's a no-win situation. But I believe that I could make that decision if it proved to be effective. I could eliminate evil people in order to create a better future for others. Okay, said Jaffa. There was no right answer. Again, I just wanted to make sure that you have things well thought out. The day will come when this will be real and there will be no more simulations. Mayana felt relieved that he was supporting her decision. Jaffa then went ahead and he entered the new information for 25 years before present day. They then impatiently waited to find out the results. After a few minutes, Jaffa pulled up the data. Again, there was very little change. About the same number of people had died from overdose. Kwali exclaimed, "What the freak," which she was fond of saying. How can so many people have died from drug overdose if there were no drug dealers to sell the drugs? Mayana said, "Well, there had to be drug dealers with so many deaths from overdose. The question is how it happened." The girls were at a loss for how in a period of 25 years and with drug dealers being eliminated, there could be no change. Seeing that they were at a loss for an explanation, Jaffa gave them 2 hints. 1. Who replaces the president if he dies, and 2. What happens when the demand for a product does not change but the supply does. The girls then had a conversation. Etzli said, "Well, we know that there were drug dealers because of the number of deaths. And we know that the demand for drugs didn't change. The only answer could be that the drug dealers that were eliminated were replaced with different drug dealers. What do you think?" Kwali answered, "That sounds like a reasonable explanation." Jaffa was listening and he said, "That is indeed what happened. If the demand remains the same, you can eliminate every drug dealer only to watch them be replaced. And that is exactly what is happening now, just that drug dealers go to prison. You can lock every one of them up and it will have absolutely no effect on the availability of illegal drugs as long as the demand doesn't change. New drug dealers replace the ones that go to prison. On to the next solution." Mayana said, "Well, our next idea is the one we didn't want to have to try. But since the other ones failed, we'll have to attempt it. We'd like to eliminate every drug user that exists." Jafar asked, "And why were you reluctant to try this solution?" Etzli responded, "Because we see the drug users as the victims in all of this. And we feel like we will be punishing the innocent to solve the problem. Those people didn't choose to have a predisposition to drug addiction." Kwali added, "Yes, but we also decided that it may be in the greater good to eliminate the drug users if it leads to a future of no demand for drugs, no drug dealers, no drug wars and no drug overdoses." Jafar said, "I like your thinking. Of course that doesn't mean that your solution will work. Let's enter the data and see what happens." Mayana wasn't sure if Jafar's comment meant that he had an idea that their solution wasn't going to work but didn't want to let on, or if he really didn't know if it would work or not. She decided that it didn't matter and she just let it go. Jafar said, "We're going to go back 50 years with this one and I'm going to eliminate them as children. I'll tell you later why I do that." He then entered the calculations into the simulator. They waited a few moments for the results. When they came back, they were all disappointed to see that the number of deaths had again not changed significantly. Kwali again howled, "What the freak? How can there be drug overdoses with no drug users?" Mayana again corrected her saying, "Apparently there are drug users. How else could there be so many deaths by overdose? Again the question is why?" The girls gathered to debrief and to try to figure this out. They were again at a loss of where they went wrong and how they could solve the problem. They looked to Jafar for a hint. He said only one word: genetics. Mayana was the one with the strongest background in science and with a father who was a science teacher, so they looked to her for the answer. She had to really think about this one. All she could do was to throw out her ideas. She said, "Well, if genetics are involved, then we have to consider what role they play in drug addiction. If we eliminated all drug users from 50 years ago as children, you'd expect the genetic link to be severed. And yet that isn't what happened." Etzli chimed in, "What if the genetic link came through a different person who wasn't a drug user?" Kwali asked, "Do you mean like a brother or a sister?" Mayana said, "That's it. The predisposition toward drug addiction can be passed down through people who aren't necessarily drug users themselves. I've heard of traits skipping a generation. Maybe that's what's happening. The genetic link to the predisposition toward drug addiction can be passed down by anyone, including those who aren't drug users. And that means that we'd have to eliminate everyone on Earth to ensure that the predisposition isn't passed down. That solution is perhaps the worst one so far. Etzli asked, well, we eliminated drugs, drug dealers, and drug users, and none of them worked. What's left to do? The girls thought and thought, but they were dumbfounded. They just hadn't a clue of how to solve this problem. Finally Mayana said, Jaffa, I think we're going to need a hint. Jaffa said, very well. But I again will only give you one. Legalize all drugs. Legalize all drugs, the girls said together with a confused look on their faces. Etzli said, how in hell could legalizing drugs solve the problem of drug overdoses? That would make it worse. Jaffa replied, think outside the box is all that I will say. It is now in your hands. Take 15 minutes and come back with your solution. The girls began to talk. Mayana said, we need to figure out how we can legalize drugs and bring down drug overdoses at the same time. It seems impossible, but we know that there's a solution. Jaffa would not have given us that hint if there weren't. I say we start by seeing if there's anywhere where drugs are legal and how they have approached the issue. With that, they all grabbed their computers and they began to do their research. After a few minutes, Kwali said, I found 4 countries where drugs are legal or decriminalized as they call it. They are Portugal, the Netherlands, Czechia, and Switzerland. Etzli asked, what prevents drug overdose when drug use is free to do? Mayana had been continuing to research the issue and she announced, I think I may have found the solution. Drug overdose statistics. 1. There's no oversight of illegal drugs. You can't know what's in it no matter what the seller tells you. Even the seller can't know what's in it. Drug overdoses happen in part because the user has no way to measure the drug he is taking, and that leads to overdose. 2. There's no medical oversight of people while they're using illegal drugs. 3. People who die from overdose are usually alone and there's no one there to monitor their condition. 4. Drug users often have to steal or resort to prostitution to pay for their habit. 5. Many drug addicts don't have a permanent home. 6. More than $50 billion a year are spent to fight the failed war on drugs. Etzli suggested, so if all drugs were made to be legal and we addressed numbers 1 to 5 using the $50 billion to do it, perhaps we could turn the problem around. Yes, said Mayana. Let's start with number 1. We change no oversight of illegal drugs to total and absolute oversight just like legal drugs. You will then know exactly what's in it and how much. They would be sold at a pharmacy. Kwali took number 2, we would require the drugs to be administered by a medical professional to ensure that the correct dosage is taken. Etzli took number 3, drug users would go to a medical center where they take the drugs and have a place to stay in case there's an emergency. Mayana took number 4, the drugs would be provided free of charge to avoid the problem of stealing and prostitution to support the habit. Kwali took number 5, drug users could be given a room to live in with others with the same addiction. That will prevent having such people from living on the streets. And finally Mayana took number 6, and the whole program will cost way less than $50 billion a year. It will actually create a surplus for the taxpayers, not to mention 0 deaths caused by the war on drugs and no more drug trafficking. Very well, said Jafar. I will enter the data in the year 2000. They then waited for the graph. After a moment, it appeared and they all looked in amazement as it showed a decline in deaths. It went from 20,000 deaths in 2000, down to fewer than 1,000 deaths in 2025. It worked, Mayana shouted. It worked. The 3 girls gave each other a high five as they all smiled in pride of their accomplishment. We did it, said Mayana in a sing-song voice, and she pranced around polishing her medal. Hold on now, said Jafar. In spite of this accomplishment, we have to consider why there are still 1,000 people dying in 2025. Things have a way of turning back around over time, and it's possible that the deaths will begin to creep back up if we don't totally solve the problem. Why do you think there are still 1,000 deaths a year? Etzli said, corruption among the medical professionals. Kwali added, incompetence among the medical professionals. Mayana added, continued black market sales in spite of the legalization of drugs. Turn and talk, cried Jafar. Take 10 minutes to discuss it and come back with your ideas. We'll discover the true answer after that. The girls formed a circle. Of the 3, Mayana was the only one with a connection to the United States, and she had a better understanding of how things work there. She said, although there is some corruption and incompetence in the medical profession, they are rare. I'm going to suggest that there is still a black market for illegal drugs and that is why there are still deaths from overdose. Etzli said, but that makes no sense. If drugs are legal, why would there still be a black market for them? Kwali responded, maybe because there are some people who don't want to be controlled by the government. They don't want to be under the care of medical professionals and to have to report to a medical center every day. Mayana said, that is an excellent point. Some people are determined to destroy their own lives and there may not be anything that we can do about it. Perhaps saving 19,000 lives while 1,000 die is the best that we can do. It's still an incredible improvement. And don't forget that number would grow to 100,000 deaths if nothing were done. They brought their solution to Jaffa, who entered the data. I'm going to look at news reports to find out the answer. After a minute, they looked at the portal and they saw a live news report. The newscaster said, in spite of their legalization, a black market for previously illegal drugs continues to persist. These drugs continue to be highly addictive and dangerous, with 1,000 deaths a year due to overdose. The demand for such drugs continues in spite of the danger. Many users who have taken advantage of legal drugs have complained about excessive government control and the push to get them clean. Drug users state that is the life they choose to follow and they don't want government interference. There you have it, said Jafar. A 95+% decrease in death by overdose, but not 100%. We have one more question to consider before we move on. Could we ever reach 100% success, or must we accept 95 to 98% success? Turn and talk. The girls gathered to discuss this question. Etzli offered, what if we tackled the problem in two ways, the legalization of drugs and the traditional war on drugs at the same time? Kwali said, but with so little illegal drugs, it may not be possible to control it. Imagine if only 1 in 5,000 cars that crosses the Mexican border has drugs in it. Would we want to search, say, every other car to find illegal drugs when only 1 in 5,000 cars has any? We also have to consider the quality of life for law-abiding citizens. Good point, said Mayana. And with that, we have to take into consideration the price that we would have to pay to save those 1,000 lives. It's like the speed limit on our highways. We could lower the number of traffic deaths to close to zero if we reduced the highway speed limit to 30 miles per hour. But that may not be a sacrifice that most people are willing to make. With that, the girls decided that the cost to society and to the everyday law-abiding citizen would be too great to save those 1,000 lives. They took their answer to Jafar. Very well, said Jafar. There isn't really a correct answer to that question, so I accept your solution even though I may answer it differently. It is now the end of our practice quests for the day. Time for dinner. We'll continue tomorrow with a study of religion and how that may or may not make a difference to the betterment or detriment of society. Mayana was happy to hear that would be the theme tomorrow. She had lots of ideas about it due to long talks with her father. Chapter 22. Life in the Homeland. The rest of the evening was rather routine. They all went to dinner and they hung out and talked. There was a lot of anxiety and anticipation of the weekend coming up. Everyone would go home for a week and would then come back to Xunantunich. Mayana thought about how weird it would be to go home at the same time she left. She recalled meeting herself near Sacred Heart and how weird that was. She only knew about blowing up the Hawkesworth bridge because of being told about it, but she had no memory of it. She thought about what she will tell her parents if they find out that she was not in school all day and why Yasmin left school early too. She wasn't good at lying and her parents could usually tell when she was. She wondered if she would have to tell the truth. She'd leave that for when she got home. Kwali and Etzli shared what it was like living in Thailand and India. Just like Mayana, they went to school and they were at the top of their class. They too had eidetic memories. They just thought that they were smart before they found out about having the gene. Later on is when they learned that being highly intelligent is normal among all Shamayans. How could 17-year-olds have such incredible insight otherwise? My goodness, they knew more than some people twice their age or more. Mayana asked Kwali and Etzli how they had come through the portal the first time. Etzli said that she came through the back wall of her bedroom closet, which she had converted into a study room where she could be alone and not be bothered by anyone. Kwali said that she came through the garage wall. She was in there alone and she saw an image on the wall. When she touched it, she was pulled through and she ended up in the alternate reality. Both of them came through alone and they didn't have to worry about having a sister along for the ride. Kwali shared that she was greeted by a monkey man called Kala Bunda, a common mythical being of India who accompanied her on her first journey. They were attacked by the white lady ghost of Sanjay Van, a ghost that is believed to haunt the residents of Delhi. Etzli said that she was greeted by Kinara, a half-woman half-bird creature and part of the common folklore of Thailand. They did battle with Phai Pop, a ghost woman in Thailand who eats people. They were amazed to discover that they all had similar stories. Mayana asked if Shifu was present on their journey. They said no, but Breannin was present on Etzli's journey and Jaffa was present on Kwali's. They concluded that it was no coincidence that each had had an experience with common mythical creatures of their native land. They had all been put through the same kind of test before coming to Xunantunich to do their training. As Etzli shared stories of living in Thailand, Mayana thought that it sounded just like Belize. It was a hot, tropical country with cities, towns, and villages. People in the villages in Thailand lived just like people in the villages of Belize, with no running water, no indoor plumbing, no electricity, and thatch roof houses, while in the towns and cities, they had all of the conveniences that anyone could want. Kwali, on the other hand, came from a very different country. India is huge in regard to its population, with over 1 billion people. Overcrowding was inescapable, and although they have small villages, even they are full to capacity. Kwali came from a well-to-do family that provided them with more conveniences than the average person in India, as did Etzli and Mayana. They eventually started to discuss what their plans were after graduating from high school. They all wanted to attend university. As they were holding this discussion, Mayana began thinking of what an odd conversation they were having. In one life they were all going to high school and then on to university. In their other life, they were going to save all humanity. What a disparity. It almost seemed like there was no point in even continuing their lives in their native land. Etzli pointed out that if they succeeded in saving humanity, there really would be nothing left to do but to go back to their old routine, and that meant that there was a need for a career to have a successful life. Mayana supposed that that was why Marsiphony insisted that they return to their homeland weekly. She didn't leave any stone unturned. That ended their conversation and they all headed to bed. Mayana looked forward to returning to Belize at the end of the following day. Chapter 23. Is religion really the problem? In the morning, they had breakfast and Yasmin headed to the farm while Mayana went upstairs for their 5th and final day of training before returning to Belize for a week. The 10 students all gathered in the classroom. Marsiphony announced that they would again work in the same groups with the same leader and that religion would be the focus that day. They would first have the opportunity to visit some of the great religious events of all history and perhaps a few minor ones as well, and to then consider how changing them could make a difference for humanity. Etzli, Kwali, and Mayana went over to Jaffa and he asked, any preferences of who or what to visit first? Mayana had a preference for visiting Christian events, Etzli for visiting Buddhist events, and Kwali for Hindu events. Well, that presents a bit of a problem, doesn't it? Asked Jaffa with a smile. Who to visit, where to visit, what to visit? Jaffa twiddled his thumbs while he asked those questions. Mayana took it as if he were joking and as if he had known there would be a conflict and as if he already knew the plan for the day. What else would each person do other than to have a preference for what they were familiar with and for their homeland? She took it as if he intentionally created a conflict among them, but she didn't quite know if he had done it for a good reason or if it was his sense of humor coming out. Jaffa then said, well, since there is no consensus, I'll have to make the decision. Of course, that doesn't change anything since I was going to make the decision anyway, haha. Sometimes I just like to see people jump and scream when they can't come to an agreement. He let out a loud bellowing laugh with that last comment, and Mayana had the answer to her previous question. We're going to start in Mayana's homeland, continued Jaffa. But not merely because Mayana is from Belize, rather because it's the perfect place to find ignorance, anti-science views, religious dogma, intolerance, and anti-intellectualism. No offense intended, he said to Mayana with a smile, as if he knew that saying that could not possibly provide any consolation. Mayana had to think about that comment to decide if she was offended or not. On the one hand, she knew her own people well enough to know that he was right. On the other hand, she didn't like someone pointing it out. Jaffa saw the look of consternation on her face and he said in a soft tone, "Oh, come on, Mayana. Don't be so offended, my dear. Surely you don't think your country is unique in that regard, do you? My goodness, ignorance, anti-science views, religious dogma, intolerance, and anti-intellectualism are worldwide. But Belize is as good a place as any to observe it in action. Consider yourself fortunate that we are going to your country to experience it. We're even going to take a peek at your father when he was a Peace Corps worker in Belize." He gave Mayana a huge smile and he grabbed her shoulder with one hand and he held her right hand firmly to show that he meant no harm by his comments. My father," said Mayana, astounded by the news. "Yes, your father," responded Jafar. "He once worked in a church teaching English and the end result was, not so good. We're going to watch him in action." This was one experience among many that shaped his views on religion. Mayana began to rack her brain trying to remember if her father had shared anything with her or not. She remembered general stories about visiting churches in Belize. But he had shared so many experiences with her that she just couldn't remember them all. Maybe seeing it in action would jog her memory. "Let's get a move on," said Jafar as he waved his hand to open the portal. He then said, "This will be the real thing. Let's put on our belts so that we can observe without being noticed." They all did as Jafar requested and they passed through the portal. They found themselves inside a church. Mayana looked around to find her father, but he was not there. She then began to observe her surroundings. The church was extremely basic with an unpolished wood floor, unpainted wooden benches each about 10 feet long, windows with slats, an unpainted wooden lectern with a microphone, a tall triangular unfinished ceiling and not much more. She noticed a man toward the front who looked like the pastor. People began to enter, each one with a Bible in hand, and they sat down on the benches. Some people gathered to greet each other. Mayana remembered that her father lived in Belize City when he was in the Peace Corps, so she assumed that that's where they were. She noticed that everyone was speaking Spanish. She felt sorry for her companions, so she asked them, "Do you want me to interpret for you?" Kwali responded, "Interpret. But I understand them perfectly." Etzli said, "So do I." Jafar looked, smiled, and he gave a little chuckle as he observed Mayana's confusion. He said to her in a comical voice, "China." Mayana looked at him confused and he then said in the same comical voice, "Remember your visit to China." With that, she remembered that she was able to understand the people who spoke Chinese, thanks to the universal interpreter. "Okay, I got it," said Mayana in a kind of forlorn voice and disappointed that she didn't get it immediately, but rather she had to think about it for a moment to get it. Jafar smiled and he chuckled again and said comically, "Oh, you're so old. If you can't recall such a thing when you're 40, we may have to worry. At 17, I'm really not too concerned." Mayana sometimes had the problem of holding herself to unrealistically high expectations, which caused her to be far too self-critical. Of course, being self-critical may not create happiness, but it does create perfection, if such a thing as perfection even exists. After about a dozen or so people had entered the church, Mayana finally saw her father. He entered with another young man who appeared to be about the same age. She remembered that he was around 25 years old when he served as a Peace Corps worker. He looked so young and she had only seen him with such a youthful appearance in photos. The two of them sat down about halfway from the front on the right-hand side, which was directly in line with the pastor's lectern. Shortly after that, several musicians gathered at the front of the church. Once they all had their instruments ready to go, they began playing and singing. As soon as the music started, everyone stopped their conversations and they began to sing along. Jafar said, "The whole service is about 2 hours, so we're going to move ahead in time." There was a small room near the back of the church that looked like a storage room. They entered and Jafar opened the portal. They passed through and that took them about a half hour ahead. At that time, the pastor was preaching. I'm asking the people of God to call upon the Lord because these are not easy times we're living in. This is the time when the people of God need to stand upon His promises, and the only way you can live according to His promises is if you're living according to this book, the Bible. The Bible says that the Lord is my shepherd. If you can claim that the Lord is your authority, you can claim His promises, because we are in times where the inevitable happens. Today this is the rule of life, tomorrow it has been turned around, this year's had lots of ups and downs, but I'm encouraging you to continue to live for God. They observed the preacher for about 10 minutes and Jaffa then spoke. This will continue for a good while, so we're going to jump ahead to watch grown adults cry. Mayana knew exactly what he was talking about since she had witnessed crying in church on many occasions, but Etzli and Kwali didn't have a clue what he was talking about. She explained to them that crying for the Lord was not literal crying, rather it sounded like it, and that's how it got its name. In reality, it was calling out to the Lord to ask for forgiveness and repenting your sins. People would move to the front of the church and they would all pray out loud. There are usually so many people doing it that you can't really understand what any one person is saying, rather you just hear a tone of wailing by the group as a whole that sounds like crying. Mayana remembered her father telling her how uncomfortable he was with this. He would go to these church services and he was always invited to go to the front of the church to cry and to repent his sins, but he never once accepted the invitation. He thought the whole thing was a bit strange and he felt no reason to repent his sins to God. It's not that he considered himself to be perfect, rather it's that he felt that he did nothing horrible ever. That's to say, he had no criminal record and he always obeyed the law. He was a teacher, he led a very modest lifestyle on a teacher's salary, he did not use drugs nor did he smoke, and he only used alcohol on occasion. He had no vices to speak of at all. What was there to repent? The members of the church where he was teaching English in Belize City believed that they were worthless human beings who were lucky just to have been granted life and who therefore had to thank God daily for allowing them one more day to live. They felt that they had to repent to God for all of the normal desires and impulses that tell us to sin, and that God allowed to infect all humanity to begin with, and that merely having those desires and impulses was their fault, according to their thinking. Mayana again recalled her father's words: murder, rape, pedophilia, war, genocide, slavery, incest, school shootings, and child abuse are so barbaric and yet so common among humans you'd almost think we evolved in the jungle. Imagine how different the world would be if God had created humans to find such behaviors to be so repugnant that no one would ever commit them. He went on to say that he never understood the Christian idea that God allowed a sinful nature to infect all humanity that tells us to do all the things that he doesn't want us to do due to Adam and Eve's disobedience, original sin, while hating sin at the same time. He then punishes people for behaving according to the very sinful nature that he allowed to infect them to begin with. Why didn't God just refuse to allow this sinful nature to infect all humans, since he hates sin and since it wasn't even part of his plan, or why doesn't he eliminate it now? Her father could just never make any sense out of Christianity. Mayana then recalled the boy at school who always spoke about God and religion. He once said to Mayana, "What if you're wrong? You'll spend eternity in hell if you're wrong, and I'll spend eternity in heaven. It's not worth taking the risk." Mayana shared that with her father, who said, "What if you're wrong?" To that I say, what if you're right? What if there really is a God who created hell and the devil, and who kills babies and pregnant women in floods and other disasters, and who turned himself into the world's #1 mass murderer? What if there really is a God who allowed all humanity to be infected with a sinful nature that tells us to commit acts of evil? What reason do we have to trust that God will provide us with the paradise that he promises, and to believe that anyone will be better off in heaven than in hell? If God really does burn people up and torture them for all eternity, we're all screwed and there is no hope for anyone. Her father was appalled by these church people who couldn't understand that it made far more sense that all of the desires and impulses that tell us to commit acts of evil are far better explained in the context of evolution in the jungle as opposed to a God who hates sin. He was also very frustrated that he couldn't express his ideas, as that would surely have only gained people's wrath as opposed to having made an impact on them. They say to avoid the subject of religion and politics in mixed company, and her father learned that lesson very well. He continued to visit that church in spite of his feelings about religion because he made quite a number of friends there, and when you're in a new place far from family, having friends is really important. He was able to befriend a few people who didn't ask him too many questions about religion, nor did they pressure him to accept the same beliefs. He continued many of his friendships for decades after he moved away from Belize, and he reconnected with them when he moved back. Mayana also remembered her father complaining, saying that going to church once a week was fine, but those people went every day. Their daily routine was to work all day, go home for dinner, go to church from 7 to 9 p.m., go home to sleep and then to repeat it again the next day. No wonder they live in poverty, he would say. They pray to God to fix their problems rather than to work toward fixing their problems themselves. Just then, Jaffa asked them to move close to someone who was crying so that they could hear his words. Mayana had heard this before, since there are lots of churches around San Ignacio, but when you pass by outside, you just hear a rumble of people crying and you can't really understand what anyone is saying. This would be the first time she heard it up close. They all listened to a middle-aged man as he repented his sins to God. There's power in the name of our Jesus Christ, because the mystery of Jesus Christ is the greatest mystery for the entire human race, but we can understand that he was born for us, he was born to erase our sins, he came to us to cleanse the filth away from our lives, from the filth in our thoughts and in our actions. He died for our sins because we are not worthy of living without his forgiveness. Alleluia, we will never preach a different thought, a different idea other than that only through your forgiveness can we gain eternal life, only through you can we enter the kingdom of heaven, without you we are lost, we are doomed. Oh, how sad that others don't know the truth that I know, my Lord, and those who don't know your truth will never find their way to paradise. I repent to my Lord, my Jesus Christ, I repent to you all my sins, and even though I don't deserve your forgiveness, I ask you to take me into your arms, into your heart. Oh, please forgive, 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 my Lord, forgive. Through my repentance I ask you to forgive and to carry me to heaven. I will be lost without you, my Lord. I need you, I need your guidance, I need your love, for I am nothing without it. Jaffa then called them to go back to the storage room. He said, "This goes on for quite some time and it doesn't very much. I think you all got the idea. We're going to jump ahead a half hour. Mayana, your father is going to be introduced to the whole congregation. This is his first time to this church. I won't say more since you will witness it all yourself." Mayana was wondering if her father would play some role that day. She figured that he would, since they were all taken there to see him. Jaffa opened the portal and they all passed through. They exited the storage room and they moved to the last pew and they stood behind it. The pastor was talking in Spanish. "We have a visitor today, brothers and sisters. He is a long way from home. He comes from the United States and he is working here as a Peace Corps volunteer." Her father stood up and he was recognized by the congregation. The pastor continued, "He has offered to provide an extremely valuable service to all of you, and that is to teach you English. Being that the language of Belize is English, that is an extremely valuable skill to have. He will hold his class right here on Thursday nights when our service normally begins and ends early. He asks only for two things, that you bring a notebook and a pencil." Is that a lot to ask? There was a resounding no from the congregation. "Everyone is welcome, the class is free. Do your best to come." Mayana's father sat down. The pastor ended the service and people began to exit the building. Numerous church members approached her father and they began to talk to him. Mayana couldn't resist getting closer to overhear him speaking. What a strange and intriguing experience to see your own father when he was young. At that time, his Spanish was not very good, having arrived to Belize with only a year of college training, which was enough to be able to communicate at a rudimentary level but not much more. Mayana had only heard him speak his near native-like Spanish as an older adult. So when she heard him speaking his broken Spanish, she could hardly help laughing. As she chuckled, she saw someone glance her way with a confused look and she knew immediately that she needed to shut her trap. Jaffa called everyone to the storage closet so that he could move them ahead in time. Mayana wanted badly to follow her father to continue to observe him. How she would have loved to take off her belt and to talk to him without him knowing who she was. Jaffa knew better than to let that happen, as he knew all too well that keeping her identity a secret would be too difficult for Mayana to do, and revealing it would cause damage to the timeline. He would intervene by force before he let that happen, and that would not be a pleasant experience if it had come to that, which fortunately, it did not. Jaffa opened the portal and they all entered. They exited in the same closet. Mayana immediately noticed that things were out of place, and that told her that some time had passed. Jaffa stated, "It's 3 months later. Mayana, you go see yo papa teach in English." As they exited the closet, there was a group of about 15 people sitting at the pews, each with a notebook and a pencil, just as the pastor had asked. Mayana's father was at the front of the room and he was speaking. He was explaining verb conjugation. He used a combination of his broken Spanish, English, and a blackboard to attempt to convey his thoughts, and his students seemed to understand pretty well in spite of the language barrier. They created sentences in English in their notebooks that were mostly correct. Mayana noticed that her father seemed to be full of pride at what he was doing, although she wasn't sure if that was because he was able to speak Spanish and be understood, or if it was because his students were successfully learning English. Or maybe it was both. She realized that she could easily discover the answer to her question by asking him when she returned to her timeline in Belize. Jaffa then said, "We're now going across the street to see your father interacting with one of the families that he befriended by teaching English classes. I just want you to get a glimpse of this night so that you understand how much will be lost when this is all gone." "All gone?" asked Mayana. This was a shock for her to hear after everyone was so absolutely exhilarated up until then. Jaffa stated, "Your father never shared this with you, I take it. Maybe the experience was too painful for him to discuss." "Not exactly," answered Mayana. "He shared stories about visiting churches and teaching English, but he never mentioned anything horrible," she said with a sunken heart. She had gone from total ecstasy at being able to see her father when he was young, to total despair on hearing that something horrible was going to happen. Jaffa said, "Well, I won't say more, let's just watch and learn." They left the church and they crossed the street where there was a small grocery store. Jaffa whispered to Mayana, "I want you to go in alone. The store isn't big enough for all of us. We'll listen from outside." Mayana entered the store where she saw a family and her own father who was sitting on a chair drinking a Coke. It was apparent that this family owned and ran the store. The mother and father were going about their business attending customers. There were 4 children ranging in ages from about 1-year-old to 9 years old. Her father was occupied playing with the 9-year-old boy and his brother who was a year or 2 younger. It was fun to see her father just interacting with those children and with their parents. Nothing unusual happened, in fact it was rather mundane. They stayed for about 15 minutes and the same playing and interactions continued. Jaffa then called from outside, hoping that no one would come out to see who was calling. With that, Mayana left the store. Jaffa led them to an isolated area and he opened the portal. They exited in the closet of the church. It was totally dark. Jaffa explained, "There was nothing special about that last visit. I just wanted you all to see how much Mayana's father had gained and so that you can better understand how much will be lost." Mayana was extremely anxious to know what was going to happen, but she said nothing, knowing that it was coming. It was already nighttime and the window slats of the church were closed, so they had to feel their way along to get to the front door. Jaffa opened it slowly so as to be unnoticed. Once outside, they could see clearly as there were street lights. Mayana saw a group of about 6 people gathered on the street in front of the church. One of them was her father. They approached the group. As they were walking toward them, Jaffa whispered, "This is 6 months later." One of the men in the group was speaking to Mayana's father in Spanish. He said, "We have some bad news for you, maestro. We can no longer have English classes on Thursday nights. The church elders have decided not to allow it any longer." "What?" said her father, shocked by this news. "Why not?" The same man replied, "Because they are concerned about holding classes in the church. They don't believe that the house of God should be used as a classroom. They call it blasphemy." Mayana's father was dumbfounded. He had no words to express himself. The classes were for the church members alone, it was offered free of charge and her father provided the service free of charge. The man continued, "The students all protested and they explained what a great service you were providing the church members and how important it is to learn English, but they were unpersuaded. They believe that showing respect to God outweighs the need to learn English." Mayana's father asked, "Well, what can we do? Can we move the class somewhere else?" The man explained, "They did not offer an alternative location, all they have is the church, so there is nowhere else. No one had any ideas of where they could move the class to where 15 people or more would fit. Homes are small in Belize and they wouldn't be suitable to hold a class. Everyone suggested asking around to find a classroom. Jaffa spoke saying, "Everyone asked around, but the end result was that your father never taught English again in Belize. Partly because finding a classroom was difficult and partly because he was in such despair that people could be so narrow-minded and could contribute to their own state of poverty that he just gave up. He didn't give up forever, mind you, but he did give up for the moment." Just then, Mayana probably felt the same as her father. She felt the same sense of despair, disappointment, and anger at people's own stupidity that just like her father, she didn't know what to say. She knew her father well and she figured that he had a lot going on inside his head at that moment but was too polite to say it. Mayana had no reason to be polite among her comrades, but she sometimes preferred not to express herself in front of others, so she held her tongue. "Time to move on," said Jaffa. "We've seen all that we need to see here." Mayana, in spite of the disappointment of this experience, don't forget how fortunate you are to have seen your father in a way that few people get to. You saw him when he was only 8 or 9 years older than you are now. Jaffa was trying to get her to look at the bright side of things, and it did help as she considered seeing her father young. She was disappointed that they now had to leave Belize for their next practice quest. They all returned to the church and they entered. Once inside, Jaffa closed the main door as slowly and quietly as he could so as not to call the attention of the people on the street. He then opened the portal and he instructed everyone to follow him through. He said, "Let's go back to the classroom. I'll explain where we are going next when we get there." On arriving to Xunantunich, they all took off their belts, becoming visible once again. Chapter 24. Darwin on trial. Jaffa said to the girls, "I know that you all have a lot on your minds that you would love to share. But we have 2 more visits to make. Hold your thoughts until we have completed our practice quests for the day. We will now spend some time watching Darwin on trial. We will remain here in the classroom and view the images through the portal to begin with. Darwin is on his famous ship the HMS Beagle and there is not enough room for us to be on board unnoticed. We will join them when they go ashore." With that, Jaffa opened the portal and they saw the image of a ship. He zoomed in and they began to see people working on the deck. The ship looked to be about 100 feet long, making it seem a bit crowded for the number of crew that could be observed. Jaffa continued to zoom in and he took them down below. The ship had a total of 2 floors, much of which was food storage. On deck, the rear end of the ship was enclosed and it included the sleeping and eating quarters of the captain, the hydrographer, the landscape painter, the doctor, the surveyor, the taxidermist, and Darwin, all of whom would play a vital role in this 5-year journey. The rest of the crew slept and ate separately. They began to hear a conversation taking place between the ship's captain, Robert Fitzroy, and Darwin. Fitzroy said, "Charles, tell me about the geological evidence that you found. You said something about the Earth being much older than the Bible would suggest. I've always supported the 6-day creation story, you know, and the idea that the Earth is around 6,000 years old. Are you telling me otherwise?" Darwin responded, "As I have collected evidence, I've come to the conclusion that the surface of the Earth changes incredibly slowly and gradually, over millions of years. I have observed sediments and fossils enclosed in lava flows, for example, that show little significant change over long periods of time. I have also found marine fossils high in the Andes Mountains, suggesting that they were once in the lowlands and covered in water." "Balderdash," cried Fitzroy. "Those marine fossils demonstrate that there was a worldwide flood several thousand years ago which carried those animals to the highlands. The Bible tells us that, and that is what is so." Darwin attempted to answer in as inoffensive a way as possible, saying, "That is certainly possible, my good man, however that isn't what the evidence tells us. Through my studies of geology over the years and my current findings on this trip, it is highly likely that the Earth is quite old, perhaps as old as 500 million years. "Impossible," responded Fitzroy. "Our own Archbishop James Ussher of Ireland arrived to the conclusion that the Earth is no more than 6,000 years old. Are you saying that he is a liar?" Darwin responded, "No, of course not. In the words of Galileo, the Bible cannot be wrong, and scientific evidence cannot be wrong. But our interpretation of the Bible can be wrong." Fitzroy responded, "And our interpretation of the scientific evidence can also be wrong." "Quite true," responded Darwin. But sometimes the evidence is so strong and it points only to one conclusion in such a way that it cannot be denied. Fitzroy asked, "Is that your final word on the age of the Earth?" Darwin responded, "It is. The evidence does not tell us that the Earth is only 6,000 years old." Fitzroy asked, "Then the Bible lies?" Darwin found himself in a difficult position. On the one hand, he had strong ideas about what science tells us. On the other hand, he knew how set in his thinking Fitzroy was and that presenting his evidence and his arguments would not sway this young man who was so inflexible in his thinking. Darwin responded, "No. I don't say that the Bible lies, rather I say that people have arrived to false conclusions through good intentions." Fitzroy responded sarcastically, "Oh, then the Bible is mistaken." Darwin again found himself in a bit of a quagmire and he didn't know how to respond without being incredibly offensive. He said, "Well, I don't quite know what to say to that, Captain Fitzroy. I know what my findings tell me and I know that they don't agree with the common interpretation of the Bible. I will just leave it at that and say no more." Fitzroy responded, "Well, I would like to join you on your next expedition, Mr. Darwin. I would like to see this evidence that you talk about that has you so convinced that the very word of God, that the Bible itself is wrong." Darwin did not actually believe that the very word of God was wrong, rather he believed that the Bible was not the word of God. He especially found the whole concept of eternal punishment at the hands of a loving God to be so contradictory as to be impossible to believe, leaving it as mere storytelling by people who created God to be far too human-like to be accepted as a superior being. Darwin responded insincerely, "I would love to take you along, Captain Fitzroy. Our next landing will be on the Galapagos Islands, will it not?" Captain Fitzroy responded, "That's correct. The Galapagos Islands. We'll arrive in 3 to 4 more days." Darwin and Captain Fitzroy had a rather interesting friendship. Captain Fitzroy was happy to have a scientist on board and he hoped that Darwin would contribute to studying the landscapes and ecosystems of the lands they would visit. Fitzroy had been on other voyages with no scientist at all and he understood the need for one. He also greatly appreciated the company on their voyage. Being a ship's captain can be a lonely job since there is a need to maintain separation between him and the crew, and Darwin was able to fill that void. As well, Darwin greatly appreciated the opportunity that Fitzroy provided him. He was well aware of this fantastic opportunity and he took advantage of every chance to explore the lands they visited. And yet, in spite of this mutual appreciation, there was a rift between them that grew wider as time went on. Fitzroy was a young Earth creationist who believed in a literal 6-day creation, while Darwin found himself moving away from religion due to both his knowledge of the Bible and his growing awareness of nature. They were both able to maintain civility in spite of their differences, but that would become increasingly difficult as time went on. This would be Darwin's first visit to the Galapagos Islands, and he had heard from others on the Beagle about the wealth of plant and animal life that would be found there. He would have 5 full weeks to explore and to collect samples. Jaffa then moved the portal image to the Beagle's arrival at the Galapagos Islands. They saw Darwin, Fitzroy, and a few others in a rowboat. They were traveling from the Beagle where it was anchored at about 100 yards from land. As they got closer to the shore, they could see dozens of sea lions basking in the sun on the beach. They could also see more of them swimming just offshore. It was a peaceful sight to see, but it was suddenly interrupted by the scream of one of the sea lions. In spite of the noise from the wind and the ocean, they were close enough to hear a shriek of terror. They looked up to see a shark that had grabbed the screeching sea lion in its mouth, and they saw the poor creature being devoured alive. Its body was nearly cut in two, and yet they could see the face that was clearly alive and in pain. They saw the blood fill the ocean, which attracted more sharks who were all in a frenzy. The shark then took the sea lion under the water where it finished eating its morning snack. Jaffa said, "I showed you that incident because Darwin will later express his ideas about it to Fitzroy." He then moved the portal image ahead to Darwin's arrival on the Galapagos. That gave them the opportunity to join him live. Jaffa said, "Put on your belts, ladies, and let's go watch monkeys change into men on the Galapagos Islands." The girls looked at him as if to say, "Seriously?" Jaffa then smiled and he said, "Haha, just kidding, girls. Everyone knows that that's just what they teach at church in their effort to discredit evolution. Humans did not evolve from monkeys." Mayana, Kwali, and Etzli followed Jaffa through the portal. On the other side, Mayana was surprised by the sight before her. While she had only limited knowledge of Darwin's visit to the Galapagos, she wasn't quite expecting what she saw. The land was barren and desert-like. She could see rocks interspersed with cactus but little other plant life. There were sporadic signs of iguanas that were basking in the sun on the rocks. There was an unpleasant stench in the air. They could see Darwin looking around with a blank look on his face. Darwin said in disappointment, "Well, this is not quite what I was expecting." Fitzroy responded, "And what were you expecting?" Darwin said, "More of a lush jungle, not a desert. Not black volcanic rock and this horrible stench. If hell has a garden, this is it." Fitzroy responded, "Your disappointment is premature, my friend. I've been throughout such archipelagos many times and you will see a variety of landscapes. We happened to arrive at what is perhaps one of the most distasteful of sceneries on this visit. Be patient, good friend. The best is yet to come." Darwin responded with a reassured look on his face, since his first impression was that their visit to the Galapagos would be a waste of time. Jaffa and the girls were far enough away and there was such a roar from the ocean waves and the wind that they were able to speak freely without being heard by Darwin or Fitzroy. Jaffa said, "I wanted you all to see Darwin's first steps on the Galapagos since it is so historical, even if the view was disappointing." With that, Jaffa prepared Gleefy for flight by moving her to his wrist. He threw her upward and she released herself and she began to fly off. The three girls suddenly saw her become visible as she freed herself from Jaffar's arm. She was soon so far away that they lost sight of her. Mayana asked, "Where's she going?" Jaffa said, "I instructed her to get a bird's-eye view of the islands below. She won't be long." After some time, she did indeed return. She perched herself on Jaffar's shoulder, becoming invisible as soon as she made contact with him. Jaffa turned his ear toward Gleefy and shortly thereafter he said, "Ah, just as Captain Fitzroy said, the best is yet to come." Gleefy spotted lush jungle, tortoises, flamingos, iguanas, penguins, and a variety of snakes. She could also see the beagle. She says that all is well on the Galapagos Islands. Mayana was far more intrigued by Gleefy than by the wildlife that surrounded her. She asked, "How does Gleefy communicate with you, Jaffa?" He seemed a bit confused by the question. "What do you mean?" "She just speaks to me and I understand it." Mayana responded, "Yes, but does she speak using words or does she talk like an owl?" Jafar continued to look confused and he said, "You know, I've never really thought about it. She just speaks to me and I understand. I've never stopped to think how she actually communicates." Mayana said, "Can you give it a try? Let's hear her talk to see what it sounds like." He responded, "Sure, why not?" He prompted Gleefy to move down his arm. Jafar had on a rather thick shirt that allowed her to do that without him being scratched by her sharp talons. When she was right at Jafar's wrist, he looked at her and he said, "Tell us what you saw when you flew up above." Mayana began to hear incomprehensible owl sounds. Gleefy hooted and sang and she pretty much sounded like an owl. When she was finished, Jafar said, "There you go. She speaks perfect English." "English?" asked Mayana. "She sounded like an owl to me. I didn't understand anything that she said." Etzli added, "I didn't either." Jafar again gave them a confused look and he said, "Sounds like an owl. What on earth are you talking about? What do you mean that you didn't understand her?" Mayana replied, "I mean that she sounded like an owl, Jafar. We didn't understand her." Jafar then said, "Could it be that I have somehow acquired the ability to speak with the animals? I had no idea that she sounded like an ordinary owl to others. I understand her so perfectly that I always thought that she was talking the same way that I understand her." Etzli suggested, "Maybe it's the universal interpreter." Jafar said, "But then you should understand her as well." "No, it must be more than that. But what it is will have to wait for another day. Let's move ahead to the end of Darwin's 5-week visit to the Galapagos." He opened the portal and they passed through. They now found themselves in a part of the archipelago that was more of what Mayana imagined it to be. They were in a lush jungle with tortoises and iguanas everywhere. Darwin and Fitzroy were there. Jafar and the girls listened in on the conversation. Darwin was saying, "Look closely at the shell of this tortoise. It is quite different from the shells of the tortoises we saw on the other islands. Look here at this." He held up a drawing of the different tortoises that the ship's artist had drawn. I always understood that a tortoise is a tortoise and that all animals would be the same anywhere in the world. That is what you would expect of God's special creation. But I have come to understand that that is not the case. Not only is the tortoise different on every island, but so is the finch. In fact, both animals and plants have significant differences depending on which island they are found. Fitzroy responded, God's special creation is indeed a marvel. God chose to create these animals and to make differences in them on every island. Darwin thought out loud, but why would he choose to do that? What's the point of making slight differences in every animal and plant? Fitzroy responded, no one can know the mind of God. Darwin responded, or maybe these animals and plants changed on their own due to the different conditions found on each island. Fitzroy shouted, impossible. An animal or a plant cannot simply change itself any more than a person can. God created these animals and plants to be the way they are. What possible way could they change without God causing it to happen? Darwin didn't know the answer to that question. He was only in his early to mid-20s during this trip, and he preceded modern genetics that provided an explanation for the changes through genetic mutation. But in spite of his inability to explain how the changes happened, he did have the idea that changes took place. During the entire trip back to England, he would wonder about the differences that he saw among the same animal species. There were times when he concluded that they must be different animal species due to the differences. But the commonalities among them kept bringing him back to the idea that they were all the same species that had changed over time, providing a survival advantage. Jaffa took the girls back to the classroom and he focused the portal on Darwin and Fitzroy, who were engaged in conversation on the Beagle on their way back to England. Darwin said, do you remember the shark that devoured the sea lion alive when we first approached the Galapagos Islands? Fitzroy responded, yes, of course. It was a horrifying sight to see. Darwin commented, when I consider that God is the creator of all things, I must ask the question, why would he create animals to be so barbaric and to create such horrible suffering among them? Why would God create animals that eat other animals alive, ripping them apart? We can explain such human behavior through free will, but animals merely act based on the instincts that God instilled in them, and they are not subjects of free will. Fitzroy responded, I cannot answer your question, Charles, and it would be presumptuous, arrogant, and disrespectful to God to even try. We must accept that he has a reason for doing the things that he does, and we are not privy to them. We should all be content with that explanation, since to do otherwise is just plain blasphemy. But Darwin was not content with that explanation. He couldn't fathom a God who intentionally created such horrible suffering and who had some hidden reason for doing so. It made far more sense to him that such a system was not planned or created at all. It was just the way things were, no plan and no purpose. Jafar then said, ever been to England, girls? They all indicated that they had not. Well, let's make a trip there and see how Darwin is doing 24 years later. Take off your belts, girls. We'll be in public with no need to hide ourselves. Jafar changed the portal to England and they followed him through. They found themselves in a large empty room that looked like a courtroom. He led them into the hallway where there was a flurry of voices coming through an open door. They followed the voices and they found themselves in a large hall full of chairs arranged circularly with two men standing in the center of the circle. Every chair was occupied in a room that was bursting at the seams. Mayana was a bit confused about what was happening. She asked, what's going on, Jafar? He responded, that is Thomas Huxley, also known as Darwin's bulldog, and Bishop Samuel Wilberforce, a foe of evolution. It is 7 months after the publication of Darwin's book, On the Origin of Species. They are debating evolution. Darwin was a truly kind and soft-spoken man who didn't like the limelight, much less the conflict of debate. In fact, he postponed the publication of his book for more than 20 years, knowing what a public outcry it would cause. He had no desire to generate worldwide discord. And yet he believed in the conclusions of his book so strongly, and he felt that providing truth to the world outweighed his need to avoid conflict. Thomas Huxley was one of Darwin's greatest supporters, who gladly took on the public role of advocating evolution. They listened to the discourse. Bishop Wilberforce asked, can any of you here today accept that humans descended from monkeys or apes? This reduces all humanity to mere animals. Are we to believe that this is what God intended for humanity? Huxley responded, who are we to object to God's plan if it is indeed his plan for evolution to take place? Bishop Wilberforce said mockingly, God's plan. God's plan, you say? And is it through your grandfather or your grandmother that you claim descent from a monkey? The audience burst out in laughter. Huxley waited for the laughter to die down and he replied, I would not be ashamed to have a monkey for an ancestor, but I would be ashamed to be connected with a man who used his great gifts to obscure the truth as you have done so willingly. Boos erupted from the audience on hearing that, and Wilberforce responded saying, willingly obscure the truth. But it is not I who has obscured the reality of things. God's truth is written for us in the Bible, and it says nothing about people or animals changing by what you call evolution. It is you who has obscured the veracity of the Bible and God's word. Just then, the hall door opened and it then slammed shut, thus drawing the attention of everyone to see who had created the noise. To everyone's surprise, the person who entered was none other than Darwin's old travel companion from the HMS Beagle, Captain Fitzroy. He slowly walked to the center of the room with everyone's eyes on him in total silence. Captain Fitzroy was well known throughout England, and it was common knowledge that he had captained the ship that Darwin traveled on. Considering who he was, his words were more than welcome at this debate. He stood at the center of the room, he held up one hand in which he held a Bible, and he said, For 5 years I traveled with Darwin as we circumvented the world. During that time, we spent only 18 months at sea, and 3.5 years on land. That gave Darwin the time he needed to create his theory, and I now have to live with the realization that I contributed to this blasphemy, to the very denial of God's own words who provided Genesis to us that we may understand how he accomplished his work. I am now cursed with the guilt of knowing that I contributed to the devil's own work, as Darwin's book will now take people away from God and closer to Satan. As Fitzroy spoke, he waved his Bible aloft, and he shouted his words so as to be heard throughout the room, and he continued, I harbored a viper in my ship and I will spend the rest of my life in regret. Fitzroy then slowly began to leave the hall. The room was dead silent and everyone watched poor Fitzroy as he left the room, staring sullenly at the floor as he walked. Jaffa then said, We've seen enough. Let's move on. We have one more visit to make here in England before we return to Xunantunich. They returned to the empty hall where they started. Jaffa opened the portal and they entered. They found themselves at a funeral service. Jaffa said, This is 5 years later. Do you recognize the man in the coffin? The girls looked carefully and Etzli said, It looks like Captain Fitzroy. The girls agreed and Jaffa confirmed that it was indeed Fitzroy. He then said, He was promoted and he is now known as Admiral Fitzroy. Let's listen to the conversation. Admiral Fitzroy's wife was answering the question of a young man. She said, Oh, it is the most horrible way to go. He took his own life. He took his own life, asked the young man in shock. But why would a man so respected and successful take his own life? He had so much to live for. He was an admiral. Fitzroy's wife responded, He lived in horrible guilt for his contribution to Darwin's blasphemy. He was never able to forgive himself. No successes or rewards in this life could compensate for the horrible pain and suffering that he felt due to his unintentional assistance to Darwin's research on evolution. He even felt the need to take his life in the most ghastly manner you could imagine as a way to punish himself for what he had done. On hearing that, the girls looked closely at Admiral Fitzroy. His neck was entirely hidden by bandages. It was apparent that he had cut his own throat. Mayana was absolutely stunned by this revelation. She knew how controversial evolution was, but she had never heard of someone committing suicide because of it. She couldn't believe what she had witnessed. Someone cutting his own throat as a way to punish himself for helping to promote legitimate science. It didn't make any sense to her. Even if evolution were wrong, to commit suicide because of it. She then recalled a conversation that she had had with her father about evolution. She said, Father, the religious boy at school said that evolution is totally unscientific and is faith-based because it can't be observed, tested, repeated or falsified. He said that there's never been an example of life evolving and that makes it pseudoscience and faith-based. Is he right? Father responded. Well, first of all, ask him if he holds himself to his own standard. Quite likely he does not, rather he probably denies abiogenesis and evolution because they can't be observed, tested, repeated or falsified, and yet accepts creation even though it can't be observed, tested, repeated or falsified. That is the double standard that they create and live by. They have one standard for themselves which is typically really low and easy to meet, and a different one for everyone else which is usually ridiculously high and unobtainable. Secondly, evolution can be observed, tested, repeated and falsified, and it is done so through the fossil record. Take a look at this meme that I use when debating creationists. Notice the pattern that we can observe, test, repeat and falsify. Seeing the fossils that form this pattern is the observation. The repetition is in finding the same pattern again and again. Testing it involves calculating the age of each fossil and to ensure that there really is a pattern. Finding fossils out of order would falsify evolution, and that has never happened. I have yet to hear of a reasonable explanation for this pattern other than evolution. I've heard 3 different explanations for the pattern from creationists, which are: 1. There is no such pattern, rather the scientists are mistaken or lying. 2. The devil planted the fossils with the appearance of age to deceive us. And 3. God planted the fossils with the appearance of age to test our faith. All 3 answers are totally made up and have no basis in reality, as is everything in religion. And as I've told you before, faith allows you to believe whatever you want to be true and to make up the answers, since you aren't expected to demonstrate that what you believe is true. That's the power of faith. Mayana's flashback was interrupted with Jaffa saying, "Our work here is done. Time to head back to Xunantunich." Jaffa led them to an isolated area where he opened the portal and they followed him through. Jaffa said, "One more visit and then we'll debrief. Put your belts on. I will let you figure out for yourselves where we are and who we are seeing." Jaffa opened the portal and they followed him through. Chapter 25. Galileo. Guilty as charged. On passing through the portal, Mayana noticed that there were no people but there were buildings. As she looked around, she thought that the architecture was medieval, meaning that the year was probably like 1500 to 1600. The buildings were all stone and there was no sign of any kind of modern technology at all, no electricity or phone wires, and the smell told her there was no underground plumbing. They walked a ways and they began to see people. When they got close to the crowd, Mayana began listening to the conversations. What she was hearing sounded surprisingly similar to Spanish, and yet she really couldn't understand it at all other than a word here and there. She knew that both Portuguese and Italian were similar to Spanish. She guessed it was Italian based on the architecture and the appearance of the people. Jaffa then spoke saying, "This is ancient Italy, circa 1600 AD. "Yes," replied Mayana with a fist in the air, and everyone gave her a funny look since they had no clue what she had been thinking. Mayana said, I was just thinking that this was Italy," and then Jaffa confirmed that it is. They all then gave her a look that said, "Okay, got it." They walked among the crowd of people following Jaffa. The universal interpreter then kicked in and Mayana could understand the Italian that was being spoken by the local people, as could all the others. The conversations they were hearing were rather mundane, and they were what you would expect when passing through any crowd of people. Mayana heard a girl who looked to be about 4 years old who was crying and complaining that she was hungry. She heard a man explaining to another man that he would exchange his services as a carpenter for services as a blacksmith. She heard a teenage boy talking about a hunting trip that he had gone on. Jaffa then prepared to release Gleefy. Just like before, he threw her up in the air and she flew off. Mayana asked, "Where is she going, Jaffa?" He responded, "She is helping to find the house of a very important man. When she returns, she will lead the way." After a few minutes, Gleefy returned and she circled above to get Jaffa's attention. Then she began to fly ahead. Jaffa said, "Follow Gleefy." After walking for a good 15 minutes, they reached the end of the downtown area where the buildings ended but the road continued. They kept watching Gleefy, who circled back often to avoid getting too far ahead. Finally, she stopped moving forward and she circled just above a yellow house made out of stone on a large plot of land. They approached but they saw no one. Gleefy returned to her perch on Jaffa's shoulder. Mayana chose to inquire, "Who lives here, Jaffa?" He answered, "A famous scientist by the name of Galileo Galilei. Ever heard of him?" Mayana said, "I have. He was tried and convicted of heresy. All he did was to say that the Earth was not the center of the universe, and for that he was sentenced to prison. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard." Jaffa replied, "It is true that he was sentenced to prison, but he never actually served his time. His sentence was reduced to house arrest. Mayana protested, "Yeah, but only because he falsely recanted." "What a bunch of fools," Jaffa inquired. "Would you call a 5-year-old a fool for not understanding what an adult understands? Do you call yourself a fool for not understanding what Shifu and Marsiphony understand? You have to begin looking at all humanity as a single human being. Humanity goes through stages just like a human being does. And just as a human cannot skip any stage of life, neither can humanity. Religion can no more be blamed for the Dark Ages, and the Dark Ages could no more have been prevented than a human being can skip his infancy, childhood, or adolescence. You see, if everything in religion came from people to begin with, then people are ultimately responsible for everything that comes from it. Religion is merely the tool that people use to do what their DNA tells them to do. At the time of the Dark Ages, humanity was in its childhood, and so you would expect it to be part of history. Although we're 500 years beyond the Dark Ages, some people would argue that we're still in it in the 21st century in spite of scientific and humanitarian progress. What do you think would happen if we could magically remove religion from the face of the earth? Mayana responded, "I think the world would be thousands of years more advanced than we are now." Jaffa said, "Think about what you are saying, Miss Mayana. It makes no sense, my dear. If we could magically remove religion from the face of the earth and if we made no other changes, it would re-emerge within a generation and we'd be back to where we are now within 100 years. Do you remember the words? You have to go a lot deeper than removing religion to remove religion. You discussed it in class with Marsiphony." Mayana was confused by those words. Although her father had said them, her talks with him made her believe that religion was the root of the world's problems. Mayana asked, "But if religion is such a problem, why would removing it not solve so many of the world's difficulties?" Jaffa continued, "Like I said, everything in religion came from people to begin with. It represents the essence of all humanity. It is nothing more than a reflection of human nature itself. It is merely the symptom, not the cause of the world's problems. I think both Marsiphony and your father discussed this with you already. It is human nature itself that is the problem. Without religion, people would just find different ways to do what their DNA tells them to do. The world would be no different without it." Mayana asked, "But what about atrocities committed in the name of religion? What about Galileo, who was condemned to death, and Bruno, who was burned at the stake, and what about the Crusades, the Inquisitions, and the witch burnings?" Jaffa responded, "There is an unwarranted assumption that those things happened because of religion. You can't hate if you don't first have the predisposition to hate. You can't be violent if you don't first have the predisposition to be violent. You can't kill or torture if you don't first have the predisposition to kill and to torture. You can't teach a lamb to behave like a lion or a lion to behave like a lamb no matter what you do. You could just as easily and more correctly say that none of those atrocities would have happened if it weren't for our predispositions, our desires, our fears, and our impulses that tell us to do those things. Again, you have to go a lot deeper than getting rid of religion to get rid of religion. You have to go down to human nature itself, down to the level of our DNA. And short of genetic engineering, there is no way to change the nature of the beast." Genetic engineering, asked Mayana. "But we don't have the technology to do that. How am I supposed to save humanity if it requires changing our very nature, and that isn't even possible to do?" Jaffa said with a smile, "You just asked the million-dollar question, my dear. No one said that your quest would be easy or even that you would be able to accomplish the challenge of saving humanity. But what I do know is that you have to understand the problem in order to solve it. You just demonstrated that you already have a much better understanding of the challenges you are facing than you did before. And that is the entire purpose of these practice quests. Let's proceed so that you can continue to develop that understanding of the challenges that you will be facing." Galileo is having a discussion with a close friend and a member of the Catholic Church about his conflict with the Pope. Jaffa looked around to see if there was anyone nearby. Seeing that there wasn't, he said, "Let's put on our belts." They complied with his request and they all became invisible. They held hands and Jaffa led them to the front entrance of Galileo's house. Jaffa opened the front door slowly and he checked that no one was nearby to see it opening. They all snuck in, but the hinges creaked and someone heard it. They heard footsteps coming toward them and they froze. The person said, I think the wind blew open the door. He then closed it and he returned to the room that he had come from. The four of them then began to focus on the conversation. It was 1616 AD. As they listened, they became aware that one of the three men was Cardinal Robert Bellarmine, who was in the process of admonishing Galileo, saying, "They made it explicitly clear at the Council of Trent, you may not interpret the Bible according to your own wishes. You knowingly and intentionally violated that edict." Galileo responded, "My belief is that the Bible cannot be wrong and that science cannot be wrong. That leaves us with only one possibility, and that is that the interpretation of the Bible is wrong." "Absolute heresy," responded the cardinal in a loud and harsh tone. "How dare you even suggest that the interpretation of the Bible, provided to us by God Himself through our esteemed Pope Paul V, could possibly be wrong? You condemn God Himself with your words, and you will pay the price for such heresy." Galileo asked, "How can the Bible contradict what is true in nature? It isn't possible." Cardinal Bellarmine roared, "Martin Luther himself committed the same heresy, and it will not be tolerated. It has been established that the earth is the center of the universe and no diversion from that teaching will be allowed. You will face the consequences for such a proclamation." Galileo protested, "How can it be expected for scientific findings to just be ignored or rejected? It is not reasonable to hold such an expectation and to blindly accept an incorrect interpretation of Scripture. Nature does not use metaphors or analogies, rather she is literal in what she presents to us. Words can be interpreted, but what I see through a telescope cannot. I am not able to simply dismiss the evidence that I have discovered to be true. Am I to refuse to see what I see, to not understand what I know to be true, and to discover the opposite of what I actually encounter?" The cardinal asked, "Are we to rethink our understanding of the world merely because you say that we should? Heresy on top of heresy is all that I'm getting from you. Heliocentrism has been declared false and contradictory to the interpretation of divine scriptures provided to us by Pope Paul V himself, and you dare to contradict his word. You will cease and desist in your proclamation that the earth moves and that it is not the center of all things." Jaffa then signaled to the group to leave the house. He looked to see that he could open the door without being noticed. He slowly opened it, but it creaked just as it had before. They all slipped out and Jaffa intentionally left it open, thinking that a door opening by itself could be explained with the wind. But a door opening and closing by itself would raise too much suspicion. And just as he thought, Galileo's friend approached and he looked out to see if anyone was there. He gave a look of curiosity and he then closed the door. They all went around to the opposite side of the house where Jaffa opened the portal. He said, "We will be moving ahead 7 years where Galileo is speaking with the new Pope, Pope Urban VIII, about his book that he would like to write. Let's go to the Vatican." They all entered the portal. They exited at the end of a long, somewhat dark hallway that was vacant of people. The first thing that Mayana noticed was the absolute splendor of the Vatican, with marble floors, elegant paintings, chandeliers, and an ornamented ceiling. Jaffa led them down the hallway and they began to hear voices. Mayana recognized one of them as Galileo's. She didn't recognize the other, but she supposed that it was the Pope, since that's who Jaffa said they would be visiting. As they entered the room where the voices came from, Mayana thought that it looked like the Pope's personal office. There was an elegant desk on one end and numerous comfortable chairs against the wall. Galileo was sitting on one of the chairs and he was facing the Pope, who was sitting behind his desk. They were discussing the book that Galileo was planning to write that would support heliocentrism. The Pope said, "You are walking on thin ice, Galileo. I will give you this final advice: write your book hypothetically. Don't make truth claims. Perhaps create a dialogue between two people having a debate or a conversation about the geocentric and the heliocentric model. Each person presents an argument with neither of them being claimed to be true or false by the author. I would find that to be acceptable. Do that and I guarantee that you will escape the otherwise very unappealing fate of possible imprisonment or even execution." Galileo questioned, "Imprisonment or execution for merely sharing my scientific findings?" The Pope was not amused by Galileo's challenge to his authority and he howled at him, "For heresy, for blasphemy." The Pope slammed his hand on the desk and he glared at Galileo with a look that could kill. Although it was the Pope, Galileo was no less steadfast in his convictions, and the Pope's anger did not move him. He said, "I do not feel obligated to believe that the same God who has endowed us with sense, reason, and intellect has intended us to forego their use. You may cause me to change my actions due to your threats, but mark my words, the truth cannot be silenced. If the earth moves, it moves, and all will know it one day. And when that day comes, the Church will be the loser." The Pope stood up, he pointed at the door and he screamed, "Get out! Get out now!" Galileo had a reputation for being pompous and for ridiculing those who disagreed with him, and he displayed it that day. To challenge the Pope in that manner was unheard of. But Galileo had shared all of his data and research with colleagues who would surely release it all if anything happened to him, and both the Pope and Galileo knew it. Anyone else would have been immediately imprisoned. After Galileo left, Jaffa and the girls also left. Jaffa led them back down the hallway where they had started, and he opened the portal. He said, "We will now visit Galileo at his trial. It will be 10 years later, in the year 1633. He published his book, and he indeed wrote it hypothetically as the Pope had advised him. The problem was that the advocate of heliocentrism was quite a bit too convincing, and that, plus his arrogance and belittling attitude toward those who refused to accept his findings, resulted in him being officially charged with heresy. Let's pay a visit to Inquisition headquarters and have a listen." They all stepped through the portal and they found themselves alone in a hallway. They walked forward toward an open door where they could hear voices. They heard a man say, "Galileo Galilei, you are hereby charged with heresy for advocating Copernican theory, which holds that the earth revolves around the sun. How do you plead?" Galileo spoke, "Guilty." Although she knew it was coming, Mayana was shocked and angered on hearing him plead guilty. All he had done was to present an opposing view to the current one of whether the earth revolved around the sun or vice versa. Even if he was wrong, so what? The speaker continued, "We say, pronounce sentence and declare that you the said Galileo, by reason of the matters adduced in trial and by you confessed as above, have rendered yourself in the judgment of this holy office vehemently suspected of heresy, namely of having believed and held the doctrine which is false and contrary to the sacred and divine scriptures, that the sun is the center of the world and does not move from east to west, and that the earth moves and is not the center of the world, and that an opinion may be held and defended as probably after it has been declared and defined to be contrary to the Holy Scripture." They then went on to assign the sentence of house arrest for the remainder of his life. Jafar then instructed the girls to follow him. They returned to the hallway and they entered the portal, returning to the classroom.